to keep you going no matter the weather. And of course, my name is Deborah Eze, and I'm not going to be doing this alone. I'm going to be doing this with our in-house analyst, of course. Your name, please.
Onyeka Valentine. I
Okay,
was waiting
for me to say.
Yeah, before I jump in, but it's fine. So
Yeah.
Onyeka Valentine here.
Yeah, like I said, the weather is not getting better. We're still, Kaide just informed us that, you know, we have to get our umbrellas ready because the sky is still crying. I think it's all thanks to you. The universe had decided to listen to you after, you know, you kept on speaking about rain falling when the weather didn't even want to rain.
Well, the good thing is, at least what is worth, you know, farmers will be smiling also.
Really? With this kind of rain?
I mean, truth be told, for every time when there is something that hits you negatively, someone else is gaining positively.
Yeah.
You know, if for instance we had all sunshine, no rain, I mean, at some point, crops wouldn't be able to.
Okay, I think this is my key to tell you that there's something you're not seeing right now.
Agriculture, after all, is supposed to save Nigeria.
But why are we still having this kind of rain in September? That should be the point of conversation.
Yes. So
and, my heart actually goes to everyone who actually got their cars destroyed yesterday, and those who actually got home really late yesterday. Some people spent 5 to 7 hours
on the road
on traffic yesterday. Elizabeth had to text me around I think that was past 12 that she was still on the road, and she's not sure she's going to like move past it and get home on time.
Again, do we owe this to global warming? I would say yes. But another thing is, so the rain cannot be stopped.
Right.
It is an act of God. But what's not an act of God is bad roads and bad drainages. That is an act of man. And so bad leadership is something that, you know, hangs around the nose of that particular statement, which brings me to the next thing. Until we understand that leadership and decisive decision is the bedrock for any economy, any nation to thrive, not survive. Thrive, because we have first and foremost to survive and then thrive. We need to move from the idea of surviving to thriving. For any nation to thrive, we must have decisive leadership that has key point areas that you cannot toy with. Security, you know, roads, education, health. So, and then in this case now, if we're hoping that God will have mercy on us, I would say, God, don't have mercy on us. Because we haven't planned properly.
It is definitely a man problem, not a God problem.
Not at all. Not at all.
But should I now tell you that, you see, all the buhaha with the rain that happened on the island yesterday, and I'm sure still happening this morning, the mainland was not touched.
I agree with you. I came from mainland this morning, but I still got wet.
Well, you were coming to the island, obviously. That's why you got wet. Yeah. Like, I was shocked. And the same thing happened on Monday also. The flood on Monday was out of this world. But when I crossed the third mainland bridge, everywhere was as clear and bright. And I'm like, what is going on? So I think now it's a God thing.
Okay. I agree with you.
And also a man-made thing, because true to what you said, we need to start looking for solutions on how to, you know, control our drainage system.
Yes, definitely.
And the government's really, especially in Lagos, I think we get more flood issue in Lagos State.
Because you have more people.
More people, and it's so congested. Yeah. Lagos is so congested. The mass is not big enough for the number of people that actually, like, you know, living in it. So I think we as individuals, we don't like the fact that we spend as high as 5 to 7 hours for a place that will take you just 30 minutes. So we should need to learn how to try to start cleaning after ourselves and, you know, taking care of our drainages. But anyways, here on the show, we have headlines for you, and we'll get to like talk about this headline. So let's have the headlines. We have CBN eases MPR to 27%, first time since 2020. Do you see this as a good news?
So it's a good news. It's a bittersweet pill. I use that word. There's when I say bittersweet pill, something that you need to take that will, you know, make you feel well, but at the same time, it doesn't come, you know, as desired.
Yeah.
However, having said so, if you look at it closely, maybe CBN has begun to understand one way or the other. They're beginning to understand one way or the other that, look, for what it's worth, that they are the bedrock for other banks to look up to. So the more they ease on some certain issues, the better for us. Now, financial experts will tell you that what makes an economy run is when you have proper, spread out of wealth, proper use of currency, proper business, breakdown such a way that you put in, you get back, not someone hoarding money. So the economy can flow properly. Now, the problem is this. When some banks don't come forward to, declare what it is they need to declare so CBN can run what they need to run, those hitches will be there. And the onus falls on CBN to make those strong decisions. But like I always say, when two elephants have issues, the grass will suffer.
So and it's the ground.
It is. That's us. So they've said this one. Let's hope that it will affect the common man positively and not stifle business or create even more hardship, or for what it's worth, difficult for young entrepreneurs and business people to go get loans in banks. However, is this good business? Is this good news for whether new generation banks or old generation banks? I don't think the old generation banks will have any problem with it, because if you look at it, they have been able to withstand the weather, the rain, the sun, every other thing. It is new generation banks would probably want to catch a cold when CBN sneezes. In this case, they've sneezed. Is it for good? Is it for bad? We'll see how it goes.
Well, we had this conversation on Monday during the news at noon, and some analysts were saying, they don't think they're actually going to reduce it, while some were like, even if they're going to reduce it, it's not going to be as much. But it's really impressive to see that they reduced it from 50 basis points to 27%. And good, I think that the macroeconomic, does not have to suffer when the CBN actually comes out with different policies now, because they are always at the brunt of it. So I think it's a good thing for analysts who didn't see it feasible.
Right.
This came out yesterday, so let's see what they have to say as it progresses today. All right. The second headline on our list says Nupeng Pengasan rejects proposed sale of national assets, PIA amendment. I'm going to take that again. Nupeng Pengasan rejects proposed sale of national assets, PIA amendment. What do you think about this?
Yeah, so even the layman will understand that it's not because the bathwater is dirty, you throw the bathwater and the baby away.
Yeah.
Look, we need to remove our mind and our thoughts from ideas that surround selling of national assets or privatizing national assets. They are called national assets for a reason. It is national. It belongs to the country. It belongs to you and I. It belongs to the nation. These are the fallbacks the nation has in an event where, the private sector doesn't come forth with what they need to come forth with. And so when we talk about you want to either sell or give out or privatize or whatever you want to do with the national assets, the question still remains, are they thinking straight? Of course, Pengas and other people will kick against it. If at all they are really kicking against it, and they really mean what they're saying.
Yeah.
Because who's going to sell it? And to whom is going to be sold to? I will not be shocked. Just the way some certain, wonderful tourist attraction of the 80s and 90s was sold to some certain people, and some certain people have developed and built it somewhere in Victoria Island, and now it's causing some serious issues in Lekki, standing water somewhere. I don't want to call their name, but they know themselves.
But we know, we know that is not it.
But let's be honest.
We know that is not the cause of our problem.
I know, but let's be honest. Like I said before, right? When you have serious issues with either, rainfall or drought or whatever it is, this thing is nature. But when it begins to affect some certain areas that ordinarily nature has no hand in it, it becomes man-made. You can't claim the sea and expect that you not fight back. However, that for us, I think, was a national asset.
Okay.
Right? And shouldn't have been tampered with because it drew a lot of tourism. You see, I'm trying not to call the name, but it's fine. Those who are watching, I hope they have an idea.
I thought you can. It's Valentine's.
But then again, so if you look at it closely, I'll only use that as an example. Pengasin, are they kicking against it? Yes, they are. Is it good? Yes, it is good.
Do you think the president of Pengasin, that's Osifo, Festus Osifo, do you think he's really, really kicking against it? Do you think he's really standing his ground?
So politics is what it is. Whether or not you like it, whether or not you're a politician or not in this country, whether you're passive or you're active, the fact that you can, say something and stick with it or maybe play your way around is politicking.
Right.
You have that in private sector, you have that in oil and gas, you have it in every industry. But in this case, to answer that question, I would say, we don't know what he's thinking. We can only judge somebody from what he or she does or says. But now they've said they kick against it. Let us hold them by their word. Let us give them the benefit of the doubt, hoping to say that for what it's worth, but we will not see the issue of the the rat in the house selling the rat outside.
Okay, I was waiting for that.
To say that.
So there's the rat in the house, the rat outside.
Exactly. Saying, look, there's fish in the house. Come and
Okay.
invade it. If I open the door, so he can now say, look, we don't know what happened to the fish. In fact, the fish should not be touched. But meanwhile, the fish is being invaded. So what am I trying to say is that yes, it falls in its place to make a speech. If he hadn't made a speech, fingers will be pointed towards him. Aren't you aware that so things are about to happen? So he had to drop his own speech, whether or not to cover himself or to show that this is national asset should not be sold, whichever it is. We cannot judge it for what he thinks, only for what he says and what he does. However, in saying that, we need likes of Serap, we need likes of other human activists, people who run every now and then on social media. We need everyone who understands that our national assets are our national assets and should not be toyed with. And I like the fact that both of us were analyzing this thing. But more importantly, those watching at home will be saying, wait a minute. There was a time they were talking about National Theatre. Now we see that some private sectors have come in. Wait a minute. We are hearing about this, about that, about that. Does it mean that one day we will just wake up one morning and all of us living in Nigeria could have been sold to some private entity? And then you now move your name from Debbie to Debbie
Nigeria. Oh, okay. Linchu. Oh, I see where you're coming
Valentine Chinua.
Why are you Chinua? Why am I Linchu?
Well,
Debbie Chinua sounds better.
So my point is, right, look, as much as we are, doing all these things we're doing to drive the economy, to drive business so that Nigeria can have a great base based on GDP, right? For us to come to a level where we can say we're still the big brothers of Africa because our population is also giving room for capacity development and we're gaining interest and we are making money and we're paying off our debt. I understand that's where all this is coming from.
Yeah.
Better management. However, we should be wise. Dying with the devil with the long spoon. Yes, China has all these great ideas. It wants to really help Africa grow. That way they will spite the United States. We know what they're doing.
But what do you want? The United States, you say, we need to stand up to ourselves. Yes. Now, China, you're not agreeing for us to actually do something with China.
On the contrary, not that I'm not agreeing. I am agreeing with a pinch of salt.
Okay, let's move on. No. This pinch of salt is going to turn into an ocean of salt. The next headline we have raised 20.4 billion naira for the National Library building. First Lady. So that was quoted by the First Lady.
It's good.
20.4 billion naira. And her reason is actually very valid. Because she said while she sat on the Committee of Education for 12 years, the library was not on the table under the envelope budget system adopted by Nigeria. She has it's really a great reason for her to come up with this initiative for Nigerians to actually for her birthday gift her the money for the library. What do you think?
Okay,
about
so
this?
The world has moved very fast. First and foremost, I want to commend her effort by being selfless to say, look, instead of piling your gifts in front of Asu Rock, in front of my house, putting money together, let's do a GoFundMe for the library. It's good. But can this also be a precedence? Can this be a lineup? Can this be a door opener to other GoFundMes?
Okay.
Like GoFundMe, health sector, GoFundMe, security sector.
We can't do GoFundMe for the security or the health
I will
sector.
explain to you why.
Why?
Look, she raised 200 billion.
20.2
Sorry.
billion.
Is that what's okay? Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Is the other story I'm looking
Yeah.
at? So 20.2 billion.
2 billion.
Let's even assume she raised only 1 billion.
Yeah.
Do you know
20.4 billion.
Do you know what 1 billion can do for health? Look, I like the fact that Nigerians are quick to move because when emotions are there, they think about what they will gain in return. And I'm sure whoever came in to now say, look, we want to donate money, did that because they know that she will find out, okay, this person was involved, that person was involved. We understand it. Nigerians don't give what it is that they want to get back in return later. However, 20.something billion was raised because she said, instead of giving me a birthday gift, let's, physical gift, let's do that. Let's raise money for the library. Can we also say, look, all politicians at that level, right? Senators, Instead of you saying, give me birthday gift, can we do a GoFundMe for our health sector?
I see where you're coming from, but I don't see it happening for the health sector.
However, before we jump, and also I know we're pressed of time, before we jump, quickly, if this money was raised, there's something we're not seeing. The world has moved very fast. We are building a big building to store books is good enough. Do you know what 5 terabytes can do? 5 terabytes can house all those books in one computer. Now, that building can be used for something even better. Most of we shouldn't have national library. It's called library, yes, but there are other things that can also be stored there. Are you getting me now? Yes, we can even make good use of that building to do a lot of other stuff that can generate even more money. It's good. That reading culture is good.
I'll have to hold your thoughts there. But I don't see how storing books in a computer is compared to a library anyway.
Of course, I'm not
definitely go back to that.
I'm only saying that, look, it's a lot of money. Can we also put that money in other areas?
Noted. Can we also put the money in other areas? Well, we'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, we are going to be having our newspaper review and also still touch on some of the headlines that were mentioned today. Just stay with us. They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Welcome back. This is the newspaper review segment of the BusinessDay television breakfast show, where we explore top headlines on the front page of our dailies. And I'm still Deborah Eze. And joining me in the studio for more insights this morning is still
Onyeka Valentine.
And we're also being joined by Dr. Oluyemi Adeosun, is the BusinessDay's chief economist. Thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Adeosun.
Good morning. Good morning, listeners.
It's good to have you.
Good morning, Doc.
All right, it's good to have you always, to Valentine. All right, let's go straight into it. Our first stop this morning is the Business Day newspaper. And the first story, and the big story on the Business Day newspaper reads, CBN balances geothermal push with cautious rates cut. CBN balances growth push with cautious rate cuts. And the riders on that story says, eases credit in first rate cut in 5 years. Another writer says introduces 75% CRR on non-TSA to check excess liquidity. Another one says as 14 banks meet recapitalization requirement. Another story on the Business Day newspaper says investor reap over 200% return on FMCGs, bounce back. Investors reap over 200% return on FMCGs, bounce back. Again, I'm on the lower right of the Business Day newspaper reads, digital divide threatens Nigeria's share of 15.7 trillion naira AI economy. Experts call for investment in AI infrastructure talent. And below the Business Day newspaper reads, defiant Natasha insists she owes no apology after Senate reform. All right, I'm going to start with you, Dr. Adeosho, and we're going to be looking at the big story on the Business Day paper that reads, CBN balances growth push with cautious rate cuts. Now, what do you think about this? Do you think this is a good move or not?
Thank you so much. Generally, this is a move that has been somewhat anticipated. Okay, we saw this coming, even though some economists felt the timing might have been delayed, but we knew this was going to come. But first and foremost, let me say that the MPC's decision to cut the benchmark rates suggests growing confidence that Nigeria may have passed the peak of the inflation surge. Okay, this is very important, and it's a step, so to speak, in the right direction. But let me also say that there were several decisions. Okay, it's not just the reduction of the MPR to 27%. Also, the asymmetric corridor around the MPR was, moved to 250 basis points thereabout. Also, the CRR, credit reserve ratio for commercial banks, was reduced from 50% to also 45%. And then the CRR for merchant banks was retained at 16%, while the liquidity ratio is still at retained at 30%. Then, also very important and strategic was the introduction of a 75% credit reserve ratio on non-TSA public sector deposits. Just to highlight that so many decisions were taken, even though it's very important that the MPR cut, of course, will take the headlines. So that will really be my first reaction. Thank you.
What do you think about it,
So I agree with Dr. Adeosho on 100%. Because if you look at it closely, for me, CBN making such moves simply means that we are on the right trajectory for growth. Seeing that CBN can balance, growth push with cautious rate cut. But at the same time, my question would be, is this thing sustainable? Doc, if you're there, I don't know, how sustainable is this move by CBN? Are we going to have to worry that at some point it will spell, doom for the common man? Will young entrepreneurs and businessmen see it as an opportunity to either stay with business or maybe one way or the other, get affected? And how does this affect the common man?
Okay, all right. Thank you so much for that thought, and it's a very valid thought. Don't forget that multiple economic indicators, parameters, actions, and actors affects outcomes. It's not just one variable. But let me quickly add there that for commercial banks, this policy package represents both an opportunity and a challenge. The reduction, for example, in CRR immediately improves capital efficiency and then return on equity metrics while reducing funding costs. Banks now possess, for example, enhanced capacity, okay, to lend more money to the economy. All right. Also, the 70% CRR on non-TSA deposit creates operational complexity. Banks must carefully manage their deposit mix as public deposits outside the TSA frameworks become significantly expensive to maintain. All right. So the message to bank is clear. For example, deploy capital towards productive lending rather than just speculative activities. All right. So this is very, very important. We see here that the manufacturing sector, might either to have struggled under elevated borrowing costs. All right. But with this slight relaxation, I think the manufacturing sector and SMEs at large, the public, will be able to get better access to loans and to funding. So if you look at this, anything that provides somewhat more liquidity for, I think, is a step in the right direction, and we should remain optimistic that this will be sustainable. Thank you so much.
All right. Let's look at the second story on the Business Day newspaper that reads: investors reap over 200% return on FMCG's bounce back. And this it reads that the Nigerian consumer goods stocks, they've delivered hefty gains this year. What's your take on this, Dr. Joshua?
Okay, I think this is good news for investors, and we or when there are losses or heavy losses that we frown, and then we are upset. So I think this is shining news for investors, and we definitely look forward to more of such returns on investments.
All right, let me digress a little. I saw something this morning that actually said the GDP of Nigeria is actually, balancing and looking great, but it is not reflecting on our pockets. Do you think that statement is actually true?
So, to some extent, yes, but we need to realize economics generally know that there is what we call a lag. A lag in the sense that it is not instantaneous that the impact on the welfareism of citizens grow at the same pace as that of the macro economy. But let me say this: imagine the reverse was the case, that we are experiencing a slump or a reduction in GDP. Guess what? The lag will be shorter and faster, because people who are in business will quickly reflect the new market prices, and so on and so forth. So I think we should exercise a little patience. And talking to Nigerians here, both household, firms, and individuals. And this GDP growth will still translate and cascade to the everyday Nigerian. All we just need to do is steady the course, so that this gains, GDP gains, is not reversed, and then the growth can even go higher. Of course, there are other things we can do as a government to ensure that we try to have multiplier effects, so that all stakeholders can feel the impact of this improvement in the GDP growth. Thank you so much.
All right. And let's look at the AI economy now. They said digital divide threatens Nigeria's share of 15.7 trillion naira AI company, and experts are calling for investment in AI infrastructure talent. One would think that, with the way AI is going, this shouldn't, be an issue. But what's your take on it, Valentine, before I go to Mr. Dr. Adeosho?
So first and foremost, we see this world that we're living in that is moving so fast. We're in a fast-paced world now, and everything you think about and you put online, right? AI copies it immediately and creates other scenarios that can enable you learn very fast. So in an event where we begin to see, issues being threatened, and we might not gain some money, does this mean that those who use AI are kind of, dodging the idea of we making the country making money out of it? I don't think that's the case. I think what we should be worried about should be, are we teaching our students in secondary school, teaching our, the students in, or call them those in university, that look, we're updating everything you're doing, we're adding AI into such a way that it can enable you become even far more AI enabled, so that in return, we create businesses that you can end up paying your tax because you use AI to help the economy grow. I think that's the way forward. That's what we should think about. Now, I'm not saying digital divide threatens Nigeria's share of $15.7 trillion AI economy. It's not a good, statement. But I'm saying, how do we even make it possible such a way that we don't worry about any threat? Rather, we see that we are investing as a nation in different sectors that AI can also be enabled in those areas, so that we can develop more on our businesses become more sustainable, because AI has come in, so that we can make more money faster, catch up with the growing trend in the world, so that way we don't end up just being developing nation. Right now, we are a developed nation because AI is here to stay. So, quote and unquote, the bottom line here is, how do we seize into the opportunity in front of us and see that it can generate funds to the country in every sector? Right now, we know AI can answer a lot of things. However, it is good to have instant answer, but the idea of the learning process is what develops anybody's brain and mind. Yeah, it's simply just copying what Mr. A has said and give to Mr. B when he asks a question. That's why the idea of prompt comes in. So I think what we should now invest more in should be, we should have courses in prompting in universities, right? So that you know how to give AI good prompts. In return, it gives you the answer. And then if you're doing business and you're making money, pay your tax, so that government's making money from those areas. So that's how I see how we can weigh into the use of AI, making sure that we develop learning processes, whether you're in the economic sector, you are in the health sector, no matter the sector you find yourself, or industry, we create learning processes that will teach people how to come up with great prompts. Because right now, the idea is in the prompting. The answer is there. AI has the answer, but do you have the right prompt?
All right. Dr. Adeosun, we know that the BusinessDay actually organized a summit that's shaping Nigeria's AI future, and collaborations, capacity, and accountability convened by leaders. Would you agree with me that Nigeria can be somewhat slow when it comes to investing in digital infrastructure and also talent development?
Thank you so much. I completely align. We are slow, and I will explain why. We have what we call the third and fourth industrial revolution, and we are playing catch up. And AI, for example, and digital economy still leverages, for example, on electricity. We still don't have enough of that nationwide. So it is very important that the national AI strategy must also look for a way to provide enabling environment, which will include fundamentally electricity, and then, of course, critical trainings and talent development. I like what the Ministry of the ICT, the Minister Bosun Tijani is doing, and his team. They are doing a lot of trainings through multiple stakeholders and vendors, trying to wrap up. There's a project called 3MTT, trying to build capacity. So that's a great step in the right direction. But we want to make sure that we have access to electricity, because if you don't have power on your computer, on your desktop, you can't code, all right? But we also need to be more aggressive, because AI is impacting on everything. The way we work, okay, the way manufacturing is being done. And AI is applicable to all sectors. So I think this is the time for us to become passionate, for us to become aggressive. We cannot afford to play catch up, because what will happen is that you will see that certain jobs will fizzle out, and that will be nobody's fault. So the question is, how are we positioning ourselves nationally and at the state level so that we can, for example, have the civil servants been aggressively exposed to AI, the usage, the ethics, and so on and so forth. So we have a lot of work to do, and we need to start that work like yesterday.
Thank you so much. Well said, Dr. Adeoshi. All right, let's move our focus now to the Punch newspaper and take a look at some of the headlines on the Punch newspaper.
Okay, thank you so much, Debbie. So let's look at the top left. It says Natasha resumes as Senate calls Akpabio dictator. Again, it says Natasha resumes at Senate, calls Akpabio dictator. That's in page 3. Page 2 here says 414%, or rather 411% revenue rise won't stop FG borrowing. FRS. Again, it says 411% revenue rise won't stop FG from borrowing. FRS says so. That's page 2. Then page 21 here says CBN lowers interest rate. OPS demands credit relief. Again, CBN lowers interest rate. OPS demands credit relief. And you can see the picture of Cardoso right there. Then the major story here says 8.41 trillion naira oil drains economy, fuels investors doubts. Again, 8.41 trillion oil thefts, that's naira, drains economy, fuels investors doubt. And down here it says experts fault lack of interest, prosecutions in 4 years, zero oil theft. Supporting story also goes on to say regulator hails lowest losses in 16 years amid reservations by analysts. I think we should narrow our eye on this major story here. Doc, I don't know if you're listening, if you're there. This one of 8.41 trillion naira oil theft drains economy, fuels investors doubt. How does this apply to companies who already think that they are doing well, meanwhile they don't know that they are running their companies on the theft in the oil sector? Does this mean that they are enjoying like a false economy that is being given bread to by the idea of corruption, and they don't even know it? What does this really spell for us moving forward?
Okay, so with respect to oil theft, I think it's more of a loss to the nation than to individual companies. Because at the end of the day, for companies who are in oil exploration and production, of course, you have to account for every barrel that you churn out to the vessel. So the theft, so to speak, is from the nation. And it means some people are milking, fleecing the Nigerian oil industry. And because it's theft, it's not going to be routed. So it's not going to, there will be no, what do you call it now? No tax on it, no benefits from it. And of course, people who should ordinarily not have access to the oil are the one making gains. Of course, don't forget that the oil that is also stolen is directly or indirectly pumped into the international market, and it will also, be part of it can lead to oil glut or overproduction. Let me put it that way. Without it, fitting and feeding into the Nigerian national accounting system. So it's a loss to the economy, and we must leverage more on technology, all right, on our pipeline technology, area surveillance technology, then our security and our infrastructure. But to be fair, I think even in the last 4 or 5 years, the oil theft has reduced significantly. And I think we should give the government of the day credit for that. But we still need to tighten our security infrastructure, both manpower and then the use of technology and better accountability. Because between me and you, if there is an adage that says that if there is no hole in the wall, then the lizard will not come in. If there are not 1 or 2 internal saboteurs, I don't think this theft will go on like this. Then last point is that all the communities that are in the oil producing areas, you also need to meet their needs to a large extent. Because if their farmlands are destroyed, then they will find a way to get access to this oil resource, which may be bunkering or theft. Of course, this is not legal.
All right. Well said, Doc.
Yeah.
Debbie?
Yeah, I agree with him. I would like him to like touch on this 411% revenue rise that won't stop the federal government from borrowing, and that statement is coming from the FIRS. So can you like buttress more on
Yeah.
on that
So-
headline?
So at the risk of sounding a little controversial, let me say this. So again, sometimes it's good to use analogy. If you take the top 10 or top 20 richest Nigerians, I just want our listeners to get a slightly different perspective to this. Find out the top 20 richest Nigerians, all of them have debt. I won't mention it, but a popular book was released very recently. I'm sure you know the book I'm talking about. And in that book, you will see the person talking about how I owe this bank, that bank, this bank. You see, people need to know that there's what we call other people's money, OPM. So there is no nation in the world, in quotes, that does not leverage on debt, either internal or external. But as economists, what we are looking at is the ratio of the debt to the GDP, is it healthy and is it sustainable? Okay, is your ratio of internal generated revenue to debt, is it reasonable? So I want Nigerians generally to debuse our mind from thinking that, oh, once you are borrowing money, it means you are poor. No, the richer you are, the higher your leverage. In fact, banks will be approaching you to come and borrow money even when you are not asking for it. So this increase in revenue actually may make us more eligible for higher debt. The key important question is now, what are we using the debt for? Take Lagos, for example. If you take debt and do 4th and 5th mainland bridge, and then you link all the railway. I don't know if any of us have entered Lagos-Ibadan trade. Imagine that Lagos to Ibadan, you now have Ibadan to Ilorin, Ilorin to Abuja, and it's on debt. And then these debts are on production, not just consumption. Things that in 5 years, 10 years, they can repay. So I don't want us to keep having this argument or feeling about debt as if it's a bad thing. A debt is not a burden. A debt is only a burden when you borrow money and use it to buy Ashwebi versus when you borrow money and you use it for production. Maybe you set up a manufacturing plant, you invest it in the plant, or use it for school fees. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah.
That would be my comment. I think we are on the right path.
But why did you have to use Ashorebi though?
But of course, I like the fact that these are
There are tons of other things to use.
Yes, I don't want that to use that for consumption versus production.
Right. Okay. We are actually pressed for time, so let's move to the Vanguard newspaper.
Right.
I know that Valentine is itching so bad to talk about the Natasha story, and that happens to be one of the big stories on the Vanguard newspaper. And the story says Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan storms Senate office, resumes duties, defamation. FG alleges plot to scuttle Natasha's trial. Another big story on the Vanguard newspaper reads 14 banks fully meet new capital requirements. CBN. We read that on the other dailies, as the BusinessDay and also the Punch newspaper. And on the top of the Vanguard, we have Nupeng Pengasan kick against federal government's planned sale of oil gas assets. We buttressed on that during the banter this morning. We also have PFN to government, fix economy, end corruption, empower citizen, and that story is on the page 26 of the Vanguard newspaper. And we have Tinubu Atiku in first battle for Buhari's northern bloc. That story is on page 4. We have Davido becomes Grammy voting member for 2026 award, and you can find that in page 9 of the Vanguard newspaper. And finally, we take this one finally. Insecurity, nursing mom abducted, 3 soldiers jailed for selling arms to terrorists, and that story is on page 5 of the Vanguard newspaper. But we are going to be focusing on page 8 and page 13 that reads Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan storms Senate office, resumes duty. And also on the business day, the headline there was defiant Natasha insists she owes no apology after the Senate return. Before I hear Valentine's take, Dr. Adeosho, what do you think about the buhaha with Natasha and the Senate?
Okay, thank you so much. Sometimes I reflect and ask, if Senator Natasha was a man, would the story generally, not just this current story, the story from the Genesis to date, will he have taken the same approach? And why I'm bringing this up is, I think some of our stakeholders are not serious. We are making minor things become major. How does this issue, how does it improve on the welfare of the common man? How does this issue improve on the accountability, okay, the watchdog capacity of the National Assembly? In the first place, I think the Senate leadership should have been more matured, okay? They should not have escalated this matter. There should not have been any need, so to speak, for a suspension. Again, when you look at the fact that how many women do we have in the National Assembly? Very few. And of the few, you now suspend to one. Ignore the fact that she's even a woman. You mean all constituents in Kogi did not have representation for 6 months? How democratic is that? I think there are other ways we can look at this. I'm happy that Senator Natasha is back, but I also like to appeal to her, so let's reduce this grandstanding and focus on legislative business.
Yeah.
Enough of this distraction. I'm talking as a lay Nigerian. Please solve our problem, not your ego issues within the lead apart also in the Senate president. Please. Thank you so much.
What do you think, Valentine?
100%. I mean, Dr. Adeosho has just hit it on the head. If you noticed while he was talking, I said point. The reason why I said point is I've said this thing, times without number. That look, for what it's worth, the more you fan the flames of distraction and discord, the more it gets out of hand. And if it gets out of hand, it's difficult for you to quench it. Again, we cannot rub up the fact that at some point this whole issue became an issue of ego, right? And we saw that play out all through. But like rightly said, we have bigger issues. The country is going through a lot. Economically, the country is going through a lot, security-wise. And I believe that there are other stories that could have got into the newspaper, gone to the news for us to be able to talk about than hitting back on that Natasha story. But however, since it is there, I 100% agree with him, because if you look at it closely, look, 6 months plus, no person represented that area from Kogi. So that is a major loss economically, right? Decisions were not made in the interest of those people, meaning to say that whether or not we like it, they have been set back one way or the other. Now, who really was at fault? Okay, let's not drag ourselves backwards to know how it happened or when it happened or whatever it is. But at some point, was there some witch hunt? Maybe yes, maybe no. At some point, was there some level of seize opportunity? Maybe yes, maybe no. Maybe opportunity from her to say, let me use opportunity and then, dig back into the past. From him also, let them know that, look, I'm not a small fry because I'm a man of, of ego and all that stuff. So back to back, who made a mistake? Who decided to blow it out of proportion when they should have just talked it over? Did she blow it out of proportion? Should she have not gone to the media to say what she said, go international? So all that back and forth has taken away 6 months, right, from the people of that Kogi area because nobody represented them. And that was the point that he made there. And just to add to that, if you look at it closely, you realize that this is also, a warning to people out there. Look, if you want to spite the face, don't to cut the nose. For her trying to make her point that she's not a pushover back and forth, people rallying behind her, it was just a major distraction. Decisions were made in that same Senate, right? Monies were disbursed, bills were passed, things were done, and they were not in the favor of people of Kogi because she's one representing them and she wanted to stand her ground. Whether or not it was being selfish, whether or not she did it because she had a lot of backings internationally or locally, or people saying, no, you're a woman, don't budge, or back and forth, that doesn't matter. The lives of people in Kogi is more important. And if you look at it, they were affected.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Before we go, because we're pressed with time, let's take a look at the cartoon of the day. The cartoon of the day, and we have somebody who looks like the Minister of Finance. Looks like Cardoso, dressed as a magician. He has his robe and his magic hat. And written on the magic hat is 330 billion naira. And he's spraying something out from his hat with his wand, which is a broom. We all know what broom represents in Nigeria. And he's spraying it on something that looks like a hut. And the hut has a signal that says the poor. How the cash got to the poor. Dr. Adeosun, I don't know if you can see the cartoon being displayed.
No.
I doubt you can.
Maybe it's still there. But again, if you look at the cartoon, why would I have to get back with you?
Yeah.
Look.
But I'm listening to your
my analysis, right? So what do you think about this? We have Cardoso, and as the magician that he is, with his 330 billion naira, his art that contains 330 billion naira, and he's spraying it to the masses. That's the poor, me and you. So what do you think about this drawn by Asuko?
Okay, so I'm just, this is my thoughts. Sometimes art can be abstract sometimes, even though it's connected to reality. So it's almost looking like Mr. Olayemi Cardoso is like the benefactor of the masses, and is dispensing goodies, so to speak, to select members of the masses. Okay, so it's hilarious, and we look forward to more sustainable solutions that can benefit all Nigerians and can also empower. But we agree that palliatives matter; they are important, and we hope that it is getting to the needed citizens who are in their need of more support and succor. The question is this palliative even enough? I'll leave it at that.
All right, I will leave it at that. I'm sure you agree, Valentine. We agree with our doctor.
The palliative, the question is, will the palliative even be enough?
Well, he's spraying it. Hopefully, when you spray things, it gets to everybody. All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Oluyemi Adeosun. It was very good to have you. Really good to have you with us for the newspaper review.
Thank you so much, sir.
All right, this is all we can take for now for the newspaper review. You're still watching the Business Day TV Breakfast Show. And coming up next is the Business Morning. Do stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, nothing from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Morning in the world of business. Hello and welcome to Business Morning on the Breakfast Show here on BusinessDay Television, broadcasting to you live from our studio here in Lagos, the nation's commercial capital. I am Deborah Eze. Now let's begin with the top news stories making the round in the world of business. The Central Bank of Nigeria has trimmed its key interest rates for the first time in 5 years, marking a cautious but clear pivot in monetary policy as inflation shows consistent signs of easing. The CBN reduced the MPR by 50 basis points to 27% at the conclusion of its two-day Monetary Policy Committee meeting in Abuja on Tuesday. According to the Apex Bank, this signals the beginning of a policy easing cycle aiming to support growth without sacrificing hard-won macroeconomic stability. The committee also delivered a mix of complementary measures, balancing monetary easing with targeted liquidity controls. And moving on, the Nigerian Union of Petroleum and Natural Gas Workers, as well as the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, have rejected government's plan to sell its stakes in joint venture oil assets and proposed amendments to the Petroleum Industry Act, stating that the policies are dangerous and capable of bankrupting the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited. President of Pegasan, Festus Osifo, revealed that the government's stake in JV assets managed by the NNPCL is currently between 55 and 60%, while addressing newsmen in Abuja on Tuesday, cautioning that moves to dispose of 30 to 35% of the stakes in exchange for short-term cash would cripple the nation's major source of foreign exchange and revenue. Osifo insists that reducing the government stake would impact the ability of NNPCL to meet its obligations, including payment of workers' salaries and welfare, stressing that such divestments could ultimately extend to major operators like Total Energies, Chevron, and First Year E&P. NUPENG President William Akporeha also criticized the government's inconsistency in oil sector reforms, noting that the PIA enacted barely 3 years ago has not been given enough time to stabilize before attempt to amend it. And still on, First Lady Oluremi Tinubu has revealed that the Oluremi Tinubu Foundation funds for the construction of National Library have received a total of 20.4 billion naira as of date. The First Lady disclosed this on Tuesday while briefing State House journalists at the banquet hall of the Presidential Villa, Abuja. Speaking on her decision to embark on the project, the First Lady revealed that she sat on the Committee of Education for 12 years and the library was not on the table under the envelope budget system adopted by Nigeria. The president's wife declared that her dream for Nigeria is to see a nation that attracts people from all other parts of the globe. To end the news, Vice President Kashim Shettima has showcased Nigeria's $200 billion energy transition opportunity to investors at the ongoing 80th section of the United Nations General Assembly in New York, USA. Shettima made this known while speaking at a roundtable hosted by the Business Council for International Understanding on Monday in New York. According to reports, the VP emphasized the need for partnership to maximize the multifaceted, multi-billion investment opportunity across the country. Shettima also highlighted that Nigeria's sovereign rating by platforms like Fitch and Moody's implied that the country was positioned as the natural hub for the African Continental Free Trade Area $3.4 trillion market. And still to come after the break, navigating intellectual property and monetization in Nigeria's entertainment industry. Just stay with us. They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets Perspective with expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Now let's move to the first conversation for today. Nigeria's entertainment industry has become a global powerhouse, from Afrobeats dominating international charts to Nollywood films streaming on major global platforms. The sector is not just a source of cultural pride, it is also a key driver of economic growth and youth employment. But behind the success story is like a critical challenge. How do creators protect their work and ensure they are fairly rewarded? Intellectual property remains at the heart of this question. Piracy, copyright infringement, poor contract structures, and weak enforcement continue to erode the earnings of artists and producers. At the same time, new opportunities such as digital streaming, global collaborations, and brand partnership are reshaping how creative works are monetized. As Nigeria looks to strengthen its creative economy, the conversation about intellectual property and monetization has never been more urgent. Today on Business Morning, we are being joined by Anointing Oluwaseun Ademoye. He's a legal practitioner specializing in intellectual property law to explore the challenges and opportunities in navigating Nigeria's entertainment industry. Good morning, Anointing Oluwaseun. It's good to have you on Business Morning. Please,
hello, yes, good morning.
Good morning, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. It's good to have you.
Yeah, thank you. Same here.
All right. So let's now have like an understanding of what this is. At this will be strange to so many people. Now let's understand the landscape. How important do you think intellectual property and protection to the growth of Nigeria's entertainment industry is?
Well, I would say that that's a very, very important question, by the way. And I would say that intellectual property is not quite, but extremely important in the entertainment industry. It's the backbone of the entertainment industry. And then it's what turns creativity into a sustainable business for people to earn income with what they have in their minds. And then, without, protecting the rights of artists, the rights of producers, the rights of filmmakers and the industry, what's it called? And the industry losses. The industry gets to lose revenue without protecting the rights of these people. And then creativity can't fully be. Creators can't fully benefit from their work if their rights are not being protected. So, IP law is a very, very, I would say it's a very, very strong legal framework to protect the rights of, creatives. And it's a very, very strong backbone. So we can't underestimate its role in the Nigerian entertainment industry and even generally, globally.
Now, still understanding the landscape, what do you think are the most common intellectual property challenges that this creatives, and I'm talking about artists, producers, filmmakers. So what do you think are the intellectual property challenges that they face in Nigeria today?
Well, the biggest challenges are, so to say, I would say the biggest challenges are piracy. Piracy comes first. We have what's it called? The lack of awareness as well, and also weak enforcement. And by the way, many creatives they don't even register their work. So there's no way they can even enforce their rights when in the first place your work is not registered. Others sign contracts without legal guidance, probably because they don't want to sort legal fees. They'd be like, oh, do I really need a lawyer? Let me just go ahead and do what I have to do. There's nothing there. Some go as far as, reading the terms of the contract themselves without even understanding the clauses in it. And then they just give away their ownership. There are some contracts that require you giving away the ownership and your publishing rights, and you don't know, and then you just put in your signature there and then it is gone. So I'll say that piracy, lack of awareness, especially the lack of awareness, this really affected the old school musicians even more. Then we didn't have the social media like we have now. So it was not easy for them to access information, to create awareness as well. So those three things are the major things affecting the mainstream. Yeah, that's what I have to say.
All right, well said. So how do Nigeria copyright and IP laws compare with the global best practices?
Well, I would say that Nigeria has fairly modern laws. And the Copyright Act was, recently updated. But the gap is still the implementation in the act, implementation of the law. We could have 1,000 statutes or legislations. If there is weak enforcement of those laws, then I see no reason why those laws were made in the first place. It still doesn't beat the reason, it still doesn't fit the reason the law was made in the first place. So compared to the global best practices, I can say that enforcement mechanisms are still weak in Nigeria. And then the awareness is low, just like I said. That's like the major issue. So countries like the US, the UK have stronger collective management systems and quicker remedies, which we, Nigeria, can learn from.
Right. Okay, now let's now move our focus to monetization and contracts, which is absolutely important, because you mentioned something that most of these artists, especially artists, they do not even register their work for them to now talk about monetization, and they do not read through contracts. So with the rise of streaming platforms, how do you think Nigeria artists can maximize their earnings while also at the same time protecting their rights?
Okay, how they can maximize their earnings and at the same time protecting their rights? Okay, that's a very good question. First, they must ensure their songs are registered with copyright bodies and distribution platforms. Very, very important. And secondly, artists need to understand royalty structures. Streaming platforms, this is very, very important to note. Streaming platforms pay very, very differently from radios and live shows. So you need to understand how these things work. You need to understand the system. And that's why you need lawyers, you need legal practitioners to put you through this thing, so you don't just get yourself in something you have no idea of. And finally, it's about owning your masters and negotiating good distribution deals, so you don't lose your rights in the long term. So that's how it works. Negotiation. So look out for what is best for you instead of just giving out your own rights out of ignorance. So we need to understand that. We need to understand how these platforms work. And for you to understand how this platform work, you need experts like legal practitioners to put you through.
Explain to us, buttressing this, what role do you think contract plays in actually protecting these creators? And what clauses are mostly often overlooked?
Well, contracts are everything. It's what bodies and agreements. The agreement you and I have, the contract is what bounds us together. If, for example, now, if let's say there is somebody sells a land to you, and then something happens on the long run and blah 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 blah. If the matter is being heard in court and then you discover that there's no, in fact, you won't even have the courage to even charge such matter to court if there is no contract in the first place, if there is no evidence that somebody sold this land to you and you bought this land from somebody. So contracts are everything. They define ownership, they define royalties, duration and control. And too often artists overlook clauses on intellectual property ownership. They often overlook that and really affects them more. They overlook duration of rights. They overlook royalty split and terminations of the contract. And these small lines determine whether you control your art or someone else does. So it's very, very important you understand your contracts before going into anything. Let somebody who has a legal knowledge, let a legal mind, let a legal luminary read these things to you and make you understand the advantages. Let me use the layman language, the advantages and disadvantages of going into this contract. So that's how important contract is. It's the evidence of you signing a deal with a label or a streaming platform.
I want to know, how do you think legal practitioners can help these artists to avoid these exploitative deals, especially in the music and film industry? Our point on the music industry itself.
Okay. Well, I can say by acting both as advisors and advocates. Yes. Lawyers should vet contracts before signature, explain the risk involved in going into such contract and negotiate fairer terms. Yes. And beyond that, we should educate artists on their rights. They should know their rights. They should know legal remedies they have access to if things go the other way. And so they know when the deal looks good to be true. So all of those things are important. We have to act as advisors. We can't compel you to take our advice anyway. It's left to you to take the advice, but it's mostly advisable for you to listen to your lawyer. Yeah, so we act as advisors and we play the advisory role in the whole, context.
RAC, which is like the biggest problem, and also the enforcement of the rules surrounding this issue of piracy. Now, like I mentioned, piracy remains a huge problem. So what legal tools are available to combat it effectively? Do we have any?
Okay. Before I go into that, I would like to let you know that piracy is way beyond piracy is way beyond a civil wrong. Piracy in Nigeria is a criminal act. Could also be regarded as a criminal liability. It can amount to a criminal liability. So, sorry. Piracy can amount into a criminal liability. So, and it is very, very much, there are punishments. There could be fines, imprisonments could be involved, and also is regarded as a crime against the state. Because at the end of the day, you get to hurt the earnings of the state. It affects the economy. It affects the creative industry. So it's a crime in Nigeria. We need to know that. And then there are legal tools that exist. We have the copyright registration. We have injunctions. We have damages. We also have criminal sanctions. But these artists really need to register their documents first. This will be the first step to them. This is what will enable them to have that access to all of these tools in the first place. And so once registered, you can take the infringers to court, and you can demand that the court requires them to take down whatever is online. And also collective management organization is very, very important. It's a very, very much reliable tool. And also they also play a role in licensing and enforcement. So these tools are very, very important.
Okay,
first, you need to know that you need to register your work.
Emphasis on they need to register their work before anything can be done. So what does enforcement of IP rights, why does it remain weak in Nigeria? And then what can be done differently about it?
Well, I would say that the two main reasons. The first one is low awareness, like I said before. The second one is institutional weakness. Many creatives don't even enforce their rights. Even the ones who know their rights, they don't enforce their rights. So, and then the system can as well be slow. That's where we have, institutional weakness. The system can be slow at times. And then to fix this, I'll say we need a very, very strong or a stronger collaboration between copyright agencies. Very, very important. And law enforcement. Very, very important. And, digital platforms plus faster resolution channels. So if the law enforcement and copyright channels copyright bodies could tally, it makes enforcement even stronger or faster, so to say. So, yeah.
Okay, now you mentioned briefly about digital technology. So how do you think they can help reduce piracy and also protect the creative works?
Well, technology is already helping. Can you not see it? Technology has helped us achieve a lot of things in this age compared to the older generation. Content ID systems on YouTube is an example. The blockchain for music ownership, and also watermarking tools that creatives use. Content ID. If you're going to submit something, probably you're required to submit probably you're required to submit something to a label, right? For them to screen you and everything. You're going to submit, put in your YouTube link or whatever. They will ask you for your YouTube ID to know if you're the original owner of the work, just to ensure or to avoid copyright infringement. So these are many ways technology has helped us to improve in this aspect. So piracy can be tracked down significantly through these means. So that's how it works.
Okay.
And also it's important to know that if Nigeria could invest in local tech-driven resolutions, it will also help reduce piracy in Nigeria.
Right. So
it's unfortunate that in Nigeria we don't encourage our own people, even the ones in the tech world. So even the tech guys need to work with us. It's very, very important.
Okay, now let's look at globalization and collaboration. We can see that Nigerian artists, they are collaborating now globally. What do you think they should pay attention to? I'm talking about in terms of international IP rights now.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. That's also very, very important. People don't quite regard that question. But I'd like to let us know that they must ensure their contract specifically, their contract specify territorial rights. They must ensure their contracts, right, royalty collection abroad, and dispute resolution mechanisms. Just because your song is protected in Nigeria doesn't mean it's protected in the UK or the US. We need to know. So you need to align with international copyright treaties like the PROs, which is the performance rights organizations. Yes, performance rights organizations, which covers your rights, home and abroad specifically. Yes.
So do you think there are risk of Nigerian artists losing their ownership of their work when signing with foreign labels or the distributors?
There are precedents of artists who have lost their work to foreign labels. I won't mention names. The viewers can make research on that later. And yes, I submit in the affirmative of that. And if they don't read the fine print, like I said, they don't read the terms of the contract, some deals may demand you transferring the full ownership of your contract or publishing rights, and you won't even know. So once you sign that away, you may never reclaim it. We need to know that some people don't know that we may never reclaim it. The person may never reclaim it. So the key is negotiating the license. Yes, not the outright assignment of your work. The key, don't be distracted. The key is negotiating the license. For some people, they won't, nobody wants to lose money. Everybody wants to gain, Everybody wants money in their pocket. They want the money to increase. So even the labels want to gain off you in excess. So they will try every possible way to make you not to understand the terms of the contract. They focus more on the outright assignment of your work rather than negotiating license. So it's very, very important that you read the print as somebody signing a contract in whichever area or aspect of entertainment you're into.
Okay, so how do you think creatives can be better educated? Because like you said, people don't really know what to do. They actually lack, the know-how on what to do on their rights and obligations. So how do you think they can probably properly educated when it comes to the IP law?
How can they probably be educated? Probably be educated, or so I didn't get that question.
So I said, how can the creatives, that's the artists, the producers, filmmakers, how can they be better educated on their rights and obligation under the IP law?
Okay. Through workshops, important. Collaborations between legal practitioners and industry bodies, also very important. And even through social media campaigns, very important as well. Creatives must trust reliable voices, must trust us. When we speak, they should try to listen to us. Many don't listen to us. They do things in their own discretion, and has gotten a lot of persons into a very, very serious problem. They find it hard to bring themselves out of. So education has to meet them wherever they are. You don't need to go to school to earn a degree, stay 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, whatever, to earn a degree before you can be enlightened. As far as you listen to the experts who have been there, who are in the mainstream, who are in the scene, it's fine. You're good to go.
Now, finally, how do you see the balance between creativity, law, and monetization shaping the future of Nigeria's entertainment industry?
Well. I see a future where law and creativity work in hand, and with a stronger IP protection, intellectual property protection, Nigerian artists can, monetize globally, without fear of exploitation. And the balance will be about protecting originality, ensuring fair contracts, and create a system where talent translates into wealth and legacy. Many foreign labels, if you notice the Afrobeat has been going so far in the global world, and every international record labels want to collaborate with us, want to get us in their label. But trust me when I say, many don't want us for what we actually have. Many don't want us for just the talent. They want us for, so they could exploit us. They could prey on our ignorance. So we need to know these things. It's very, very, very important. Seek a legal support. And I would like to say to my learned colleagues out there that we should try as much as possible to make our legal fees very much affordable to especially up and coming artists compared to the mainstream artists. I don't know if you understand me, because a lot of up-and-coming artists get discouraged when they hear legal fees. And that's why they be like, oh, do I even need a lawyer? At least I've not even blown yet, so let me just sign the contract first.
But it's not like the legal fees are actually affordable, for these up-and-coming artists. It's not like they're affordable.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
You should have mentioned that as part of the courses. You did mention it. You just kept it as the part of the artists and the creatives. All right. Thank you so much for your time on Business Morning. Anointing Oluwaseun Ademoye, who is a legal practitioner. It was so good to have you. It was really an insightful section with you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
All right, still to come after the break, driving business growth through digital transformation. We're focusing on harnessing brand design, AI, and emerging technologies for competitive advantage. Do stay with us.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, don't jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
true strength? What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
The MBA Students Conference themed Executions as a Competitive Edge, Skills, Systems and Partnerships brought together MBA students, alumni, business leaders and industry experts for a full day of engaging discussions, knowledge sharing and networking. The conference opened with a welcome address from Professor Olayinka David West, the Dean of Lagos Business School, who encouraged participants to take full advantage of the learning and networking opportunities. And this set the stage for insightful conversation and collaborations.
This conference is therefore not just an event, but an expression of what LBS stands for. It demonstrates that excellence at LBS is not confined to the classroom. It is actively lived out in how our students organize, collaborate, and engage with the world. By adding this conference to our student-led platforms, you enrich the leadership, innovation, and culture of excellence that define our school.
The keynote address was delivered by His Excellency Peter Obi, former presidential candidate and business leader. He spoke about the gap between strategy and execution, stressing that while ideas create vision, execution is what delivers real results. He also emphasized the importance of accountability, strong systems, and partnerships built on trust as essential for lasting success. The keynote speech emphasized the importance of strong execution in leadership, business, and governance.
When it comes to delivering the result, it is the execution that matters. Just like I said, planning without doing will fail. Doing without planning will fail. So the critical thing I'm going to tell you today, as in my own little contribution as a trader, because in the business where I am as a trader, you are the CEO, you are the Chief Financial Officer, Chief Operating Officer, the cashier and everything. And I know that the critical aspect of what we are going to talk today is about execution.
A fireside chat on leadership with excellence explored how young leaders can leverage networks for personal and professional growth. Panel sessions led by industry experts focused on building execution-ready skills, designing accountable systems, and forming partnerships to drive innovation and growth.
It doesn't say that a leader must be, we're talking about responsible leadership. It comes with a lot of discipline. So it's somebody who is competent, who has the capacity and the compassion, the commitment. Because that commitment is what drives us. It's not something you can't execute halfway. You have that's why you have companies or countries that do well for 1 year and then the next year falls back. Or you have somebody who is elected who does well for 1 year and then collapses. It has to be consistent. It's that consistency that makes all the difference. So when we talk execution as a competitive edge, it's something that must be consistent. It's the discipline aspect of it.
You can have all the plans in the world. You can have 5 years plans. You can have 10 years plans, good plans. But if you do not have the right execution, if you don't have the right leadership, if you don't have the guts to push, because we also learned that you can have the right execution, but if you don't have the guts, if you don't have the leadership to actually push the execution, because execution can be pushed back, right? You will not succeed.
I think there needs to be a system of learning, right? There needs to be a system of learning, and there needs to be a system of failing fast. So you need to fail fast, make accommodation for that, and then learn from that and begin to grow. That's what I think that organizations need to do. They also need to train their staff to ensure that they have the requisite capacity to deliver on the strategic objectives of the organization. Execution rather requires discipline. You need to be able to follow execution religiously.
The event ended with networking sessions where students connected with alumni, entrepreneurs, and executives, gaining mentorship and career opportunities. The conference was widely seen as a success, inspiring participants to view execution not just as a process, but as a true competitive advantage in leadership and business. The
National Health Financing Dialogue, held in Abuja with the theme Reimagining the Future of Health Financing in Nigeria, had in attendance government officials, private sector leaders, and health experts to discuss how to fund healthcare better and cut down what Nigerians pay. Kelechi Ohiri, Director General of the National Health Insurance Authority, said reforms are underway to expand insurance and protect vulnerable Nigerians.
For the obstetric emergencies, over 200 hospitals in Nigeria participating, and we're still enrolling more and more of them because we believe that equity is important. And through the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund, where the Honorable Minister mentioned, the federal government commits 1% of its consolidated revenue for that. About 2.7 million Nigerians who are poor and vulnerable are currently enrolled under the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund so far. So those are just some of the reforms that we have undertaken in the last 18 months to 2 years to make sure that we begin to reverse the trend and reduce out-of-pocket expenditure, especially for the poor.
Minister of State for Health, Isiaq Salako, announced plans to enroll 44 million Nigerians into the National Health Insurance Scheme by 2030 and called for more support from states and the private sector.
A key deliverable of the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare under the Presidential Performance Bond that we signed is to enroll at least 44 million Nigerians into the National Health Insurance by 2030 so that we can reduce out-of-pocket expenditure on health.
Frank Aigbogun, publisher of BusinessDay, described healthcare as part of national security and urged local governments to take bigger responsibilities for delivering services.
But health financing is key. We can't go anywhere in terms of looking after our people. I believe personally that healthcare is a very good part of national security. You can't talk about national security when you have sick people all over a country. It's a critical part of national security, and I hope that governments in Nigeria, from federal to local governments and the states, will take the matter of healthcare more seriously than we have done so far. As I said, it appears people think that everything will be provided by government. It is not true. It is not done. It will not happen. Nigerians themselves must rise up to play their own part as well.
Private sector leaders also called for better policies and long-term financing to expand services and reduce costs for citizens.
It is very obvious that there's a lot happening in healthcare now. That the environment and the temperament for finance and investment is shifting favorably. That there are a lot of players now who are trying to aggregate demand. And so increasingly the conversations are shifting to supply. And where conversations shift to supply, then there's a question about where will the financing come from. And on that note, there's a lot of opportunities now opening up for financing. This dialogue has been a long time coming. but we are glad it has happened. We are glad that the National Council, working with the Honorable Coordinating Minister for Health, as well as the DGNHIA, have come together to put together these discussions. The expectation is that these discussions then lead to tangible action, which we'll be happy to have.
I represent the private sector, and we feel that private sector has a major role to play supporting the government. So what we're asking is, what can we do to create an enabling environment for investments to come in to support private sector to increase the quality and the scale and scope of their services in order to support government, not just for those at the top of the pyramid, but the masses at the bottom of the pyramid. So I think we've had some really good discussions today. We can really put all this together into actionable, when I mean actionable.
Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning on the Breakfast Show. Now let's move on to our second conversation for today. In today's fast-changing business landscape, digital transformation is no longer optional. It is a strategic imperative. From small businesses to multinational companies, they are rethinking how they operate, how they connect with customers, and how they compete in a global market space shaped by technology. At the heart of this transformation is the intersection of brand design, artificial intelligence, and emerging technologies. Strong brand design builds identity and trust. AI unlocks new experiences and insights, while technologies like blockchain, augmented realities, and advanced analytics are opening fresh pathways for growth. For businesses in Nigeria and across Africa, the question is how to leverage these tools, not just for survival, but for sustainable competitive advantage. What opportunities lie ahead and what pitfalls should business leaders watch out for? Today on Business Morning, we are joined by Olamilekan Giwa. He's a digital transformation and brand design officer, an expert in digital strategy and innovation. He's going to help us unpack how businesses can harness brand design, AI, and emerging technologies to drive growth in the digital-first economy. Good morning, Olamilekan. It's good to have you on the Business Morning Show.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me.
All right. Let's now go straight into it. What does digital transformation really mean for businesses in Nigeria today?
Oh, okay. In the fast-changing world now, I think digital space has become the norm. You know, everyone is transcend from one level to another using the digital space. So I think digital transformation is not just about adopting new technologies. It's just about reforming what you have, and how you can reimagine it or remake it to become something useful for you. So the technology in today's world has become so vast that everybody is already using it. And a 2-year-old child, a 10-year-old child now has even understand how digital innovations or digital skills or apps, how they work. So I think digital transformation is really promoting businesses and companies to drive far.
So how important do you think brand design is in setting companies apart in a crowded digital market space? Because we can agree that the digital market space is now very crowded.
Yes. How they can compete is, one, by having an identity. A brand, a business must have an identity in a competitive world. Once you can have your identity, then you can push further on what are the innovations, what are the apps, what are the solutions, high-tech solutions you can use to drive your brand, your businesses or companies. So I think the first thing every businesses or every company or every organization should first think of is first having a brand identity. That is what will differentiate you from other competitors.
Okay, moving on. In your experience now, what are the biggest obstacles holding Nigerian businesses back from actually embracing digital transformation?
Wow, there's a whole lot. There's a whole lot going on. I think we have poor infrastructures of power supply. Yeah, that is one key that can derail us from entering into that that digital space. I think poor infrastructures of internet as well too. Now, for example, now if you there are some persons now that doesn't even have basic IT skills, and you want them to thrive into this digital world, I don't think that will work. So I think we have shortage of skilled talent people, like innovations, having seminar conferences of how you can teach people on how to use ICT basic skills. I think when we
Do we still have you, Olamileko? Okay, I think we lost Olamileko for a bit. It was just letting us know what the obstacles are. Okay, we have you back, Olamileko. Can you hear us now?
I think my company's data is taking somehow. So what I'm saying is one of the biggest obstacles is poor infrastructures of energy. I mean, NEPA supply. How do you tend to drive your digital innovation solutions when there is no power supply? You know, that can actually affect and become an obstacle. We can also see poor data management. Now you can see that our network provider as well too have a role to play in enhancing our digital space. They have a role to play, but when taxes are too much, how do you want?
Thank you so much for the insights this morning, Olamileko. I think we're having a bit of freezer with his network, and that's been our focus today on Business Morning, and which is navigating intellectual property and monetization in Nigeria's entertainment industry, and also driving business growth through digital transformation. But before I go, I'm just going to give my take on the first conversation that we had this morning, which is navigating intellectual property and monetization in Nigeria's entertainment industry. Now, we all know that in Nigeria's entertainment industry is booming. Afrobeat dominates global charts. Nollywood films are streamed worldwide. But while creativity thrives, monetization still struggles. The weak link, you might ask, which is the intellectual property protection. Now, too often, piracy and poor enforcement means artists, they lose out on the real value of their work. A hit song can stream millions of times, yet the creator may see almost nothing to it. Now, the fix lies in stronger regulation, if you ask me, smarter contracts and digital tools to track usage. And creators must also treat their work as bankable assets. That's from registering copyrights to exploring new revenue streams like brand partnership, NFTs, and also syndication. And PwC project, that's Nigeria's media and entertainment revenue, could top $40 billion by 2025. But that promise will only be fulfilled if we protect and price talent properly. And my take in general simply is creativity in Nigeria is gold mine, and protecting intellectual property is the only way to make sure that the gold doesn't slip through our fingers. And that's how much we can take on Business Morning segment today. I am Deborah Eze. Thank you for watching. And to stay with us as the Business Breakfast Show continues with the big story after the short break. Have a good morning.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. You tax how you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
morning and welcome to the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Today we're unpacking the policy shift from Washington that could have ripple effects for far beyond the Silicon Valley, and that's the Trump administration's controversial move to impose a staggering $100,000 surcharge on new H-1B visa applications, which has rattled U.S. businesses, stirred diplomatic pushback from India, and sparked concern across emerging economies like Nigeria. For a country like Nigeria, where skilled professionals in tech, healthcare, and finance often look to the United States for opportunities, this isn't just an immigration headline. It's a question of whether Nigeria can stay plunged into the global knowledge economy or whether new barriers will price out our brightest minds. Well, joining me this morning is Global Affairs Analyst Collins Nweke to help us break down what this means for businesses, for workers, and Nigeria's place in the shifting landscape of global talent mobility. Welcome to the show, Mr. Nweke.
Thank you. Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you for having me.
Let me start by asking you for the basics. You know, when you saw this news, really, what was your initial reaction?
Well, the H-1B visa regime in the United States has, like you alluded to, become a global gateway for talent mobility, and Nigerians are increasingly part of that story. While Africa's share is small compared to India or China, it's estimated that, so far, Africa represents about 1 to 2% of the global pool, whereas India and China are, exceeding, the 60% mark. Nigeria stands out as one of the leading African contributors, particularly, like you mentioned, Silicon Valley, that's technology, but also, quite very importantly, health care, not just medical doctors, but health professionals, in general, and that includes, nurses, lab technicians, and so on and so forth. But you also have, people in the academia, Nigeria's intelligentsia. They are also represented in the pool of, Nigerians, Africans, seeking opportunities under the H-1B visa regime. Well, the implications are, double-edged. On the one hand, you have new opportunities and networks are also created for, Nigerian people. But on the other hand, we must confront the challenges of brain drain and, somehow, to a large extent, underrepresentation in U.S. migration policy. Personally, and I think there are just a few of us on that side, I do not have much problem with the issue of brain drain because Nigeria louts the over 20 billion US dollars that is remitted to Nigeria every year, surpassing many sectors and actually competing with oil revenue. I mean, it is this Nigerian that leave Nigeria to work abroad that are actually the ones responsible for, the remittances. And you probably are aware that the CBN took interest recently and actually, projected or actually put out some policies to, enhance remittances 1 billion per month, So, it's, it's a misback, but one that Nigeria needs to find a way to actually streamline and manage with policies, quite in a coordinated manner.
Right. And Mr. Nweke, we also see that the businesses in the Silicon Valley actually say this week of confusion alone has been damaging. Now, from your own perspective, what message does this actually send to global talent pools? We're talking about the Nigerians also included, all of those people that are aspiring to work in the United States.
Well, I mean, what it tells us is that, businesses, in Silicon Valley, let's recall or let's bear in mind, Elizabeth, that Under this H-1B, visa regime, it is the employer that actually files for the individual, Nigerian or Chinese or Indian that is wishing to come to the United States under the arrangement. So yes, the employers know firsthand what the challenges are and what indeed, needs to be done to be able to, surmount the challenges so that the intended purpose will be achieved. But like you also mentioned, they are having to deal with, all sorts of rules, hardened rules, I must add, coming out of the Donald Trump administration. And so, yes, when they cry out, they do that because, these are based on their lived experiences of those challenges.
That India, being the biggest supplier of H-1B workers, is already pushed back strongly. Are you expecting to see the same thing for Nigeria or the African Union itself to actually engage diplomatically on this, or do you think we'll simply watch from the sidelines?
Obviously, the clear answer to that is that, Africa, under indeed bodies like the African Union, have got to wear their very strong diplomatic cap and begin to negotiate a good deal for for their citizens. There are no other ways of going around it. I mean, there is no point in going silo. Those silo arrangements, Nigeria could champion that because evidence has shown that the people that actually dominate in this H-1B visa arrangement for within Africa is Nigeria. So Nigeria has invested interest, and indeed they can push silo, but it makes no sense. I think at the African Union level, Nigeria has got to take this fight up and negotiate a good deal.
Right, and speaking of taking this fight up and negotiating a good deal, for Nigerian professionals in tech, the finance, healthcare, could this surcharge effectively shut the door on new entrants?
Definitely it will. Just as because we can't take the $100 surcharge. $100,000 surcharge, in isolation. We also have to view it from the broader perspective of, the new Trump gold card, where American residency, professional and otherwise, has now been put at $1 million US. 2 million, 5 million, as the case may be. Essentially, what that does is lock the ordinary, everyday professional out of professional development in the U.S. And make no mistake about this, Elizabeth. When the U.S. does this, it also hurts the U.S. I think they have been a bit myopic in this current approach. In any case, it has only just been announced, it's only just been rolled out, and one will expect that once they have tried it and see that it isn't delivering the projected positive result, they might have to have a rethink. But ab initio, it should be stated that this is inimical to Africa's progress, particularly young people, their professional development, but also it will impart, the human resource of the United States of America.
Right, and beyond the young people that you've mentioned, beyond individuals themselves, what are some of the likely ripple effects on Nigeria's economy? Especially when you consider remittances, you consider skills transfer, you consider that we have a growing tech ecosystem. What are some of these ripple effects that we could see in our economy?
Yeah, indeed, starting with the remittances, Nigerians on H-1B contribute over $20 billion US in annual inflow of, resources to Nigeria is a major support to Nigeria's foreign reserve. Now, any disruption will indeed, puncture that, more than 20 billion US dollar remittances. And this is coming at a time when the Central Bank of Nigeria is actually, taking very well thought through, policy, making, placing a mark in terms of what they are targeting. So that's one. And then investment channels is another thing to look at. Many become conduits for FDI. I mean, many Nigerians who migrate under this H1B, arrangement. So they become conduits for foreign direct investment, trade linkages, and startup financing back home. I mean, I'm not in the US, I'm in Europe. But at the moment, I'm a senior consultant for international trade for a major, chamber of commerce out here in Belgium. That wouldn't have happened if, I didn't migrate and taking advantage of my very good understanding of the business environment here, but also we're having my network in Nigeria, having, grown up there before we're migrating. So those are part of the thing. And then you also talk of linkage of talent. Departure of high-skilled workers, particularly in health and IT, widens domestic gap. And that is, that is a minus for Nigeria. And it has to be talked about as well because it's part of the issue. But beyond the economy, you can also talk about, the politics and the policy office. Diaspora diplomacy is part of what has to be looked at. H1B Nigerians form a knowledge block that can shape US-Nigeria relations if properly engaged. And that is where bodies like NICOM, Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, comes in. This is not something you do in a reactive manner. You've got to have, a proactive, arrangement whereby you, dish out policies, you monitor, you evaluate them, and make adjustments where possible. And then advocacy gap is another issue to look at. African voices remain marginal in the US, immigration reform debates, meaning Nigerians need sharper diplomatic, lobbying. That's an aspect to look at. And you also have to think, for instance, as we speak now, Elizabeth, the United Nations General Assembly is ongoing. Now, there are many things to, to negotiate. There are deals to make. Now, it is the Nigerian diaspora, if managed properly, that has, that resource pool, has that knowledge, have the connection to actually make things happen for Nigeria. Of course, I talked about human resources and skills, brain drain versus brain circulation. So I think we should focus more on brain circulation rather than drain. Without deliberate policies, Nigeria simply loses critical talent. With the right engagement, diaspora expertise can circulate back through mentorship, dual appointments, and remote collaboration. And then when you achieve that brain circulation, you use it then to counter the brain drain that is currently the case. And then education impact is pretty important. Departure of lecturers and researchers under the H1B weakens Nigeria's universities unless mitigated by structured exchange programs. I mean, gone are the days when you have to be physically present in the university campus to be able to deliver, lectures. There are arrangements that could be worked out whereby a professor doesn't leave the Nigerian university that he's or she is affiliated to, yet has an arrangement where, he delivers lectures to, students back in the US. But these things don't happen on their own. You've got to drive them through deliberate, intentional policies. Nigeria isn't there yet, but now is the time to begin to think about all of this.
Right. There's something you said that stuck out to me when you mentioned brain circulation. And that also brings me to the next question I'm going to ask you. Now, riding on the back of the fact that you are out there in Europe working as a trade consultant for a Chamber of Commerce, you are in the best position to answer this question, because some people argue that, you know, policies like this may force Nigerian talent to redirect towards the Europe, you know, Canada, or even intra-African opportunities. Are you seeing this as a potential silver lining, or just a loss of options? Clearly, I'm thinking you see it as a silver lining.
Yes, indeed, Elizabeth, you are absolutely right about the fact that some of the recent U.S. policies actually have the potential to, curtail positive migration to the United States of America. And smart countries of the world are already drawing and attracting some of these, young talents that are, willing to, migrate. You will recall that, the United Kingdom, for instance, Canada, another instance, even Australia, have had some policies, churned out in the last decade, actually targeting people specifically in the health sector, IT, and all of that. You can only see increase in this. And that is why the Europe, where I am at the moment, is actually taking a bit of a pause, learning what they can from, the negative fallout of the US policies, making adjustments, clearing out gray areas in their migration policies to ensure that they attract the right people that will help to build the economy. You may not know this, but there is a term we use out here in Belgium, a graying society. So what that means is that if you look at their population pyramid, you will see that the older generation that are now getting out of professional circulation into retirement, some of them in the care homes, they actually are in larger number than the active population, the young people that have to work and keep the economy running. So the implication is that to keep the social system that they have managed to build over the decades, to keep it intact and, ensure that good life for people, especially, at their old age, they would have to look beyond their borders to attract workers. That is already happening. And they can only step that up with American policies being a bit, too draconian and too negative for some of these people willing to migrate. So yes, indeed, the ripple effect will affect the U.S., while other jurisdictions will benefit from it.
Absolutely. We've also seen that the United States has also rolled out stricter measures this year. Some of these measures include revoking student visas, introducing visa bonds and expanding background checks. How really should Nigeria interpret this on a broader, as a broader trend?
First and foremost, it's also very chaotic. I think there's a bit of playing to the gallery here because Donald Trump, the current president of the United States, wants to be seen as delivering on the promises that landed him the presidency. And so there is a bit of overdrive here. And in doing those, in trying to implement those things that he promised the American people while he was campaigning, for the job, they are actually breaking some laws, and they are being challenged. Some of them have been stopped. Some of them are under review, and so on and so forth. Now, there is no other way than through diplomacy, through negotiation. And most of these happen, backdoor. This is not something you go out there and begin to sing about. I can only hope. I mean, I'm not an insider of the, Foreign Service of Nigeria, but I can only hope given the temperament, given the body language, and some of the initiatives that the current Minister of Foreign Affairs is undertaking, ably assisted by Minister of State. As a team, I can see some policy ingenuity in some of the steps that they are taking, and I won't be surprised if they are already, in contact with their counterparts in the United States, trying to point them to the negative sides of some of these, policies. And of course, sometimes I know they will insist because they want to see the unintended, negative consequences before they begin to react. But yes, it is through diplomacy that Nigeria can take advantage of all of this, but also be more proactive. For instance, some educational policies have got to be, revisited in Nigeria to also prepare our workforce for possible double assignment, outside the borders of Nigeria, taking advantage of innovation. Recently, the Nigeria Foreign Service actually introduced a new department specifically dealing with technology and innovation, headed by a certain Ambassador Bolaji Akinremi. It never existed before, and it is not happening in a vacuum. This is not something, somebody woke up from the sleep, had a brainwave and said, okay, we are going to do this. No, there is a strategy behind that, and I believe that, modernizing our diplomacy is behind the establishment of that office. And who other than the celebrated Ambassador Bolaji Akinremi to drive it. So I'm positive about, the outcome of some of these initiatives.
Right. We've spoken about, the brain drain. We've spoken about the brain drain circulation, but there's something we're not talking about, which is the brain drain freeze, where, talented Nigerians will simply stop aspiring to the United States because the barriers are too high. Are you seeing this happening?
Yes, I see it happening, Elizabeth, and I see Nigeria shooting itself in the field because don't forget that the first barrier has been placed by Nigerian government in the first place, and that is making access to international passport unaffordable for the average Nigerian. For crying out loud, Elizabeth, the passport of Nigeria costs 143% of the minimum wage of the country. In the US, it costs only 14%. In Germany, costs less than 5%. In Africa, to bring it closer home, South Africa is about 17%. Brazil is about 15% of their minimum wage. So Nigeria, again, is making the world headline, but in a very negative way. So that blockage is starting from Nigeria, and they've got to do something about it. It cannot be that you lock your citizens out of opportunities outside the borders of Nigeria. So after dealing with that, you can then begin to talk of other blockages that are being placed elsewhere. United States being an example. Europe, has also had a very, very, stringent immigration policy. But now that they know that they are faced with, a graying society, I see it, being relaxed gradually and becoming more reasonable. At least they are now clearer on the criteria. More Nigerian students are coming in here to study, mainly, at postgraduate level, but then also at the bachelor's level. Some of these, university colleges, are attracting Nigerians, but Nigerian government should help them by making passports, accessible for them.
All right, and looking ahead, what role can the Nigerian government play to cushion this effect? Should we be negotiating talent mobility agreement, or should we double down on homegrown opportunities?
I think it's going to be a combination of both. let's not make any mistake about the fact that not every Nigerian wants to leave Nigeria. There are those who believe that their opportunities, their future is in Nigeria. No matter how attractive other places are, they will remain in Nigeria. But yes, because of the situation of things in Nigeria, many actually want to jackpot, to use a popular parlance in Nigeria. So I believe that as long as the opportunities are limited in Nigeria, that people will always have that tendency to want to, migrate out of Nigeria. So while that is work in progress, as government has told us, and I have no reason to doubt that, the government means well in creating opportunities for Nigerians within Nigeria, I believe that talent pool actually making Nigerians more mobile, encouraging a situation where those who want and are able to could take opportunities outside Nigeria should go pari passu, hand in hand with, creating opportunities, in Nigeria. One does not delete the other. Both of them actually should go hand in hand.
Right. Global Affairs Analyst Collins Nweke, thank you for joining us all the way from Belgium.
My pleasure. Thank you, Elizabeth, for having me.
Well, this has been The Big Story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us. Good morning and welcome to The Big Story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
watching Business Day Television.
Welcome to this social listening on Business Day Television, where we break down the stories making the rounds online. I'm Deborah Eze, and I'm being joined by
Onyeka Valentine.
Amanda Imasiboe. Onyeka Valentine and Amanda Imasiboe. It's really good to have you join me. This trio,
Some great expectancy.
Give me words. Give me words.
I'll give you one. Expectancy.
Expectancy. All right, let's go into today's story. The first story for our social listening segment is Mandy Kiss. She has not been in the news for a while, so let's see what she's up to. Mandy Kiss, a Nigerian content creator, says she wanted to set a Guinness World Record for the highest number of sexual partners in one day. In a post on Instagram, she announced plans to sleep with 100 men within 24 hours, starting October 30th in Ikorodu, Lagos. The flyer she shared carried the Guinness World Record logo, but Guinness World Records responded saying, "This is not a record we monitor." I wanted to say it has to be Ikorodu, but I don't want anybody to come for me.
Wow. Should I weigh into this?
Please go ahead.
So first and foremost, as much as we value moral compass in this country, and then we value the idea and the ethics surrounding, behavioral patterns being positive, it will not be far-fetched if I drag in the home training card here. It's unfortunate to see that we can have people making a mess of something as great as the World Guinness Book Record platform. It simply shows how myopic some people are. Now, unapologetically, I throw this kind of sharp words coming from an angle of disappointment, that amongst all the great things that she could have used to want to get into the news, even though she knew that this wasn't going to carry weight or open the door for greatness, she decided to use this. I'm coming somewhere. So I'm coming somewhere. So, and I've not even got to the part of the economic value, because there's no economic value in this area. And as a business TV, when you look at things like this, you ask yourself the question, isn't it correct? Aren't our politicians, our leaders, even 100% with the pass back when they say our youths are jobless? It is like this that will make our leaders say, see them, he said it, distract them more with more of Guinness Book of World Record. In this case, what is she trying to record? Thank God the Guinness Book of World Record platform has come out to now say, not only can we not monitor this, it is absurd.
So, but that's even my question.
Right.
Now, the platform is actually meant for people who can do the unthinkable things. There is no moral subtraction to it.
Okay.
Now, don't you think they rejecting Maniki's attempt is actually looking very partial?
So I could tell you this. Okay,
really.
Hold on. Let me hear what you have to say.
Okay.
Not really. There's no, like you said, there's no value to it.
Are you sure? What's the value? Entertainment.
No, and how do you want them to? Because when Hilda Bassi did her hackathon, there was a live recording, people were cheering. So how does this work? Like, I'm trying to put myself
live recording of
So in this case, right now, I was hoping we'll see some positivity there. In this case, the only positive I've seen is that this has given us more reason to send our representatives of good behavioral pattern out there, right, to educate our people why we should not allow such at all record to fly.
You're very morally
strong. In fact, without a doubt.
It's just to
without a doubt. And then so let's be honest. If you look at it, she has said that she wants to sleep with 100 men, right? I believe that we have what we call not believe we have, because we do have the health,
the health organization
out there. I'm waiting for them to weigh into this, because Unless the only benefit that will come out of this, if at all that will fly, will be that some companies that derive pleasure from making money from such illicit acts will now weigh in.
How is it?
Nigerian government.
I will tell you, there are companies that sell some certain equipments that are used for such illicit behaviors.
Okay.
If you know what I mean. You know, and then I was going to call the names, but again, it might not be too nice for TV. But however, to be told, at the end of the day, I mean, let's be honest. If you say condoms, for instance, companies make condoms, right? So you can imagine if
it's a way to actually advertise, because obviously we know that.
That's why I'm coming
obviously we
that's why
morally upright.
Exactly.
So I will tell you this. That's why.
No, you said what is the economical value now? You've just mentioned one.
That's why I'm coming there.
Condoms will sell. You'll be able to like educate people on condoms.
Are you for her? Are you against?
I think I'm the one asking the question.
Okay, good enough. So I will tell you this. Let's start with the pros and cons. Let's look at this from a matured angle. The pros and cons. Now, remember, I'm removing the idea of morals because it doesn't pass any moral test. Okay. So let's look at it from the angle of economic value. If we say that companies that sell condoms, for instance, are going to see it as good business, on the contrary, it wouldn't. It wouldn't be a good business for them. Why? Because truth be told, the way and manner they go about their marketing, branding, and advertisement is not necessarily to the face of it.
Oh, it is now. Example, I don't want to mention names. It is.
They come from the angle of preventive, something like that. But however, so I will find it difficult that even if it's on a Saturday or a Sunday or a Friday, whatever day they want, if at all it's going to fly, people who will turn out might not be people who are meaningful Nigerians.
Right, let's take a look at some of let's take a look
at
some of the tweets first.
It's meaningful. You guys smell like me there. When I have conversations,
that's because I think you're so into being morally upright that you actually see everything wrong with it.
But again, I will not be surprised if I see some people who say they are clergy people that might be there. All these guys.
Of course, it's anyways. Let me.
But I hope it doesn't fly, so it doesn't waste our time.
Okay, let's take a look at some of the tweets that netizens had to say concerning this. And the first tweet is from Shulu, and Shulu said, "Thank God, GWR, that's Guinness World Record, cleared the hair. Not every stunt deserves recognition.
Most definitely.
Better, some things should never even be considered records." Another reaction from a netizen, future trillionaire, said Guinness World Records does not provide awards or certificates for sexual activities because they do not consider such activities as records that can be achieved. 100 people, I disagree. Okay, now let's take a look at Ben Samuel. Ben Samuel says, Udabasi has brought pride and honor to the nation, but this individual from a troubled background risks bringing shame. And the final reaction from Ponty Voice, he said, not every act needs to be a Guinness World Record. This one isn't ambition, it's desperation disguised as clout. Like I mentioned, Mandy Keys has not been in the news for a long time. So obviously we know this is clout.
You know what this reminded me of? There's this trending video of an influencer that was like, who are clout chasers.
So again, it's good that we can find the funny side of it, which is interesting. So a bit of humor is great, but truth be told, it brings to the table zero value whatsoever. In fact, talking about it alone will even give us more credence to issues that are not even morally upright. However, it is in the news, and like she rightly said, she has gained what she wanted, which is attention. We are calling her name right now on TV. Ordinarily, she should be paying us for calling her name. If I mention her name, I should probably pay me money to say Mr. Pan isn't going to mention her name.
Of course.
I mean, I'm a brand, so and if you know what you do, I do very well, and you speak for a bigger brand like BDTV, then we're able to say, we've called your name, go and see our marketers. However, in this case, it is news. Let's talk about it.
Well, I think obviously this is just clout. It's no one in their right senses would want to have a record of sleeping with 100 people.
But imagine the strain
The strain of, I think that's social media. That's how she sells.
Yes,
that's how. Yeah, on social media. So good for her that she. I think now this is a lesson to we Nigerians. It's not everything that we actually put our weight on. Personally, I think Guinness World Record coming to even respond is
what gives attention.
Exactly. Right. So we don't need to like put our weight on things that does not matter for me. That's just where the problem is. If we are just, oh, she said what she said, oh, that's Mandy Kiss, oh, good for her, whatever you want to do right. It won't make the news. But because we like things like this, we like to argue, is it good to sleep with somebody or not good to sleep with someone? We condom sells, we condom not sell. Yeah. That is why we're having this conversation. All right, let's move on to the second conversation on the social listening segment. And we're now heading to health and development, where Bill Gates has raised a serious concern about child mortality in Nigeria. Speaking at an event in New York, he said a child born in northern Nigeria has a 15% chance of dying before the age of 5. Bill Gates warned that global health funding cuts are putting millions of lives at risk, despite progress made in reducing child death since 2000. The Gates Foundation has pledged over $900 million to the Global Fund, but he insists philanthropy cannot replace government support. Before I get your thoughts, let's take a look at some of the tweets and what netizens have to say about it. The first one from Oga Baushe. It says, Bill Gates says 15% of newborns in northern Nigeria die before age 5. But how did it arrive at that figure? I was going to ask that. Who collected the data and for what purpose? We must be careful not to blindly accept foreign narratives, especially when they come with hidden agenda. Another reaction from this netizen, Okpeyemi Bodunde, he said, the reality is that the majority of northern leaders and their elites are completely indifferent to the data. Instead, they focus on scheming for power that ultimately fails to benefit even their primary constituency, which is the North. And the third reaction from Niger Budget Bureau, it says, when billionaires know your infant mortality rate better than your leaders, governance has failed. And the final reaction from this netizen, I am at Deyemi, he said 15% of is staggering. Wonder how much of this is preventable with basic healthcare infrastructure that we take for granted. Now, my question now is this: let's leave Bill Gates out of it. What do you think is the main reason for child mortality in the North? Still, this is 2025.
So it's good that we can have this kind of conversation every now and then to remind us that if you allow your narrative to be spoken about by a different country or different entity, there's bound to be misinformation. Truth be told. In an event where we have a country as big as Nigeria, the most populous nation in Africa, 200 something million and still growing, and then we have mortality rates like this. If we come out, if the censorship board or probably the population board in Nigeria says this is a mortality rate, and a different country says, or a different person, or different brand, or someone who wants to push his own agenda, I'm coming there by the way, says this is rather not correct, that this is the one that is correct. Now, what does this mean for us? What this means is that, you see, it's an eye-opener. We need to understand, gone are the days when you want to get someone's attention to do your biddings, right? What do? You demean them. And this has always been the style and the antics and tricks of the Western world. They look for ways to demean us because they believe that they control these whole areas. And whoever controls your health information, controls your financial disbursement, controls you. Which is why it's always terrible for us to go and borrow from IMF or say WHO are the ones that give us all the information. However, in Bill Gates' case, he's a billionaire. He is pushing a particular agenda, GMO. He's pushing other agendas that will put the population in control. And no better country to come to market it, if not Nigeria.
Okay, we are talking mortality now.
Yes, hold on. I'm coming there. I'm coming there. So I'm building a story now to tell you why this mortality thing is what it is. Because he was one that mentioned it, right?
I just checked the statistics is actually correct.
It's correct. So,
yes,
so,
it is correct.
If the statistics is correct, let's agree that it is correct. Now, what does this mean for Bill Gates? It means that it is an opportunity for him to come in. That's where I'm coming from now. Someone like him, right? He has a lot of things to gain here. From the angle of trying to push his GMO to the angle of population control, I'm sure all of us have seen videos of him saying that the world's going to be overpopulated in this amount of years moving forward. So to him, you don't think it's good news? It's great news. In fact, if the percentage was even higher, to him, he's achieving his goal.
Amanda, what do you
I
think?
think that you're coming from a different angle from this. We're talking about, for this percentage to be correct, it tells a lot on the government. What is happening to our health sector? Why is the mortality rate this high? Because it's like out of 1,000 people, kids, 150.
Who gave the analysis?
The Nigeria statistics, I've forgotten what they're called.
Being fed by the global world, right?
It's called Nigeria statistics.
We're coming from the angle of, if we can just, there's a way you could just use your eyes to do a survey and be like, okay, this is this, and it might be a little bit accurate. So he has seen, let's say it is not accurate now,
okay,
but he has seen, okay, this is this. It comes back to us. Now forget Bill Gates for once in my life. I'm not
maybe I'm
against him,
hating on him too much.
Yes, but then it tells a lot on what is the government, what are the leaders doing. You are there to serve your people and to provide for your people. So what are you doing that this percentage of mortality is in?
So I will tell you something now. When you say that this percentage is high, I can assure you, most data when it comes to health, right, is being fed to different countries by the help of WHO and other external bodies. Reasons given is this: if, for instance, as an entity, and I say, look, Ministry of Health says that the mortality rate of this thing is this, that. So we hold a symposium or hold a conference. They will always want to draw citing from bigger health organizations. And I'm telling you that those health organizations are working hand in hand in cahoots with the likes of Bill Gates, the likes of other big farmers. I did a deep research about it, and I realized that, you see, once there is abnormality in your health sector, abnormality in your economy, trace it down. You will see that there are some hidden agendas that are gaining from it. However, our government has said that this is the percentage. It is a given fact that they've said so. Whatever our government says is what we'll take. So let's assume what they've said is correct. What does this mean for Bill Gates?
Why are we
what does it mean
I
for
will
him?
tell you. What this means is good business. Maybe you don't understand. He tells you that, look, vaccines will help. He tells you that GMO will help. They'll come with different areas you think is going to help reduce the rate. What you don't know is that it's just another avenue to come in and begin to put in those agendas that will benefit them at the long run. He says he wants to spend over 200 billion of his money in Africa, $200 billion of his money in Africa. And he asks the question, a man who is not dying anytime soon, you don't think he has other intent to follow through? We see him coming to different African countries.
Okay.
We see him, we see him having meetings with heads of states. Now, this is not in no way trying to rob another boss. This is we protecting Nigeria.
So Amanda, what do you think can be done about it? Let's focus on the mortality, the high mortality rate in the north. What do you think can be done?
So just to clarify something, there is a backstory to this. Now, the reason he spoke about this high mortality rate was because he was donating. You're donating money, and then you are seeing that other bigger countries who make bigger donations, they have stopped the funding, they have cut it. So he's trying to tell them, you need to assist because I can't do this alone. That's the reason Bill Gates is coming into this. And now the main thing, let's come back, it's our leaders. Because if there's proper health infrastructure, there are good jobs, everything is in place. These things will not. Have you been to the north?
Of course, I grew up there, so I can tell you for a fact.
I happen to have been in a northern states for a while, and there was a point where they had to put these yellow tapes, because people were sleeping under the bridge. Nobody had work. They would sleep, wake up, do every single thing there. It tells bad off. So just imagine now this area, just imagine how many children actually survive till a particular age.
So this is
it tells on the government.
So it's a build up now to what the government has said, which you're not wrong. So the question now is, if this is the rate, in another 2 years, it will increase. And I tell you, if for instance...
What do you think can be done, Valentine?
Great question. This is what I want to put here now. It's simple. for us to be able to mitigate this, because you cannot stop it. Mitigate means you have to manage the situation. Two things. One, you have to engage. And that engagement has to do with a lot of town hall meetings, has to do with a lot of symposiums, has to do with a lot of seminars, bringing these young mothers out to say, look, this is exactly what we think is the issue. Now, this is the challenge now. To do that now, federal government sometimes want to partner with some key people. I mentioned WHO. It sounds like a joke. I mentioned some other big farmers. I don't want to call their names. It sounds like a joke. But we want to partner with them so that we can send across this information. This is my catch now. Why partner with those international bodies? Can't we do it without them? So when you hear me talk about Bill Gates, why is he weighing into the situation? For us to solve this problem, to reduce that mortality rate. Information is key. It's the master key. When you inform your people through NOA, of course we know who NOA is, National Nutrition Agency. When we inform people, when we put out a lot of documentaries, they engage the media to put out symposiums, put out a lot of exposés. When all this is done in different languages and dialects, because if you look at it in the north there, not everybody understands. Well, I won't say everybody, but few people around there have issues with communication. Some of them want to communicate in languages that maybe the doctor might not understand, so they need someone to come there and translate. Oh, she's feeling that way, she's feeling that way. There's no explanation properly. So information cut across in different languages, Hausa, whether it is in Kanuri, whatever it is. Give it 2 years, you realize that they'll begin to change the idea of, oh, I feel this way when I'm pregnant, or I give birth to my child, or there's an issue, from the angle of traditional medicine, which has its own place, by the way, to actual proper medication that are valid. I do not think vaccines is the issue out of this, if at all it's going to be a topic for on the table.
Yeah.
So to break down the whole thing and put my point out there is this. The government has mentioned this challenge, good and fine. Our health sector, according to what I agree with her, is incomplete, good and fine. So the question is, who is going to make sure that this information has a bridge? Truth be told, engage media personnel and see if information.
It's funny how you're not saying about upgrading our health sector. You're not saying anything about the institution of health in Nigeria.
So I've said it already.
No.
How did I say?
You're focusing on information. There's this popular thing.
So hold on. So information right now.
Yeah.
Is that not the master key for all these other things to come on ground?
So there's this popular saying, plenty talk, not the full basket.
Okay.
You have passed the information time
in 10 seconds.
Time
press the time
to take action.
So how do you take action now?
The Nigeria you dream of is only but a pipe dream if the government cannot transform these informations and talks into reality.
Yeah.
So
and that is taking care of our health sector. That is the only solution to this. Not even Bill Gates, not even the donations that was made. I said something, it's 2025, and it's really sad that we are still going through child mortality. I don't know if we really understand the meaning of child mortality. It is actually really sad, and this is just something that our health institution can cure. About language barrier or anything, it has nothing to do with health.
So there's a business part of it. But before I go into that area, just to answer that part, why does language come in? If you don't communicate properly,
we would have to continue this another time. Maybe tomorrow would still take the story because we're pressed for time. We have economy and markets coming up next. Well, this is where we draw the curtain on social listening today, and we actually talked about Mandy Kiss and a controversial world record attempt, and Bill Gates warning about child death in northern Nigeria. I am Deborah Eze, and of course I didn't do this alone. With me is
Amanda Imosigbue.
All right, thank you for watching, and stay tuned to Business Day Television.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to Economy and Market on BDTV, where we give you comprehensive insights into the economy as well as the market. On top of our list discussion today is the rate cut which we saw happen yesterday. So basically yesterday we saw the Central Bank's Monetary Policy Committee cut rates for the first time since 2020. We've seen them in 2024 hike rates by over 675 basis points. Rather over 775 basis points to 27.5% from 18.75% that we saw at the start of the year. That particular hike cost quite a lot of rancor in the market. It was so, however, that hike was able to cause a decline in inflation. We've seen inflation at 20.12% now, and in line with what manufacturers have been clamoring for, basically players in the real sector, we've seen that the CBN has now gone on to cut rates 27% now from 27.5%. Will they cut rates further this year? That we don't know. However, that's where we're starting off our discussion. And on the show this morning, I have Eniola Olatunji, a top-notch analyst here at Business Day. Good morning, Eniola.
Good morning, David.
So, how you doing?
I'm great.
So
great.
how's the rate cut affecting you? Are you already seeing it in your investments and your stocks?
Yeah, it was just yesterday, and even at that time, the stock markets are closed, and so we would see it. In fact, before the rate cut, yields on like bonds and treasury bills were already going down, and as I'm Monday, I will say the rate cut came as a surprise. I think after GDP
results came out, right?
At a 4-year high, everyone was like, okay, there are just already incentives to
cut
rates. Inflation is at 5 months low. Like it has dropped consecutively for 5 months rather. inflation first. Neighboring countries have cut their
I've
rate.
cut their rate, yeah, and we've seen the rate cuts in the US.
US Fed cut rates too. So like there isn't so much fear of flights of capital flights, because the US has cut rates and then we cut rates too. But yes, we were, even since the beginning of the year, after we started seeing inflation reign in, we've seen that yields in the fixed income
markets have started to steadily decline.
To steadily decline. And but one of the most interesting things for me at the meeting yesterday was the introduction of the 75% 75% on the CRR, 75% CRR on non-treasury accounts. And initially when Cardoso came, one of the things he used to really say was, the fiscal should also like
to put in
their own weight. So I feel like this is a way that the CBN can really monitor or even tighten liquidity.
So please explain what that means basically when you say 75% CRR on non-treasury accounts.
So what that means is that for all local state government accounts that with the banks, 75% of their amounts will be kept with the CBN. They only have access to about 25%. And we know that since the removal of subsidy, FAC allocation has been very
up and
high.
up.
Yes, we have over 2 trillion
increase subsidy
shared monthly.
Yeah.
And Bola, I know from Codros Asset Management estimates that the CBN will be saving about 650 billion naira monthly if they when that rule starts to
kicks into place, right?
Yes, and it really makes sense because
so basically the CBN is trying to point us in the direction of we've seen quite a bit of I don't want to use the word fiscal irresponsibility from a lot of our subnationals.
Yes.
So they're trying to force their hands to say, okay, now you guys have to play to ensure that inflation is not as it used to be. You guys, okay. So they're what the way I'll look at it from the perspective of they are pointing their hands in the direction of the government spender. So for example, in the days of our former president Buhari, in his tenure, we saw a period where the CBN lent the federal government over 22 trillion, and according to analysts, that was a major inflation driver.
Because it was a major inflation.
So one question I have now is, now we are looking at, when you look at the exchange rate yesterday, the naira appreciated even further. Why? We saw a rate cut, but in against the naira, we saw that the naira went up to 1,486 naira to the dollar. That's the highest we've seen the naira since the start of this year. So what do you think will have caused that?
So for the naira, there are a lot of factors that are driving its stability right now, and one of them is even oil production. We've seen oil production being very, 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 very I won't say very, very high. We're not where we're meant to be, but very, very good oil production. And even since then, in fact, we've seen stability been very good for a while. But another thing is also the reserves. As at Friday last week, the reserve it's 42 billion dollars.
$42 billion.
So, and the last time the reserve was that was about 4 years ago. So you can see that a lot of our macroeconomic indications are going back to 2020, what
it was before the great reset of 2020.
Yes. So we've seen a lot of them. Naira's doing well, oil production, even inflation, GDP. So all of these activities is helping to
So the question, one thing I would want us to talk about now is around the manufacturers and the received rate cuts. How do you think they are reacting to this news?
You know that yesterday, if Cardoso had not cut that rate, I'm sure all the headlines will see this money.
Manufacturers.
Well, so I don't think it will begin even have some of their some of the money they are able
Yes,
to they
they're able
have
to
a
give
breathing
out
space
more.
to
They
give out
they
more
have more liquidity to give out.
Yes, thank you very much. They have more liquidity to give to
Yeah, to
manufacturers now. So even if maybe there isn't so much impact in the like the rate cut is not significant enough for you to see it maybe in the decline of interest rates, the liquidity now would even enable them be able to give to manufacturers more.
Okay.
And if things continue to go as good as if there's another rate cut, then we begin to see like all of that impact in.
But looking at the way things stand, do you project that there'll be another rate cut this year?
So I think there's another meeting in maybe December or
November.
November, yes.
Yeah.
I would think that they would like to watch and see.
Wait and see.
Wait
right?
and take a wait and see approach and see, and also I think even how like other countries also
cutting rates. We've seen Ghana cut rates by about 350 basis points this year.
Yes.
So personally, if I'm allowed to give my own opinion, I think that we'll probably see 100 basis point cuts once more. Because
another 100 basis points will take us to
26%. It's a lot, right?
Yes, because
but let's also bank on the fact that inflation may continue to drop.
Inflation might continue to drop, but like for like Omo rates now. Omo rates are about 25, 26. With this cut, they might go further down.
So
with another cut, they would go further down again.
So we see that amount of FPI coming in. But let's also match it against the fact that US is cutting rates, and the US will still likely cut rates further. Now it's at 4% in the US.
Yes,
their benchmark rate. They may still cut once more, and people are projecting that they may cut by 25 basis points. So if they may cut by 50 basis points this time, that's another factor that probably keep.
Another thing with the US is its inflation at the last one was higher than the previous one. It inched up a bit. Like and I think there's another one that will come out very soon too. If like it does not see its inflation reigning, although it's trying to take like a growth approach other than just fighting inflation, which is also what our CBN is doing, like he's taking a dovish approach. So that means that they are pursuing the growth of the economy than fighting inflation. So I think that honestly, in my view, I would think that the CBN would wait and see, especially to see even what like all of the other adjustments, the CRR, the asymmetric corridor, the 5% on non-treasury accounts to see what the impact is. And I think even by the time we get like September inflation, October inflation,
by the time we get Q3 GDP data, let's not forget,
if there's another growth, it might be all incentive to actually cut
rates further. Another thing that I think that we're not also putting into consideration right now is the fact that the oil sector drove growth in the economy for Q2. If you look at the non-oil sector grew by around 3.8%. The oil sector grew by 20%. When you look at some of the sectors of the economy that actually concern real people, we're talking of trade, manufacturing, construction, we did not see like this giant leap in growth. And so people are also, some analysts are putting forward the fact that for Nigeria to want to hit $1 trillion economy, we cannot hinge it all on oil. So to prevent us from being shell-shocked in case there's another global oil crisis. So I'm positioning that the CBN too would want to look in that aspect and look for ways to try and propel growth in non-oil parts of the economy. Another factor that I would also want to mention is also the fact that the Fed chairman, who is having his tenure expire by June 2026.
Very true.
And Donald Trump, who is the US president, has been putting a lot of pressure on him to cut rates. He may want to start budging in, may want to start yielding into some of those pressures as the months go by. That's a factor. What do you think?
No, so I think like every monetary policy committee, it is made up of
Yeah.
a committee, at least 10, more than 10, 11
Yeah,
people.
in the US, I think a board of chair.
Yes, so we even saw like so Idibaka where like he had an issue with a particular one, but she was later reinstated, and
That's the chairman of the board.
yes, so Powell is leaving. Jerome Powell is leaving. I don't think if he has not budged all this while,
Yeah, but,
I don't think now is the time to budge to like Trump's first
rhetorics.
Yes. So I think that as long as even it takes a committee rather to make that decision, I don't think like he will have that much
Yes.
influence over their decisions. And even from the previous, the recently the
rate cuts,
rate
yeah.
cut last week, we could see that there was a unanimous decision. I think 11 of them voted for a rate cut, and maybe one voted for
Holding rates.
yes, holding rates or even increasing it. And so that shows that there's some sort of like
Synergy in that aspect.
Yes, that's it.
So another thing, so when people on the show probably be wondering why we're bringing the context of the US rate cuts so much into bearing in this conversation, but I think it's important to understand that when the US cut rates, foreign investors have a leeway, they have a leverage to borrow more, and part of these borrowings that they make are some of the funds that they invest in emerging economies and emerging markets like ours, where if an investor borrows at a lower rate, in the US, they are able to put it in Nigerian bills, short-term bills that can give them rates like 18%, 19%, and things like that. So there's usually this incentive for countries like ours when countries like theirs cut rates. So for people who probably be wondering why we're bringing that into, so when we see rate cuts here and we see rate cuts there, just give me an overall view. What do you think is going to happen to inflation overall in Nigeria especially? Do you think that this rate cuts will probably drive inflation high? But let me put the context around that question. So for some people, there's this challenge of Nigeria's inflation has never been supply side driven. It's never been driven by money supply. You feel like Nigeria's inflation has been driven more by the what do we call it, structural issues we face, insecurity, government spending too much, and all of those things like that. So in this case, what do you think will happen? What do you foresee will happen?
So right now, some of the raining we see with inflation, some of it is even driven by food harvest season.
Okay.
Yes, and even a drop in food prices.
Yes.
I'm not going to say that like structurally things are great with agriculture, but even when it comes to from the GDP reports, we saw that a very large percentage, or not a large percentage, the contribution of GDP of agri to GDP increased significantly. So there's some respite when it comes to food, and then also oil. We've been enjoying some lower oil prices, and we know that oil prices generally it ripples down
to our fuel consumption.
Fuel consumption, transport, even food prices too. So I really think that these factors, and naira. Also, the naira being relatively stable, it reduces imported inflation and all of that. So I really believe that yes, inflation is going to, and the major factor, like I said earlier, like Cardoso was always pointing out to like the fiscal side to please try to also like reduce expenses and expenditure, but now if he has found a tool
that can help
can sort of help him tighten liquidity around that, because like if government and some nationals get
those state governments just skip
if they get like
1 trillion
money and then they keep changing to dollars and everything.
Exactly. And one thing I would like to mention on the show, we're getting into election season where governors start to employ 1,000 aides,
very
local government chairman,
they are sharing stuff for candidates. So they were actually getting to a season where like everybody's trying to like brace up for like the election in 2027, and like it could lead to a lot of spending. So it was a very, very, very brave and great idea to introduce that to Yeah, so I really believe that inflation will be in check.
Okay, thank you so much, Eniola Olatunji, for your very succinct responses to our questions.
Thank you for
and
having
giving
me.
us a lot of insight into the rate cut in Nigeria, as well as inflation in our country, and as well as other things. Thank you so much. After the break, we'll return with market update, as well as insight, as well as business news making the rounds. Stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insight, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Thank you for staying with us on Economy and Markets on BusinessDay TV. So we'll move on to some of the business news making the round. So we just finished talking about the fact that the CBN has eased MPRs to 27% for the first time since 2020. This is for the first time in 5 years. The Central Bank of Nigeria has trimmed key interest rates, signaling a cautious pivot in monetary policy as inflation shows steady signs of easing. At the conclusion of the two-day Monetary Policy Committee meeting in Abuja on Tuesday, the CBN reduced the monetary policy rate by 50 basis points or 0.5 percentage points to 27%, beginning a policy easing cycle aimed at supporting growth without jeopardizing macroeconomic stability. All 12 members of the MPC voted in favor of the move, and to balance growth and liquidity, the MPC cut the cash reserve requirement ratio for commercial banks to 45% from 50%, while retaining merchant bank CRR at 16%. A 75% TRR was introduced on non-tertiary public deposits to mop up excess liquidity. The standing facilities corridor was widened to 250 basis points plus or minus 250 basis points, with the liquidity ratio left unchanged at 30%. Naira, then we'll move on to the exchange rates. We saw that the Naira appreciated to 1,487 Naira to the dollar after the CBN cut interest rate. The Naira appreciated to 1,487 Naira to the per dollar in the official foreign exchange market on Tuesday after the CBN cut its monetary policy rate by 50 basis points to 27% to stimulate economic growth. The currency gained 0.08% from Monday's close of 1,488 Naira 60 kobo at the Nigerian Foreign Exchange Market, which is NARFEM, while holding steady at 1,515 Naira to the dollar in the parallel market or at the BDCs. Nigeria's foreign external reserves rose to $42.13 billion as of September 22, strengthening the CBN's capacity to defend the Naira. The appreciation in the Naira followed a two-day Monetary Policy Committee meeting in Abuja, where the governor of the CBN, Olayemi Cardoso, said the rate cut aimed to sustain foreign portfolio investment. Access Bank reduced its rate for international payment to 1,515 Naira, while GT Bank maintained it as 1,505 Naira. Week on week, the Naira has gained 91% at the official, with 0.91% at the official window, buoyed by sustained CBN interventions and $605 million in total FX inflows. Foreign portfolio investments now accounted for 41.6%, exporters contributed 19.7%, Non-bank corporates contributed 13.3%, FDI is 8.94%, the CBN 6.10%, and other sources 10.3%, while the gross external reserves added $229.67 million to close at $42.13 billion. Now move on to the FIRS, that's the Federal Inland Revenue Service, that has now collected 20.62 trillion in 8 months, projecting a 25 trillion naira revenue for 2025. The Federal Inland Revenue Service collected 20.62 trillion in tax revenue between January and August 2025, surpassing its baseline growth target of 16.4% and marking a 40.8% increase from the same period in 2024. The chairman, Zak Adedeji, announced the figures in Abuja, noting that the performance highlights strong momentum towards the 2025 revenue growth goal of 25.2 trillion naira. Oil tax revenue rose by 19.94% to 4.98 trillion, while non-oil taxes surged by 49.7% to 15.67 trillion, driven by strengthened compliance measures and enhanced enforcement. Adedeji credited the President Bola Tinubu's reforms, including the removal of petrol subsidy, for the gain. Federation revenues rose from 711 billion in May 2023 to 3.6 trillion naira by September 2025, easing financial pressure on states and reducing reliance on federal bailouts. Non-oil revenue climbed from 150 billion to 1 trillion naira over the same period, reflecting improved economic confidence. He added that the executive orders have streamlined Nigeria's tax system, harmonized levies, and paved the way for reduced corporate tax rates and budget reforms from January 2026. Adedeji described the fiscal outlook as entering, in quotes, Tesla mode, with reforms set to deliver sustainability, improve the business environment, and support household welfare. Then we'll move on to investors that have now made over 200% returns on the bounce back of fast-moving consumer goods. Nigeria's consumer goods stock have delivered hefty gains in 2025, with several companies returning over 200% to investors in just 9 months, placing them amongst the top performers on the Nigerian exchange. Starting off with Champion Breweries that leads the pack with a 320% return. As of September 19, Champion Breweries closed at a share price of 16 naira per share, up from 3.81 naira at the start of this year. Other gainers include Honeywell Flour Mills, that is up by 251% to 22 naira 10 kobo. Vitafoam Nigeria is up to 243 naira to 79 naira per share. Cadbury is up by 214% to 67 naira 50 kobo, and Nascon is up by 209% to 97 naira. Analysts are attributing the rally to improved FX liquidity, easing inflation, and resilient consumer demand. The consumer goods category did relatively well compared to other sectors like banking, said Uche Uwaleke, a professor of capital markets at the Nasarawa State University, KEFI. Investors are reacting to record profit and stronger margins across key consumer firms. Champion Breweries' H1 profit jumped by 692% to 2.3 billion naira, while Nascon's net profit more than tripled to 15.6 billion naira. However, risk lingers as some stocks, including Champion and Vitafoam, have recently shed gains. With stretched price multiples, analysts warn that further upside depends on sustained inflation declines and currency stability, even as the NGX All-Share Index presently stands at 36.92% year to date. Then we'll move on to China, where the Alibaba shares have risen by over 6% after the CEO unveiled plans to boost their AI spending as well as new data centers. Alibaba's Hong Kong listed shares surged by more than 6% on Wednesday to their highest level since 2021, after the company announced the expanded investments in artificial intelligence and unveiled new AI products. Year to date, Alibaba's total gains have risen above 107%, underscoring renewed investor confidence in its technology strategy. CEO of Alibaba, Eddie Wu, said at Alibaba's Cloud's annual flagship technology conference that the company will increase spending on AI models and infrastructure beyond the previously announced 380 billion yuan or $53 billion 3-year plan. He highlighted a strategic vision for the artificial superintelligence era where AI could eventually surpass human intelligence and position Alibaba Cloud as a full-stack AI service provider capable of delivering advanced computing power through its own data centers. The company also unveiled its own Qwen 3 Max large language model and announced plans to launch data centers in Brazil, France, and the Netherlands, with additional facilities set for Mexico, Japan, South Korea, Malaysia, and Dubai in 2026. Last month, Alibaba secured a deal with Unicom to deploy a semiconductor unit's AI accelerators as Chinese tech firms push for chip self-sufficiency amid US-China tensions. After the break, we return with insights from the NGX from yesterday. Stay with us. For the third consecutive day, the NGX went bearish. The all-share index declined by 0.40% yesterday, or 568 points to 140,929.60 points. This decline is not far-fetched, as we've been seeing quite a number of underwhelming results from listed banking firms in the country. You look at yesterday's trading data, we saw that it brought our market cap down to 36.92 trillion naira. Trading gains, total trading volume of yesterday was significant, quite the highest in over a week, 759 million shares, in deals worth over 25.7 billion naira. When you look at the markets, we are now having our year-to-date gain at around 36%. And let's look at our top gainers from yesterday. Our top gainers, we start with Thomas Wyatt at 9.8% to record a gain of 2 naira 80 kobo. Then Kellarams also recorded significant gain of 9.59% to hit a share price of 16 naira. RT Briscoe up by 9.50% to close at 3 naira 92 kobo. Then Custodian Investment PLC 9.40% to close at a share price of 48 naira 30 kobo. The NGX Group also recorded a significant gain of almost 7% to hit a share price of 58 naira 95 kobo. Amongst our top losers, Dangote Sugar Refinery was the major loser yesterday, as it went down by the maximum to close at the share price of 54 naira from the previous 60 naira. Wema Bank also recorded significant decline, 8.27% decline to close at the share price of 18 naira 85 kobo. Secure Electronic Technology, NSL Tech, down by 6.25% to close at the share price of 75 kobo. Then Access Holding also down by 4.98% to close at the share price of 24 naira 80 kobo. Amongst the top 5 banks listed on the NGX, Access Holdings and First Bank seem to be the only bank who have not released their half-year results. Then Aradel Holding also was a significant loser yesterday. It lost 4.76% to hit a share price of 560 naira per share. Aradel is down after significant billion shares traded yesterday. We see that Consolidated Hallmark Holdings traded 169 million shares in deals worth over 644 million naira. Then Zenith Bank also 104 million shares. We saw a bulk trade of Zenith Bank happen yesterday, where 6.6 billion of Zenith Bank shares were traded at a go. So basically, yesterday we saw 104 million Zenith Bank shares traded in deals worth over 6.9 billion naira, of which 6.6 billion happened at a go. Then First Holdco, First Bank, we also saw over 100 million First Bank shares traded in deals worth over 3.15 billion naira. Fidelity Bank, 52.5 million shares in deals worth over 1.08 billion. Then GT Co Holdings, that's GT Bank's parent group, was the second largest traded stock in terms of value, 45 million shares in deals worth over 4.1 billion naira. In the global market scene, we see that in the US there was a bit of market cooling after days upon days upon days of a bullish run. The cooling happened from the Dow Jones Index. We saw a 19 basis point decline to 46,000 points. In the S&P 500, we also saw a 55 basis point decline to 6,656.92%. 92 points. Then also the Nasdaq Composite saw almost a 1 percentage decline. That's 0.95 percentage points decline to 22,573 points. So basically across the US market, we've been seeing a situation of market cooling after we've been seeing the market being red hot and on the backs of rate cut announcements. Then in Asia, in Asia, we've seen the Nikkei 225, the Kospi, and the Hong Kong markets record a bit of mixed trade sentiment, unlike what we regularly see where the Nikkei 225 and Kospi trade in alignment. We saw a different run this time. We see the Nikkei 225 up by 11 basis points, just a marginal increase. However, the Kospi is down by 0.68 basis points. On the other hand, the Hang Seng Index, which is the Hong Kong Stock Exchange benchmark index, up by 0.89 percentage points, basically led by Alibaba's announced AI investment, as well as the following implications. In Europe, we also see that the markets there's been a bit of mixed trading signals in the European market. In London Stock Exchange, we saw yesterday it closed at just 4 basis points, a very marginal close. In CAC 40, that's the Paris Stock Exchange, we saw a 54 basis point increase. Then in DAX index, we also saw a 36 basis points, that's 23,611%, 23,611 points rather, I beg your pardon. Then let's move on to the currency side of things as we wrap up the show. And the currency side, we saw the Naira yesterday appreciate to 1,487 Naira to the dollar, against the Euro 1,757 Naira to the Euros, and against the British Pounds 2,009 Naira to the British Pounds. Quite a significant appreciation on the currency side. And that's all we can take on economy and markets for this morning. And I am your host, David Olujimi. Stay with Business Day TV.
In the Federal Capital Territory, a growing humanitarian crisis continues to unfold as thousands of Amajiri children roam the streets, trapped in a cycle of poverty, neglect, and exploitation. A visit by Business Day to areas like Gwarimpa and Jabi reveals the silent suffering of these children, young boys sent from northern Nigeria to study the Quran, now left to fend for themselves in harsh urban environments. The Amajiri system, which dates back centuries, was originally a community-based Islamic educational practice in northern Nigeria. Under this system, young boys known as Amajirai were sent to study under Islamic scholars, often far from home. Traditionally, the local community supported the scholars and their students, but over time, economic pressures and the erosion of social safety nets have transformed this once respected institution. Today, many Amajiri children end up begging on the streets to survive. Ahmed, a 15-year-old Amajiri from Zaria, Kaduna State, shared his story with Business Day Television.
Sunana Ahmad.
Shekaran ka nawa?
15.
Yes.
Ina kake zama?
Ni nan gidan bolan daji.
Gidan
bolan daji.
Okay, kai da wa kake zama?
Ga su nan tare da 'yan uwana da ogana.
Amma iyayenka suna nan?
Babana bi nan ya rasu.
Suna Abuja nan? Ina suke?
Zaria.
To ya kaso nan Abuja?
Kudi na ne ma na zo nan.
Okay, daga Zaria kaso nan? Kwana nawa kake Abuja nan? Kai shekara nawa Abuja?
Ko rabin shekara ban yi ba nan.
To in kai ciwo ya kake yi? Kana zuwa asibiti ne? Ko kuma kana zuwa ina ne ka samu ajiya? Kai kamar kai ciwon shawura.
Yadda kemis nake zuwa. In je in sai magani. Na saya sai in sha.
Me kake yi?
Ni bola. Bola.
Nawa kake samu a rana?
A wannan sai sati muke auna.
Okay. Nawa kake samu?
10,000.
10,000 a rana?
A sati.
Okay, a sati. Kai ne kake da bayro din? Ko kana haya ne?
Ina buhu ne wannan.
Oh, okay. To ya kake yi?
Bola muke bi.
Sai ka je ka sai da shi. To me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ta taimake mu daina wannan abin da muke yi. Mu koma wajen iyayen mu lafiya.
Okay. Kana zuwa makaranta? Kana sana'a ne? In an ce ka je makaranta yanzu za ka je? Ka taba zuwa makaranta?
Allo da Islamiya ba.
His experience is all too common. Without proper supervision, education, or welfare, many Amajirai become vulnerable to exploitation and abuse. The FCT administration acknowledged the crisis in 2022, announcing plans to engage at least 1,000 street children in vocational training programs aimed at economic empowerment. However, progress has been slow, and many children remain outside the reach of any meaningful support. In November 2024, the federal government launched the Back to School initiative targeting Amajiri and out-of-school children in the FCT for enrollment into formal education. While the initiative marks a positive step, gaps remain in quality education, consistent funding, and holistic support. We want to learn skills, said Salisu, a 14-year-old from Kaduna. With skills, we can earn a living and not have to beg.
Gwamnati suna su taimake ka, me kake so a yi maka? A kalle ni mana. Ko kana jin kunya ne? Wa me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ina so barbara in samu aikin yi.
Wani irin aiki kake so ka yi?
Aikin hannu. Aikin hannu.
Allo.
Abdulaziz.
Shekaran ka nawa?
13.
Okay, kana zuwa makaranta?
Bana zuwa makaranta.
Okay. Ina kake kwana?
Masallaci.
A masallaci. In kai ciwo ko ba kai rashin lafiya, ya kake shan magani? Wa yake kai ka?
Ni da kakata muke nan.
Okay, kai da kakan.
To,
me ya kawo ka Abuja?
Neman kuɗi.
Neman kuɗi. Kana da ƴan uwa nan garin ko? Waye kakanka?
Da kawuna.
Kawun.
Karan babana.
Ya kuka zo Abuja? Ya kuka shigo Abuja? Ta yaya kuka shigo? Kun shiga mota ne ko
mun shiga mota.
Okay, daga Abuja.
Daga Kano zuwa.
Daga Kano.
Zuwa garin nan.
Okay. Daga me kake so ka zama a gaba?
Likita.
Likita? Ko ba ka zuwa kana so ka zama likita? Daga ina ka fito?
Jigawa.
To me ne kake yi?
Bola nake bi.
Me kake so gwamnati ya yi maka?
Me nake so ta mun? Talla. Ko ta kai ni gida.
What these children need is not just access to classroom, but also training in employable skills and economic inclusion. As the nation's capital grapples with the consequences of a broken system, the voices of these children demand attention, not just pity, but policy. Their future depends not on charity, but on a coordinated effort to restore dignity, education, and opportunity. Haruna Ibrahim, a respected Islamic scholar, emphasizes that the Almajiri system was never intended to involve street begging. Traditionally, Almajiri children were supported by their communities while receiving religious education. However, due to current economic challenges, many now beg out of necessity rather than as part of their education. Ibrahim advocates for urgent reform by integrating Islamic and Western education to improve their future. He also acknowledges positive initiatives such as efforts by the National Commission for Almajiri and State Programs in Kano, which aim to combine spiritual learning with practical skills.
You know, in Islam, our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the first revelation he got was Iqra, means read, seek for knowledge. So the Almajiri school can be traced to that history. It is in the pursuit of Islamic education that whoever is going to seek Islamic knowledge is called Almajiri. But in the Nigerian context, it has been divided into two categories, I can say, because those who are beggars on the streets, most especially from those who are at poverty level, that is those who are adult, you cannot categorize them as Almajiri because they are just beggars, because they are not seeking Western Islamic education. But when you talk about Almajiri, it's just teenagers who are very young and their parents send them out in the communities to seek for Islamic education. That's what we call Almajiri. And it dated back even pre-independence. So people seeking for Islamic knowledge, even if you are at your home, you are called Almajiri, because begging is not part of being Almajiri. Begging is different. Fortunately, some of those small children doesn't pursue the Western education at an early stage. But in a nutshell, seeking for Islamic knowledge is what is called Almajiri, who is doing that. You know, when in the olden days, it was not a problem because of economic factor. That time everybody is well-to-do. You can go to any place, you will be sure of where you will eat, where you will drink, where you will sleep. But because of the economic condition we find ourselves in, the system of sending small children outside their immediate families to go and seek for that knowledge become very difficult. And unfortunately, most of our parents, some may not like to adapt to the changing situations. Because if the economy changes, it means you have to change your style of living. You cannot send your child now outside where you are not sure of his clothing, you are not sure of his health, you are not sure of his basic need. That's where the problem comes in. I can personally say it is an economic problem from the parent, but not seeking the knowledge itself. And the federal government has introduced what we call the Western education. And instead of those guys, small children, to combine the Western education and the Islamic education, most parents, maybe out of ignorance, ignores that and send them to only Islamic education without combining it. And the society is changing. As the society changes, we have to adapt and make sure that as you are privileged to get the Islamic education, which is Almajiri, you also have another privilege to combine it with Western education. Yes, we all of us have a role to play. Like you said, the federal government has established a national commission for Almajiri and the out of school system to improve or to remove small children from the streets and give them skills acquisition, give them Western education, and at the same time give them the Islamic education, which is better. I think the most important thing is awareness. We need to create awareness for both government, for the society, and for the parents themselves. Because all the time, those children need to be accepted, not rejected and totally condemned. They are part of the society. The media, they are supposed to educate public that a federal government has now established the commission, which is good. So the parent can leverage on that to remove our Almajiri from streets. But like I told you, it's not all the Almajiris. Even the other Almajiris, those at the poverty line, that is adolescent, the federal government has, the government at various sub-nationals also established social system where you don't need to go and beg. You can go and enjoy those social systems the government provides. So it is my work, it is your work as journalists, it is everybody's work, and we have to continue to create awareness for both the scholars, for the parents, that there is nothing bad in acquiring the Islamic education, but let us combine it with Western education, because if you do that, you have two double advantage. You know, that's what we call, you can write from left to right and right from left. So it means you are getting advantage. And you know, because of that is what we call exchange of knowledge. If you are doing Western education, it will assist you in Islamic education and vice versa. So it's everybody's role. And we cannot say we can totally remove it at once. It is a gradual process. It is a gradual with education, with commitment from government, with public awareness, with parental awareness, with time. By government establishing this, I think the problem of Almajiri may be a thing of the past with time. But it will take some time to do it, because we need to educate the parents themselves on why they have to combine it and get certificates, so they can be employed after the school. Then we have to educate the parents themselves, and the government empowers them also. And even like in Kano, where they have a lot of those schools, I know that government at the state level, government is supporting those Almajiri schools, maybe with uniforms, with this, and they are trying to collaborate with at the national level with the National Commission for Almajiri and out of school children to better the system.
Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at Noon. I am Amanda Imasipui. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Now, the headlines. Naira weakens to 1,493 Naira per dollar after CBN MPC meeting. NUPRC withdraws approval for Total Energy's $860 million asset sale to Chapel Energies. Nigeria's 22 startup in Africa's top 100. Trump says Ukraine can retake all its land from Russia. Portuguese club signed 5 players from Lagos-based Tonic FC. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the Naira weakened further on Tuesday, closing at 1,493.2 Naira per dollar in the official market, following the conclusion of the 302nd Monetary Policy Committee meeting of the Central Bank of Nigeria. According to data published on the CBN website, the latest figure represents a slight depreciation from 1,491.49 Naira per dollar on Monday and 1,488 Naira per dollar on Friday. The Naira also slipped in the parallel market, exchanging at 1,521.5 Naira per dollar on Tuesday compared to 1,518 Naira per dollar on Monday, widening the gap between official and black market rates. Moving on, Total Energy's planned sale of a minority stake in a Nigerian onshore oil producer has collapsed after regulators withdrew their earlier approval. The French oil major has agreed in July 2024 to sell its 10% interest in Shell Petroleum Development Company of Nigeria Limited to Mauritius-based Chapel Energies as part of a broader strategy by international oil companies to divest from mature and pollution-prone offshore assets in Nigeria, channeling investment into newer and more profitable operations. According to reports by the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, the approval for the sale, originally granted in October 2024, was rescinded because the parties failed to meet key financial obligations tied to the deal. Sources familiar with the negotiations say Chapal was unable to raise the $860 million needed for the acquisition, preventing Total Energies from meeting its own obligations, including regulatory fees and contributions to an environmental remediation fund to cover future liabilities. Still on, Nigeria is asserting itself as a powerhouse in Africa's venture capital landscape, with 22 startups featured among the continent's top 100 most funded ventures since 2019. According to reports, these top 100 startups have collectively claimed over 69% of all funding raised by more than 2,300 startups on the continent since 2019, amounting to $12.8 billion out of $18.7 billion. The tally reportedly puts Nigeria behind South Africa, leading with 23 as Africa's most populous nation, also outshine its peers by placing the highest number of companies in the top 20. 7 Nigeria-born ventures, including household fintech names OPay, Flutterwave, InterSwitch, MoneyPoint, and PoundPay, as well as mobility player Move, sit in the elite top 20 among others. Also, the Federal Inland Revenue Service says it has collected 20.62 trillion naira in tax revenue between January and August 2025, surpassing its growth target for the year. FIRS Chairman Zach Adedeji announced the figures on Tuesday while briefing State House correspondents in Abuja, saying the performance represents a 40.8% increase compared to the same period in 2024, exceeding the baseline growth target of 16.4%. Adedeji says the increase highlights the accelerated pace of revenue collection and momentum towards achieving the 2025 revenue target of 25.2 trillion naira. The chairman added that the tax revenue also reached 4.98 trillion naira as of August 31st, up 19.4% from 4.18 trillion naira in the same period last year. Whole non-oil taxes accounted for the bulk of collections, rising by 49.7% to 15.67 trillion naira from 10.47 trillion in 2024. To end the local news, a high court sitting in Abuja has warned the federal government over its failure to appear in court for the ongoing trial of Godwin Emefiele, the former central bank governor of Nigeria, who is facing a 20-count amended charges related to alleged procurement of fraud involving 1.2 billion naira. Emefiele is being prosecuted by the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation on charges including criminal breach of trust, conferring corrupt advantage, conspiracy, forgery, and obtaining money by false pretense. The federal government alleges that Emefiele abused his office by awarding 6 contracts for the supply of vehicles to April 1616 Investment Limited between 2018 and 2022. Reports, however, reveal that the company is linked to Sadatu Ramalan Yaro, a CBN staff member and shareholder, on a contract worth a total of 1,210,600,000 naira. We'll now go on a quick break. When we come back, we bring you more on foreign news.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
And we're back. Thank you for staying with us. On the foreign scene, US President Donald Trump has revealed on Tuesday that he believed Ukraine could reclaim all territory occupied by Russia, urging Kyiv to act swiftly as Moscow faces what he described as big economic problems. The comments made on Truth social media shortly after Trump met Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky on the sidelines of the United Nations General Assembly in New York marked a sharp shift in tone from his earlier suggestions that Kyiv should consider ceding land to end the war. Such an outcome would reportedly require Ukraine to expel Russian forces from around 20% of its territory, including Crimea annexed by Moscow in 2014. Zelensky, who described his meeting with Trump as good and constructive, hailed the remarks as a big shift, adding that the positions of Washington and Kyiv were closer than any time before. Also, Israeli bombardment has killed more than 50 people in war-battered Gaza, with the United Nations saying the military is inflicting terror on the Palestinian population of Gaza City and forcing tens of thousands to flee. The death toll surges in early Israeli strikes on Palestinians, with the heaviest carnage in besieged Gaza City as the widely criticized attack to capture the main urban center continues. Israel's war on Gaza has killed at least 65,382 people and wounded 166,985 since October 2023. Thousands more are believed buried under the rubble. A total of 1,139 people were killed in Israel during the October 7th attacks, and about 200 were taken captive. Now to sports. Lagos-based non-league side Tonic Football Club have unveiled 5 of its players that were recently signed up by FC Esmores of Portugal. According to reports, Tonic FC was founded 6 months ago with FC Esmores of Portugal as the parent club and participated in the recently concluded NLO Championship, narrowly missing out on promotion. According to the General Overseer of Tonic FC, Prince Dakpo Ajibade, the team is essentially aimed at discovering and developing young and fresher talents from the grassroots levels. The 5 players, including giant young goalkeeper Ayuba Oyetola, are scheduled to travel out to Portugal in the next few weeks to continue their career as professional footballers. To end the news, La Liga president Javier Tebas has accused the Premier League of destabilizing European football by driving up players' salaries and transfer fees, warning that unchecked spending could have destructive consequences for the global market. This summer's transfer window saw record-breaking numbers, with FIFA reporting nearly 12,000 international transfers worth a combined $9.7 billion, a 50% increase from the previous year. Premier League clubs alone accounted for $3.19 billion, more than the combined spending of Spain, Italy, France, and Germany. Liverpool's acquisition of Alexander Isak, Florian Wirtz, and Hugo Ekitike, as well as Manchester United's signing of Benjamin Sesko, highlighted the Premier League's dominance in the market. This is where we wrap it up this afternoon on Business Day Television News at noon. I am Amanda Imosigbuwe. Keep watching BDTV.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now. Meet Monica.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
The dinner for today for us to really discuss esteem as stakeholders. Who are stakeholders in this? Essentially, managers, social companies, and halls that are involved in social waste operations.
On the 26th of August 2025, the Lagos Waste Management Authority, in collaboration with Waste Care, held a stakeholders forum on construction, demolition, and disaster waste management with the theme building responsibly and driving efficiency, strengthening stakeholder collaboration in construction, demolition, and disaster waste management in Lagos State. The event brought together government officials, royal fathers, private sector leaders, real estate developers, and other professionals in similar fields.
The message is this. One, what we are trying to propagate is advocacy. We're trying to enlighten the people and we're trying to educate. Because one of the problems that we have seen in the management of construction waste, demolition waste, and disaster waste is ignorance. People have to be educated. People have to be educated on the right way to handle this waste, to process it and to get it off their sites to the appropriate locations. So that is what we are advocating. Because of the impact of this waste, don't forget that some of these wastes are also classified as hazardous waste, like asbestos. They are hazardous to humans, and so that's why there's a need for it to be properly handled, collected, and transported. So that is the message. The first point of call is one, people have to be educated, one, that it is to be generated when you are constructing. We say construction waste. While you are building from scratch, you have waste generated. That is number one. Two, when you are demolishing an old site to construct a new one, you will have generation of waste. So the first thing is to understand what these wastes are, how to handle them, and then take them to the professionals that would now process them to reuse them into other valuable, because like we are emphasizing circularity. We are saying that resources should be reused and reused and reused, not taking new raw materials and starting from scratch. So when you bring down the old materials, let us take them back to where they'll be recycled and where they'll be reused, rather than harnessing new raw materials all the time. But it's a field that you have to employ the professionals, those that understand the composition of this waste and they know how to recycle them back to other useful products. That is what we're emphasizing, because the layman cannot say, like it was emphasized during the lecture, some people used to fill potholes and roads and what have you. So that's what we're trying to emphasize, that this should be used properly because of the constituents of some of this waste. There's no taxation, there's no transition. What we are emphasizing now is this. Normally your waste will be carted away. And when your waste is carted away, you pay for carting away your waste. And the volume of waste that generation on construction is quite high. And these are, peculiar waste that have to be, you can't put the construction in a compactor truck. It won't work. You probably need an open truck that is also covered so that as it's being transported, it is not spilled on the road. So you have to pay. When you generate waste, don't forget that construction sites are, they are very high-end, high cost sites. You pay a lot of money to put up a construction. So paying a little amount for it to be, the waste to be managed, it's not too much. What we are just saying is that you pay for your waste you register with LOMA, and then LOMA has the technicalities to, collect the waste and take it away from your site. So it's not too much if you pay a little token to have it evacuated. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about heavy taxation. No. That's what we're talking about. You inform LOMA that you're constructing a site. When you generate your waste, you get them, you collaborate with them so that they can pick up your waste and take it away. So we're just paying for the waste to be evacuated, collected and evacuated. That's all.
The Executive Director Loma Finance, Mr. Kunle Adebiyi, representing Chief Dr. Muyiwa Gbadegesin, MD and CEO Loma, kicked off the event with an opening address and the roadmap and overview on CDDW.
This is right. It's all still about collaboration and partnership. And that's why I said all of you to be in this room today. The essence of this meeting is more or less what we call stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder is very key in any policy making by the government. We are aware that there are quite a lot of rapid growth in Lagos State in terms of building. And we know quite all right that waste handling is very key. In as much that people are interacting, there's potential to generate waste. What do we do to this waste? It's what is a critical concern, not only to us as an agency, to the government as a public health will also be in jeopardy. So the exercise is to bring them together, give them a kind of capacity, enlightening them, and how to properly manage construction, disposal, and disaster waste in Lagos State. This is to bridge the gap, because we knew quite all right that a lot of construction industry out there, they don't know what to do with their waste. And also we're in the era of circularity, which means that those things they are regarding as waste, they are not but a resource. So for us today is to expose them, creating that awareness, widening their horizon on the proper waste, conduct their activities at their various sites. Getting a planning approval is one thing. Other things is what you do with your waste during the construction period. And that's where Loma Road is very critical. For us, our plan is to ensure that, yes, while you are doing your construction, we register you, we monitor your activity closely, and we ensure that we provide adequate infrastructure to evacuate your waste during that time period. So, for us, as a government, we are interested not only in business entity, in overall public interest, which is very critical for us. Well, generally, there is a perception that, which we all also see, that Greater Lagos is rising. It's not only by individual, it's a collective responsibility. That's why we bring a partner we call Mrs. Waste Care to collaborate with government driving this initiative down. We also ensure that, yes, we create a system in such a way they can register theirs at the convenience of their homes and offices. You don't need to come to Loma. You just go to loma.com, register the kind of waste you want to evacuate, and ensure that proper management plan is put in place for you at your construction site. It's we are deliberate about it, and we ensure that we put everything possible to make sure it's convenient for them to operate. So we don't need to be everywhere. The system is there, and it's auto drive. There is no doubt. In as much as solid waste, we have that capacity. Aside from all other waste which we are also managing, the construction industry is big and large. I agree with you. But for us, it's also a key component of the waste which must be disposed properly and safely, because these wastes are hazardous. For example, asbestos, it can affect human health. And also the so-called rubbles and all that, they have secondary use. We are all driving towards circularity. It means all this with their is a resource, another usage, can be also repurposed. So the capacity why there is no doubt. And that's why we are very keen in ensuring we do a lot of stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder is very key because people are out there. They don't know what they do with this waste. So I don't have any challenges in ensuring that, yes, we put a proper perspective to it and ensure that people do the right thing in the right environment, not to really safeguard their personal peace, for overall general interest of the public.
The guest speaker at the event, engineer Tijani Ajibola, the CEO of Aqua Green Consulting and Construction Company Limited, urged on strengthening compliance in construction and demolition waste management and the need for its utilization.
We continue to extract the so-called natural resources. And I'm happy to tell you that concrete is the second most widely used materials after water.
So the lecture started with the overview of where we were in the past. People don't know anything about the construction and demolition waste. So I reminded the audience about what those materials are and ensure that they are all aware that these are not actually waste, that they are something that we need to bring back so we can reuse them in our concrete. So I actually explained that in the past, the use is to fill gully eroded area, dilapidated road, and some people practice in throwing these away into the water bodies, which is wrong. So I actually tell people, I told them that we can make use of this material, we use our scape, we can use them for structural concrete, and we can actually use them for traffic bollards. So there's a lot of things that we can make use of this material. The fact that they call it recycled doesn't make it inferior. It's all about ensuring that the natural resources that are not infinite are left for the generations to come while we're still making sure that we achieve our own objective. You know, when you look at it critically, majority of people might want to do something and the capacity might not be there. And the essence of government is to ensure that the policy that they have in place for the common people is executed. And when you see people that are trying to make sure that they partner with government, that government comes to their aid, the incentive could be in form of anything.
A brilliant panelist session with seasoned speakers was held, centering on driving in the urban waste system.
Well, what basically we intend to achieve is an understanding that waste disposal for the construction industry and demolition and disaster waste management, that we have the sole responsibility of evacuating waste that is originated from that source. Right now, we are the ones collaborating with Loma actually to ensure that this is done. In future, there might be some modifications to the way it's done. But right now, we are the partners of Loma to ensure that this is done. All developers, private individuals, corporate individuals, ensure that all construction waste is properly disposed of, and not just by anybody, because I think there's a tendency for a lot of people just to either sell it on or just to ensure that it's not properly carted away. So we have that responsibility of ensuring that it is done properly. Hazardous material is also separated, and also to ensure that the sites are safe. Intending developers would need to register. Anyone in the construction site will need to register on that site, and obviously give us details of their property or their building or whatever they're trying to put together, the details, and that would inform us as to what kind of waste they're going to generate, and also that we can also make plans for that waste to be properly evacuated. We have a database. It will register all data sites, and everybody will be registered. It's massive. We know that Lagos is in a large construction site, basically. All the corridors are a lot of construction going on, as it's a growing city. So construction waste that not properly disposed of, it becomes a menace. And also, it's part of a circular economy. Nothing is waste. Everything is a resource. So what is waste to one is a resource to another. So we just have to ensure that it's properly disposed of or moved on to the next place where it becomes a resource.
So far, we've had a lot of collaboration from Loma. If you were listening to the panelists inside, we're having discussion about the bifurcation between water services and solid waste and all that, Lagos State Drainage Services, Ministry of Environment. And we've been collaborating with most agencies. We are, the last mile users. We had to collaborate with agencies to improve the environment, a lot of degradation. Because of that, we've had to do a lot of interface with agencies. If you listen to the panelists inside, there's a disconnect between registering and then accumulation of data, determine what kind of waste you're going to be managing. Anybody can register their site. And the man is building 10 stories. Kind of waste management for that kind of project is different from when you're registering to build a single duplex dwelling home. Do you understand? Yeah. But these are the disconnections, I think, stakeholding and things like this, sure, over time and all that. But it's not unionized when you say all the developers. I think a lot of developers adhere, right? But the problems are bigger than just developers not being able to do a lot. There's shortfalls in capacity, both on the government side and The panelists have brought to the fore some very important points, including how to use the waste. If the waste is being used productively, then you have a situation where people are not dumping waste into the rivers and it's being used to generate power, it's being used to build an economy and an ecosystem. That way, waste management becomes, an economic powerhouse, right? So we are generating waste, the waste is being used to produce, generating jobs. We'll see less of these problems. So I think it's mostly a stakeholder issue. All these moving parts have to come together for cohesion.
The event ended on a high note with a pledge from the general public and a vote of thanks from Dr. Acien Nswabia, Director of Waste Management Statistics and Policy Development. Amanda Amosigwe reporting for Business Day Television.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to Inside Politics. My name is Inyobong Hiwok. Now, with Fubara had the aim of in recent months, the political crisis between the executive arm of government in Rivers State, led by Governor Sim Fubara, and faction within the state legislature, reportedly backed by the former governor Nyesom Wikem, has tested the resilience of the democratic institution in Rivers State. Now, with Fubara back at the realm of affairs, many are asking, what does this mean for governance in the state? What legal framework have been tested or potentially violated? And how will this power struggle affect the broader political dynamics ahead of 2027 general election and Nigerian democracy as a whole? To discuss this and many more, I am joined by a senior legal expert and constitutional lawyer, Ajibola Oduwole, and citizen Matthew Kofi Okono. He is a public affairs analyst and founder and president, Open Forum Initiative, all the way from Akwa Ibom. Good afternoon and welcome to the Inside Politics. Welcome to the program, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Ine. Good afternoon, viewers, and good afternoon to my colleague on the other side.
Okay. What is your take, Barrister? Of course, there was so much, a lot of people, Nigerians, were not happy when the president actually announced the suspension of Governor Fubara from office. But looking at now, Fubara is back after 6 months. Do you think that that warranted what actually happened? There was a political crisis that actually warranted the governor to be removed in the first place? Or was it just a political move?
Thank you very much. Irrespective of whatever opinion we have, whatever side.
Hello, Barrister.
For me, at this time, it could be forward thinking and look ahead, and probably we should not look back. Because on this forum, I've answered this question before. So for me, I don't want us to really look back. Let us be forward.
Can you speak up? We are struggling to hear you. Can you speak up? Can you speak up a bit?
Like I said previously, I've answered this question on this channel before, and I want us to be forward thinking and not look back. And again, mistakes might have been made, errors might have been made. How do we guide against such mistakes or errors in future so that it doesn't repeat itself? The judgment of the Supreme Court before the declaration of state of emergency was very clear and explicit. That there was no form of governance in Rivers State, and whatever Governor Simealayi Fubara did at that time, it doesn't have the backing of the legislature, it doesn't have the backing of the law. And for me, the coming back of Governor Fubara is very important. Whatever vultures might have been gathering, Governor Fubara with his speech has dispersed all those vultures and whoever wants to gain from the perceived crisis. So now it's the people of Rivers State have lost ground, and it's time for them to gain grounds and move ahead. And the honest truth is, as a chief executive, whether as a president or as a governor, these people sit on security, they get security briefings, some of which they even go to their graves with, which they will never share. So we don't know what security briefing the president got. And for Governor Fubara to come back and say he thanks the president, the 6 months also must have been a very a period of deep reflection for Governor Simialayi Fubara himself. So I want us to be forward thinking, to move on. And again, of course, there are still plethora of cases on the Rivers state of emergency in court. And of course, let's see what the courts will have to say, one way or the other. That's my take.
I'm afraid that this what happened in Rivers State we could see a repeat of such in another state where the governor will be removed unceremoniously from office. Isn't this? Are you not worried? Many Nigerians are worried that such could repeat itself, and you could have that. If that happened, you could have a big implication for our democracy.
Well,
it's not something we should rejoice about, isn't it?
There is honestly there is nothing to rejoice about, whether in the declaration of a state of emergency or whether in the suspension of elected representatives of the people, be it the legislators, be it the governor or his deputy. There is nothing to rejoice about. But of course, the Constitution, through Section 305 of the 1999 Constitution, as amended, has put up a legal framework for the declaration of a state of emergency, from the president declaring it, from it being gazetted, from going to the National Assembly to get their buy-in. And I feel if the National Assembly, if they do not get the National Assembly buy-in,
yes,
they might not have gone ahead. One thing I just mentioned as a person, when it comes to critical issue like this,
yes,
we should not be using voice votes.
Okay.
In established democracies, people know how their representative votes. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
On virtually every issue. So somebody that voted to support the declaration of state of emergency, in 2 or 3 years' time might come out and criticize that action, simply maybe political alliances has changed or something. So on critical issue like this, let us know that Senator A voted this way, Senator B. For me, voice votes does not.
You are referring to the National Assembly approval of the president decision to suspend the Rivers State governor.
Very well, very well.
All right,
very well.
All right. Let me speak with our public affairs analyst all the way from Akwa Ibom. Citizen Kofi, good afternoon.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Oh, the barrister, I'll still come back to you, please. So, what is your take on what happened in Rivers? Fubara is now back in office.
Yes. What happened in Rivers? First of all, thank you for having me. And my greetings to Barrister Jibola Uduwole. What happened in Rivers State is a
Hello, are you there, citizen?
Clear departure from, like Barrister said. Can you hear me? Hello.
I can hear you. I can hear you. The network was just but we can hear you clear now. Can continue.
what happened in Rivers State has nothing to do with the practice of democracy or the rule of law having to do with the Constitution.
Yes.
Thank God you have a barrister here who has spoken. One, there are clear procedures for declaration of a state of emergency, and then what a state of emergency should entail. First, a state of emergency in a democracy that we practice does not give the president or even the governor the powers to suspend any democratically elected official. And we have precedents. Remember, the first attempt or attempted attempts, like people will say in street parlance, of pronouncing a proposal for a state of emergency was in Lagos State. I think in 2003 or thereabouts, when I think OPC had issues, somebody died along the line, and Obasanjo then said he was going to declare a state of emergency in Lagos State.
Yes.
Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, then as governor, and the then House of Assembly were very categorical that the president doesn't have such powers. And truly, Obasanjo did not attempt it under him.
Yes.
But Obasanjo went ahead to declare a state of emergency in Ekiti and I think Plateau states. And those governors went to court. And the Supreme Court says that the president has no such powers, and the governors were returned to office.
So
Jonathan,
for the sake of time, for the sake of
Yes.
time, so you think what have actually happened in Rivers State has a serious implication for our democracy? Is that what you're trying to say?
Very negative implication, because it was an illegality that was taken too far, and it got in the way. The National Assembly, like Barrister said, there is a clear voting pattern. There's no voice vote in a situation that you have to do with declaration of state of emergency. You have to vote. Individuals have to vote. That is the rule. 2, the president cannot declare a state of emergency until National Assembly approves. But this one was declared. Ibas appointed before National Assembly went to rubber stamp it. So, head or tail, there's no way this can be defended. And more so, there are about 40 cases in the court. And how those cases were not heard within the period also brings to question the role of judiciary in sustaining what we can call civil rule, not just even democracy. So there are a lot of things that have gone wrong, which this lifting of the state of emergency now will not cure until they are addressed.
All right. Looking at, we saw Fubara visit the president some days ago. He was in Abuja and he was happy. He thanked the president for the suspension. I actually said the president saved his job. Now he's back in office. There are rumors that part of the agreement was that he has to defer to the APC. He has to against 2027 so that he can be made the candidate of the ruling party or not. Do you think the Fubara will move to APC?
That question would have been unnecessary, but because we are addressing the public,
looking at what have happened in Rivers State so far,
yes.
What do you think will be the implication for all this for 2027 and then probably the governor moving to APC?
Sim Fubara as a governor is helpless, and he has said so openly that his spirit has left government house. And after what was called peace deal, the question was, what are the terms of these peace deals? And what we hear being speculated in public had to do with the fact that he will not look for a second term, that he will not even front a candidate in the local government election, that the simplified movement is disbanded. In short, the man called Fubara would, going forward, be one of the worst things that can be called either puppet or anything, if that term is what applies. But then you go to Wike. Wike is very vocal. He was asked what the terms were. Hear what Wike said. He vowed not to disclose the details of the peace deal. And he said, I will allow you to speculate it It's not my business. All I know is that peace has come. If you are not satisfied with that, there is nothing we can do. What's important is that peace has returned. Whatever things anybody says is not my business. You don't deal with the public. You don't deal with the people's mandate with this level of what we may call impunity.
So
In a democracy.
So what you're trying to say is that all this will probably, analysts are saying that there will be gross implication for 2027, that probably the governor will defect to the APC. Do you think he's been forced to join the APC, or?
It's beyond being forced. I have said something you need to grasp, that based on what has been speculated as the terms of peace and what we saw,
yes,
that a sole administrator that was meant to spend 6 months came and conducted things, including election, even which INEC even faulted, that those people will last for 3 years. So there's nothing important about Fubara. What's important now about the people of Rivers State, how they can save their name for posterity, because Fubara is absolutely helpless. He can thank Mr. President as he has done, but that does not have to do with the mandate of the people and what should be a model for other states to follow. So 27 is neither here nor there. But if the people of Rivers or the PDP or anybody is able to pursue the case at the
Supreme Court,
up to the Supreme Court,
yes,
the truth is that that very exercise will be nullified like others, and that would mean that Rivers State
to set a precedent going forward.
Yeah,
I think that will set the precedent going forward.
Yeah, the 6 years, the 6 months that was lost will be given back to Fubara, and we are going to have Rivers State have another election cycle.
All right,
because that illegality.
All right, let me speak with Barrister. Let me speak with Barrister Oduwole. Can anybody challenge? Hello, Barrister, are you there?
I'm with you.
So can anybody go to court today and challenge some of the decisions or policies taken by the sole administrator, Ibas, now is out of office? And are some of those laws or some of those decisions taken binding by law? For example, if he sworn in I think, head of service a day before he leave office. Can anybody go to court and challenge that? Some of those decisions or laws, some of those things he did, actions he took, the policies implemented, are they backed by law?
Yeah, thank you very much. When the sole administrator was appointed for Rivers State, the National Assembly automatically serves as the oversight, like the legislator for like the legislature for Rivers State during the period of the state of emergency.
Yes.
So for me, if Ibas derived his power from the presidential proclamation, and if the president is the appointer of Ibas and the National Assembly carries out the oversight. So for me, I've not seen the president raise eyebrow on any of Ibas' action, or I've not seen, and during the period of state of emergency, there were periods the National Assembly summoned Ibas, there were periods they asked questions from him regarding his tenure. So for me, that's a form of oversight. Okay. And anybody can go to court to challenge the actions taken by Ibas, whether on the legality or otherwise. It's the courtroom is an open market where anybody can go to challenge. But for me, it's not for me to sit here and pronounce on the legality or illegality
of his
what
policies and actions while in office. All right, thank you very much, Barrister Oduwole. We'll take a short break now. When I come back, I'll speak with our man, BusinessDay correspondent in Rivers State. What is really going on? There was massive support for the governor when he assumed office. All right, you're still watching Inside Politics on Business Day TV. We've been discussing Governor Fubara's return and implication for 2027 and Nigerian democracy. Joining me now is Kelechi, our Business Day correspondent in Rivers State. Good afternoon and welcome to the program.
Thank you very much.
There was massive support for the governor when he arrived at the government house. And does this show the popular support for him? I mean, massive. He had massive people who were there at the government house. Does this show his popularity?
Yes, the governor seems like what it's about. Some would say one of the most popular politicians right now in Rivers State. His return to power was spontaneous for the people, was a spontaneous celebration across the state for a lot of people. They were happy with his return. This is his policy, his project, his people-oriented projects and policies had endeared him to the people over time. So his return to power was like a return to the promise of better times for them, better governance for them. They will keep celebrating him until maybe 2027, but they will still celebrate him.
Many Nigerians are wondering if this peace process is going to last. I mean, will it be sustained? What are you hearing within the government house there? What are people saying? Will this peace process be sustained?
There is a lot of fears in the state that the peace process might not be sustained. In fact, some people are calling it the peace of the graveyard. They say the peace that have been arrived at is actually the peace of the graveyard. Yes, that is the word they are using. One of the reasons why they are saying this is because before even the governor returned to office, to government house,
yes,
the House of Assembly had already asked him to submit the list of commissioner nominees. A lot of people see this as being antagonistic to the governor. For them, why the hurry? Why the rush? Then another reason people are saying that it might be a piece of the graveyard is that the August 30 local government election actually handed power to persons that some people feel are on parallel lines to the government. They feel that those people will not be, amenable to working with the governor. All these have not been proved. Of course, it's early times for the state, but there are a lot of fears over this issue.
We said one of the agreement was that the governor should join the APC. We saw the governor visit the president yesterday or 2 days ago. And do you think the governor will move to the APC? What are you hearing around him?
The governor has not said anything about it. The FPT minister was asked for his comments on this particular issue. He refused to make a comment. What happened, the nearest to this particular issue is that a day before the governor came back to power, the spokesman of a factional APC, that's the All Progressive Congress, is actually, some would say, in two factions in Rivers State right now. The spokesman of one of the factions, Darlington Woju, asked the governor to decamp to the APC upon his return. Now, the governor has not said anything about it. The PDP has not said anything about it. The APC, the other faction of the APC, has not said anything about it. Nobody else has said anything about it. But of course, the rumors are swirling around in Rivers State that the governor might return to the might go to the APC after this time. But there are no concrete evidence or point out to this particular issue.
We can safely say APC has advantage with the local government. They are in control about this 20 local government in Rivers State. They have advantage ahead of 2027. They have the advantage now.
Yes, that might appear so, because APC won 20 local governments out of the 23 local governments in the last council election. But you must remember that the simplified movement, which is loyal to Sim Fubara, did not actually participate in that election. The faction of the APC that is led by Mecca Beke did not also fully participate.
Thank you very much, Kelechi. Thank you very much for joining. Our time is up. We have to go now. Thank you very much for joining us on the program. All right. That's been Inside Policies for this week. My name is Senior Bonki Walk. You can go to our YouTube channel and watch our previous editions and like whatever you say. Follow me on YouTube. Thank
some,
you. Good afternoon.
maybe
Stay tuned to BDTV.
some segments of
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome to another edition of BD Roundtable, where we take up issues in our country and then analyze them to your understanding. As usual, this afternoon we have in the house the Sunday editor of Business Day, Mr. Zebulon Agomo, and of course the assistant editor also here at Business Day, Mr. Chukwuroko. And today we'll be looking at three issues actually, very quickly. And that is the sole administrator of River State, who just concluded his 6 months, reign, of, if you like, if I may use that word, in River State, Mr. Rear Admiral Ibogete Ibas, who is saying that, look, you cannot prove me. And of course, he was saying this to the River State House of Assembly, who just sat on Friday, and they resolved that they are going to look into what it is that Iba was able to do within the 6 months that he held sway as the sole administrator in River State. Of course, that's saying they want to probe, but Iba is telling them, look, you cannot probe me. And so we're just going to discuss that and see how that will be. Of course, we are also going to talk about the direct distribution of fuel to a filling station, to marketers by the Dangote refinery. A positive development, you may say, but of course there are other issues that people are raising regarding this. So we're also going to discuss this today. And of course, lastly, in Katsina State, bandits and of course the locals, facilitated by the local government there, are signing peace accord to stop rising insecurity in that state. And you'll be wondering whether bandits have become a government now that they are now deciding whether to continue to inflict pain on the people. So those are the three issues we'll be discussing today. And very quickly, without wasting our time, I will be going first to my immediate left, Mr. Uroko. Ibok Ete Ibas has said that the River State House of Assembly cannot probe him, investigate what it is that he was able to do. You recall within the 6 months that he was there, he was said to have received allocation amounting to about 200 edition of BD Roundtable, where we take up issues in our country, and edition of BD Roundtable, where we take up issues in our country and then analyze them to your understanding. As usual, this afternoon we have in the house the Sunday editor of Business Day, Mr. Zebulon Agomo, and of course the assistant editor also here at Business Day, Mr. Chukwuroko. And today we'll be looking at three issues actually, very quickly, and that is the sole administrator of River State, who just concluded his 6 months, reign of, if you like, if I may use that word, in Rivers State, Mr. Rear Admiral Ibogete Ibas, who is saying that, look, you cannot prove me. And of course, he was saying this to the Rivers State House of Assembly, who just, sat on Friday, and they resolved that they are going to look into what it is that Iba was able to do within the 6 months that he held sway as the sole administrator in Rivers State. Of course, that's saying they want to probe, but Iba is telling them, look, you cannot probe me. And so we're just going to discuss that and see how that will be. Of course, we are also going to talk about the direct distribution of fuel to a filling station, to marketers by the Dangote refinery. A positive development, you may say, but of course there are other issues that people are raising regarding this. So we're also going to discuss this today. And of course, lastly, in Katsina State, bandits and of course the locals, facilitated by the local government there, are signing peace accord to stop the rising insecurity in that state. And you'll be wondering whether bandits have become a government now that they are now deciding whether to continue to inflict pain on the people. So those are the three issues we'll be discussing today. And very quickly, without wasting our time, I will be going very first to my immediate left, Mr. Uruku. Ibok Ete Ibas has said that the Rivers State House of Assembly cannot probe him, investigate what it is that he was able to do. You recall within the 6 months that he was there, he was said to have received a allocation amounting to about 297 billion naira. What has he done with that amount of money in 6 months? The House of Assembly, after the lifting of the suspension that the emergency rule that the president imposed, they sat the first time, I think it was on Friday or Thursday last week, and of course, part of the resolutions was that they will investigate what it is that the sole administrator was able to do with that amount of money in 6 months. But the still sole administrator is saying that you do not have the powers to probe me. What was your take on if I may ask? Can the House actually probe Ibas? In any case, he was not answerable to them. They were not the one that appointed him. He was appointed by Mr. President following the emergency rule that Mr. President declared. But they want to probe him. But he's saying, you can't probe me. What's your take on this?
Okay, thank you so much, Joss, for that question. I'll look at it this way. One, the State Assembly was not in part of the government that he served or he presided over. But the assemblymen, by the work they are assigned to do, are representatives of the people. And the people, Rivers people would actually want to know what happened to their money, or the money that was voted for this government belonged to the people of Rivers State. And for somebody to just come, sit as a government, walk away, that is walk in and walk away, and then there's no trace of any project executed by the man. And if he did, of course, it doesn't represent that kind of amount of money. So to that extent, I think those people have the right to say, we want to probe him. But perhaps probe may be too much an exercise to do. They can invite him to come and explain to us, what did you do with this money? Invite him. But I quarrel with the fact that the man is saying, oh, you cannot probe me. That underscores the arrogance and impunity that define government officials in Nigeria. Once somebody is given power to preside over people's affairs, he becomes very arrogant. And then what defines his attitude is impunity. He does things just the way he does. And that reflects even the way they speak. So for him to say you cannot, of course, I read somewhere where his media aide was saying, if you try it, if you try that, you see. And that's giving that kind of thing to the State Assembly, who are representing the people of Rivers State. So I think the assembly should just invite the man for questioning, and not perhaps to set up a panel that will just go into probing the man. How did he do it? Asking questions about what did you do with this money? You received this money, yes. What did you do with it? It may say, I did this or did that with it. So
Okay, thank you, Zeb. Let's assume that the House, like he said, has the right, so to say, to investigate what Ibas was able to do within the 6 months that he was there, and of course the amount of money that we received within that period. But is this probe, if maybe investigation, is it really necessary? Shouldn't the House of Assembly, shouldn't they just be concentrating, on making relevant laws to move Rivers State forward, given the fact that in the last 6 months, that state has kind of stagnated in terms of economic progress. So shouldn't they just be focusing on this and then forget about this? Is it necessary to go into this probe, if I may ask?
Thank you so much, Josh. And I want to greatly differ from what Mr. Rocco has said.
Yeah.
In the first place, democracy was suspended in Rivers State by the president for 6 months. And the House of Assembly, the State House of Assembly, was also suspended. Which means the governor, the deputy governor, and the House of Assembly were all affected. It will be very erroneous, or it will be an error for the governor, now he has resumed, to say that whatever the governor or the sole administrator did was nullity. By the same token, it was also wrong for a House of Assembly that was on suspension, that did not exist
at that time,
while the sole administrator was in place, to come and say, we are going to probe you. The money that is being talked about here was the money that was directly approved by the National Assembly. If anybody has to probe the sole administrator, it has to be the National Assembly that approved the budget. And Abbas is brimming with confidence that nothing can happen, because he knew the mandate given to him by those who installed him for 6 months. And he knew that the House of Assembly does not have the powers to probe him. So he's talking on the standpoint and on the background that those who appointed him, the president, people call them rubber stamp, National Assembly. So who will bear the cat? So people are just doing things with impunity, knowing that nobody can touch them.
Yeah.
It's not as if that anybody is beyond probe. It's because the system we are running currently is a WAP system. It's a system that has been messed up. So everybody is doing his own thing. So nobody is looking at what anybody is doing. So the president can just do whatever he likes. A lot of things the president has done. You are traveling. You are not handing power over to your deputy. Nice. You move and you are taking decision from wherever you are. So these things are not constitutional. So so far it's been accepted as a norm in Nigeria. That's why people are just looking away from whatever anybody is doing and say, let them run with that.
Okay, Chuka, of course, the sole administrator has come and gone. Thankfully, the democratic, governance has been restored now in Rivers State. The governor has resumed. Just yesterday, the governor was at Aso Rock to report to Mr. President that I have officially resumed duty. That's what people are saying in Rivers State. And of course, the House of Assembly, they've resumed too. So it means that we are. So what should the governor and the members of the State House of Assembly, Okay, because let's say in the last 6 months, Rivers has kind of suffered a setback. So to fast track the progress of Rivers State, and then of course bring governance to the benefit of the people, what should the governor and members of the House of Assembly be doing right now?
Well, thank you. I think Fubara went to Asorok to thank the president that he had been restored to power. But what power or authority he has is still subject to debate, because he came out and told the world that, oh, I won't abide by the agreement I have with the president.
Even though we don't know
somebody
the
is still, somebody was asked, what is this agreement? Till tomorrow, till today, because tomorrow it may be made public. But up to today, 6 months, almost, let us say maybe, because about 2 months ago they entered into that kind of agreement. Nigerians are yet to know what are the terms of those agreements. And the man is still keeping it to himself, which means if it were something that is in the favor in favor of Rivers people, perhaps he would have made it known to them. But I want to assume, or presume rather, that that agreement may not be in the interest of the people, and that's why it is kept as a top secret. So to think about fast-tracking governance or doing whatever they are supposed to, of course, in a normal run of events, after serving 6 months, you come with some hit the ground running, because some ground have been lost. So ideally, the governor and the House of Assembly should actually be on their toes to make sure that the lost ground is recovered, even though they may not be able to recover everything. Because money was actually voted for the development of that state while the emergency lasted. But people, I don't think the Rivers people saw anything that looked like development or economic activity within that period. So to that extent, nobody knows what Fubara is actually capable of doing, because he has entered into an agreement with somebody with higher authorities. I see the absurdity in all of this that is the things happening in the River State. We are talking about a PDP governor being subservient to no position, because the president is from another party, which ordinarily they shouldn't be even the best of friends. But that's
but the president is the president of the country.
Yes, he is. Yes,
I mean,
but
at
least a state from another party should have his own soul. But in River State, it's not like that.
All right.
It doesn't have its own soul. So whatever we see going forward is a product of that meeting and the agreement, and how it comes. The Rivers people and the rest of us have to take them that way.
All right, thank you, Chuka. I think what I can take from what you have said is that I mean, there's the need for the governor and of course the House of Assembly to actually work together, because at the end of the day, all of them are there to serve the people. I think the interest of the people should be paramount. Whatever it is that they are thinking of doing, they're doing. I think that. At the end of the day, the people should see the benefit of democracy, the dividends of democracy, as we see. So we're going to a quick break now. When we return, the program will continue. We'll take a look at Dangote direct fuel distribution to marketers. And then, of course, lastly, we will also look at the insecurity situation in the Katsina state that has forced the residents of that state. These 9 local governments, as at today, have signed agreement to be able to stay safe, and they've signed this agreement with bandits. So when we return, we'll discuss these two other issues, and of course, we'll conclude. We're going to a short break now. Welcome back. We are still talking on BDTV, and of course, in the house, we still have our 2 gentlemen in the house. Interesting thing is happening in Nigeria. Interesting thing is happening in Nigeria. We're seeing a man who has decided to apply fuel. Someone will say, "Look, I'm taking the burden of having to buy trucks, having to, drivers. So you just buy fuel. I'm going to supply to you directly. Zeb, I want to ask you, this is what the Dangote refinery has done, and they've started this. I think so far about 1,000 trucks, have been deployed for this purpose. And then actually, the plan actually is to scale it up to as many as 10,000 trucks in the long run to be able to supply fuel across
the whole country.
That's an interesting development. I want to ask you, what does this, move mean for the Nigeria's downstream petroleum sector?
Yeah, it's a very positive development for everybody. Even members of DAPMAN, other associations in the downstream sector of they believe that what is going on is still a positive thing. But their fear is just that that development may take food or take the feeding bottle from their mouth, because they have been feeding very fat over the years on that. But for someone to suddenly come up now, that appears that their means of livelihood is a big. So to that effect, you should not blame those people so terribly, because they are trying to protect their food. But we must give it to Aliko Dangote, who has come up to try to relieve the pains and burdens that have been on the shoulders of Nigerians. I would liken it to a farmer that plants or cultivates tomatoes. And all along he has been relying on other people's truck to push the produce into the market. And over time, he has been suffering massive decay of the produce. And he now sat down to say, how do I scale my profit and all this? He decided now to buy those trucks so that he will directly take his produce, the tomatoes, to the market without wasting much time. And now people are kicking. Those from whom he was renting those trucks before are now saying, hey, what are you doing? Please, you don't have the right to buy your own truck. And this is a man that has been losing a lot for by suffering delays in pushing his produce to the market. So I would liken that to what Dangote has done. Dangote has invested billions of dollars to float this refinery, and now said, I will not buy, I said, a prawn string of all these associations, and I will not depend on their trucks. Let me roll out mine. And he went and acquired 400 trucks. Or is it 400? 4,000 trucks.
Yeah,
1,000 already on ground to do that. So, and these people are kicking. Actually, what my advice should be is that they should come to a round table, because these people also should not be allowed to fizzle out of the market, because they also have their own families and other responsibilities to take care of. There should be an amicable way of resolving these things without allowing them to just go and their business food. On their own part also, they should not think that Dangote has done any dangerous or try to done evil to them, because he's a businessman. He wants to do whatever it takes that is positive in order to make his business succeed and survive.
Yeah.
So that is what I can say. There is need for amicable resolution, and I will not want, I will want to advise that anybody who wants to, or those who are saying things that may endanger peace, should please rein in whatever thing they are saying. They should always be on the path of speaking reconciliation and speaking amicable resolution of the impasse between Dangote and the marketers.
Interesting.
But everybody needs to live and live well.
Interesting.
Collaboratively. That's what I can say for now.
Yeah. Chuka, do you see this having positive impact on the prices of petroleum products? I mean, the direct distribution by Dangote.
Yes. Let me just say first and foremost that every coin has its two sides. Dangote actually is helping Nigerians, but inexorably is also instituting what may be called absolute monopoly. Absolute monopoly in the sense that the entire market now belongs to one man. And just as my colleague has observed, these other people also need income to survive. They also need income. They also need to be employed, doing something. But because of the way we are in Nigeria, where people, when they have advantage, don't forget that each time we have serious fuel problem is because of these truck owners. They have always held Nigerians to ransom by their activities. Each time it pleases them, they will just go off road. They will announce it. Oh, Nupeng is going on a strike. Truck owners have decided to, that kind of thing, and everybody will be panicky that the worst is going to happen, and this affects every aspect of our lives. So what Dangote has done really is good, very, very good, especially to the poor people, because I anticipate a situation where it may not be immediate. What Dangote has done may trickle down to the price of a petrol, because now it has taken off the cost of logistics from those who from filling station owners, that instead of paying 1 naira or 2 naira to lift your fuel from here from Lagos to Ilori, the thing just comes to you like that. It also creates a very healthy competition amongst filling station owners. And if you go where the part of Lagos, before you run from here to Obalande, you may have seen up to 3 different pump prices. One is selling 860, the one is selling 855, another is selling 856, or sorry, 865. Patronage.
So there's healthy competition.
Along with that, the road where I come from, you can even buy 840.
Interesting.
But why some people are afraid of those areas, those stations that sell so low, that you do not know why must they be selling so low. So for me, I would always buy from, especially I have a MRS in my area. They say highest, but I drive in there and fill my tank, because I believe that there must be something they have which others don't, and that's why they're selling higher and other people are selling lower. But the truth is that competition is already there. So coming direct to your question, I envisage a situation where price of petrol will drop as a result of this free transport of
distribution,
free distribution of not even just by one man. But we wouldn't lose sight of the fact that there could be a problem someday when Dangote as a refinery, as an organization, may have issues, and then the effects.
Already we have lost.
And the other people are no longer there. So the impact of such a thing may be heavier or worse than what we are suffering from the other people. The only thing that hope we have is that Dangote, by virtue of what he is a strong man. If you have up to 4,000 trucks, all of them cannot go bad at the same time.
Yeah, but actually, the plan is to scale it up to 10,000 trucks in the long run. So,
but let us not lose sight of the fact that I started by saying that every coin has its two sides. What it's doing is absolute monopoly, and it's a case of somebody not wanting even one person to be on the road except him, which is not. Of course, it doesn't make for.
It amounts to putting all our eggs
in one basket.
Well, thank you. We'll see how that will unfold as we continue. But really, it's something that is quite interesting. But like you said, there are two sides to every coin. But we see how it will be as they continue to do this. Yeah, just before we wrap up, gentlemen, in Katsina State, the residents are not finding it easy at all. But it's not as if insecurity is not also affecting other states. This is a nationwide thing. But it seems that Katsina State, residents of Katsina State are particularly, affected to the extent that local government have decided, and I'm so local government here, I'm talking about local government as local government, the chairman of the local government official have decided to go negotiate with the bandits to have some level of peace. But what is worrying here is that section 14 B subsection 2 of the Constitution actually provides that the primary function, the primary purpose of government shall be for the protection of lives of the people. But in Katsina State, this is not applying. We are having a situation where, in order for them to live, in peace, in order for them not to be killed, local government are actually going to sign peace accord with bandits. Zeb, let me ask you: is this how it should be really? What does this say about Nigeria, a sovereign nation, for that matter?
Thank you. It is said that when the needed is not available, the available become the needed. You see, insecurity has been a problem to Nigeria since 2009, when the Boko Haram issue started running. And from Boko Haram now, we came to the issue of bandits. And bandits, they have been carrying out dangerous campaigns in the northwest part of this country. The states, Zamfara, Kaduna, well, it's only Kano that is very relatively down than Katsina. What is happening in Katsina is not just isolated. It's just because it is being reported. I've heard here how these bandits have taken over farmlands in Zamfara and other places, even in Niger State, where they occupy places and now enter into agreement with farmers. If you are cultivating your farmland, they say, okay, you pay certain amount of money to allow you to cultivate and to allow you to harvest. And these things are happening in Zamfara and in Niger State, maybe up to this point. The case of Katsina, we have heard a lot about the killings in Katsina State, even when the former president, now late President Muhammad Buhari, was even
the president.
Killings had been happening even at a point. In fact, they even they ambushed the president convoy at a point.
Yeah.
So what the people of Katsina may have done is to show the government that they have lost confidence in government. Because
that's quite sad.
Very sad.
Yeah.
If their people are being killed on a regular basis and nobody is coming to their rescue, their people are being abducted and they pay heavy ransom. Sometimes after paying ransom, they even kill the people. They lose their people. So why not enter into peace accord with them and then let's have peace? So it's an indictment on the security agencies, an indictment on government. Nobody should query them. Why did they enter into such alliance? They entered into such alliance at least to lower the scale of destruction, killing, and abduction that had been going on there. So it's a pity that Nigeria had descended into such another of insecurity, and I don't know. I pray that at a point in this the life of this administration, something things will get better. But as we are today, it's unfortunate, highly unfortunate.
Okay, thank you, Zeb. I think this is where we're going to wrap up. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time for Juka to make his input on this insecurity situation. We are completely out of time. Sorry. So we'll come your way again next week, gentlemen. I want to thank you for as usual for coming to the studio to have this discussion. This is where we want to wrap up, and thank you for viewing. And please, until we come your way again next week, stay tuned. My name is Joshua Bassi. Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
I am Amanda Emosigwe from BDTV, ready to blow your mind.
Somebody will eat first before changing phone.
This is Market Pulse, your window into price trends and, of course, realities of the Nigerians. On this episode of Market Pulse, we fix our gaze on the gadget industry, from phones to laptops, digital devices and accessories. Join us as we go to survey the bustling Ikeja computer village in Lagos, Nigeria. The market is bubbling, bursting with life, but behind this hustle lies a very dull ache.
When they die early, it's like they fly all the beach.
Behind the noise are vendors dealing with the ache of the economy, but still striving hard. The evolution and dependence of technology and smartphones make them not just a luxury, but a lifeline essential in every sector. How do Nigerians cope when this supposed oxygen becomes too expensive to access? It seems like the demand remains strong even with the challenge of affordability. Customers are adapting and brand loyalty no longer exists, as there's only a pocket loyalty. The depth of your pocket is the determinant of your favorite gadget brand in the economy.
I've been in market over about 15 years now. The current challenges that we have experienced because of the situation of the exchange. Sometimes it goes up, it's come down. When you tell your customer this is the price, it look like maybe somebody's not a sincere person. That's why sometimes the market will not flow. It look like it does. Sometimes when you understand, the market will still be moving gradually. The step the federal government need to take is that they should try the possible best to make sure the dollar rate is one place, not frustrating. When the dollar rate is still going up, coming down, people will be losing, people will be gaining.
Recently, we have seen a growing demand for UK, US and foreign used gadgets, and it seems like it's here to stay considering our economic realities.
Like 25 years, last 2 years, things are more better because the way the business is moving is quite different than the way it's moving now. Due to economic situation in this country, customers are no more buying. For example, I have some company or some school where I normally supply systems, laptops that they are using. But if you go to that company today, they have restricted some of their staffs. Maybe the company that have like 15 staff, now you go there, you see 5. So they are selling some of their gadgets back to we that have sold to them like last year, last 2 years. The way customers are coming now is just, they are just like struggling. It's not flowing. Like now, phones, laptop is not that trending like that because phone has taken some position of his place. So phone, let me just say for now, phone is trending. Then you now see like some of these gadgets they're using to do content creator. Instead of like buying a camera or buying a laptop, they will buy a bigger phone. For 11 Pro up to 16 Pro. For like laptop issue, Dell and HP is a name that, let me just say, for Africa, the customers, they will always like that HP or Dell. I didn't import anymore. It was like 2 years ago because of the dollar, the clearing cost. So I buy from importers. Yes, some are over there. We talk to them, we call them, where they bring. They will now direct you where they drop it. I can't adjust more than the way I adjust because it will affect me too. It will affect me because, for example, now maybe in a situation whereby in a day you make like, let's say 300,000, for example, in time that things are going. Presently now, maybe in a day, in 3 weeks' time, you haven't made 300,000.
Even though the term used might seem unappealing to an outsider, this is now the pulse of the gadget industry. As we continue to find more second-hand goods in good condition, sometimes refurbished, the catch here is that these gadgets are significantly cheaper than newer ones. For many vendors and customers, it offers balance between affordability and quality.
I've been in this business for over 15 years. I did computer accessories, phone accessories, and gadgets. Talking about your shop depends on the size of the shop. So, well, if you want to stock up my shop, I think with 5 million, the shop was stocked up. 2 years ago, we were something like 10 million. It's double now. In a month, when I make my business, I'm making about 300,000, 500,000 in a month. Now, I must be sincere with you. Now, sales has drastically dropped. You know, now if you make a month 300,000, you are trying. And once the person comes to your shop and a price you market, what's important is that stability in business matters a lot. Once you're stable in your price, and they know that this guy's price, and once it's into the crisis, it crisis. When they come there, they say a price is okay. That make sure you don't over cost. You give minimum price. If you say you're not buying, you go to elsewhere and you see the same price. And something tells you that this guy is right. You go to 1, 2, 3 shops. You will come back. If it's your customer, you come back and give it to me. But when you now put it like 10,000, and go to the house and say 5,000, you know you are disobedient. I stopped importation when the dollar increment starts. So if you want to survive in business, when the dollar starts being unstable, you have to pause and be careful. So, but now that the dollar is a bit stable now, we went to resume again. Importers varies. They put that can't stop importing because they've started importing in millions and billions. So what they will do is to keep on importing. But we that are still at the verge of starting. If that kind of dollar issue come up, you have to pause. Go to days that we have been in duty of importing. If you want to die early, you fly all the goods. So you die. But every goods that you fly, there's a goods that rates you educated on ship. You come in 3 months' time. You don't say that are light, anything like this, all these things, anything like all these things that airport and all these ones. They can all these ones. Other that plate, like smartwatch, earbud, the iPhone chargers, all these things are here. You can fly these ones.
This trend has become the heartbeat of the gadget industry, especially in markets in Nigeria, where brand new electronics are becoming increasingly out of reach for the man on the streets.
Like more than 9 years, I sell mobile phone during the time of maybe let me say Buhari regime. Things are a little okay during that time. Even the dollar rate is okay during that time. But this period, also this is international business, so we always buy it in dollar. But this time around, because of more high of the things, so people are not demanding like before again. So the things is not moving again. So I bought from Dubai and we carry it in hand luggage. And when we reach at the airport, then they will clear it. Cannot tell you the amounts they used to clear it, but now things are high. There's no business anymore. There's no business. People are complaining that things are high. somebody will eat first before changing phone. So it's not okay. In fact, that's what I can say. People are coming because when you sell better, maybe when the thing that you are selling is okay, you will have more customers. And business is when you are okay with what you are doing, when you are good with anything you are doing, so people will like to patronize you. If you are good, it's okay. But if you are not selling things that they don't like, they will complain. Like sometimes the fault will not from us, it will be from the factory. Sometimes you will buy phone like this, maybe sometimes the battery will not be complete like 100%. You understand? So they will complain why I bought this is not charging very well, or maybe all this one. But that one is from factory, not us, because we bought it like that.
To crown this episode, let's give you a breakdown of the prices of gadgets so the next time you head to the market, you are fully informed.
Keyboard for laptop Apple system is about 2 years ago, it's about 35. Now it's 6,000, 7,000. Travel stand 2 years ago, 2 years ago it started coming in vogue. So 2 years ago, it depends on the size of the travel stand. You see that my back are first stands. First stands start coming out early this year, not much of 2 years ago. On the kind of the phone stand, there's one of 2,000, one of 1,500, one of 3,000, one of, you see, according to the value of it or the quality of it. One of, let me say 1,500, one of 2,000. It's a plastic, but it's very good. Most people that sell phones use it to stand their phone. And most people that do online stuff like TikToks use it for the stand their phone. So the variant of 5,000, 4,000, looking like this. It's a more quality, it's iron. So it's more strong and it's at 360 degrees. So the area that the phone stand is, the more the quality, the more the price. Under 50K, I don't know what to say. Under 54, I think it's okay, but I don't know. But you would say phone sell by the gig and by the RAM. So if it's a 1 gig, 2 gig, I can see it. At your message. So everybody go with phone that's 8 gig, 12 gig RAM. So it's more the RAM. The RAM is the speed. The more the RAM, the more the speed. So those ones are one thing of 50K. You can see, but you can see on Tokumbos. Phone that has moved the market more, that is even say Nigeria is crazy about, is iPhone and Samsung. You that the trend now. So do you go for iPhone? Is iPhone your phone that you can use now, sell now, use buy now, sell now? You buy as if it's a hello. The Samsung also sells, but I'm telling you, iPhone and Samsung are the bomb. The iPhone is your god of all.
Of course, there is a phone 50K, but it's those used one like second hand.
Let me also like iPhone 11 Pro now, new one, you can see like 700,000-800,000. Why fully used, you can see like 350,000-400,000. It depends the gigabyte on it. Then iPhone 12, you can see 450,000-500,000 for fully used. Y16 is 1 point something million. And you can see the cheapest laptop, like let me just say dual core, 500, 4 gig RAM, you can see like 80,000. As for last 2 years, to clear 20 feet container, you have like 5.5 million. You can completely clear 20 feet. But as present now, if you don't have up to 15 million naira, you can clear 20 feet container.
That's it on today's episode of Market Pulse. Stay tuned for more as we bring you the heartbeat of market, one episode at a time.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay
is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello, this is a news update reaching you live from Business Day Television News Studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, Nigeria's revenue hits 3.65 trillion naira in September 2025, up to 411% FIRS. CBN balances a growth push with cautious rate cuts. Man warns FG tax stamp plan could worsen inflation. Investors reap over 200% return on FMCG's bounce back. Thank you for joining us on News Update. I am Norma Obona. Nigeria's federal revenue has climbed to 3.65 trillion naira in September 2025, a 411% increase from just over 700 billion naira in May 2023, when the Tinubu administration came into office. The chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, Dr. Zach Adedeji, announced the figures in Abuja, crediting the surge to sweeping fiscal reforms, stronger compliance, and a deliberate shift away from oil dependency. According to him, non-oil revenue rose nearly sixfold to over 1 trillion naira, while oil income and value-added tax also posted significant gains. Overall, FIRS collections this year have already surpassed 20 trillion naira, well above target. Dr. Adedeji highlighted reforms such as digital tax tools, streamlined processes, and efforts to bring hard-to-tax sectors into the net. He further disclosed that new income tax reforms will take effect in January 2025, while the goal for building a fairer and more sustainable system for Nigeria's economy. Moving on, the Central Bank of Nigeria has cut its key lending rate for the first time in 5 years. On Tuesday in Abuja, Governor Olayemi Cardoso announced that the monetary policy rate has been reduced by 50 basis points to 27%, following a 2-day meeting of the Monetary Policy Committee. 12 members backed the decision. This move is aimed at stimulating economic growth while keeping foreign investment flows steady. Alongside the rate cuts, the bank also lowered the cash reserve requirement for commercial lenders and introduced tighter controls on public sector deposits. Officials say the measures are designed to boost private sector credit while managing excess liquidity. Analysts have welcomed the decision, calling it a timely shift from stabilization to growth. They believe the cut will ease borrowing costs, improve liquidity, and support productive investment in the economy. And meanwhile, the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria is warning that a proposed tax stamp system for excisable goods could worsen inflation and weaken consumer demand. In a statement signed by its Director General, Segun Ajayi Kadri, the association said the policy would raise compliance costs that manufacturers would inevitably pass on to consumers already struggling with high prices. MAN also cautioned that the measure could erode Nigeria's competitiveness under the African Continental Free Trade Area while driving buyers towards cheaper illicit alternatives. The group argued that tax stamps would undermine the gains of the 2025 Tax Act, which was designed to simplify compliance and lower business costs. It further pointed to Kenya, Uganda, and Ghana, where similar systems delivered limited success but at a high expense. Instead, MAN is urging the government to strengthen digital tools and border controls rather than introduce what is described as a hidden tax burden. The association has also called for wide consultations and a transparent impact assessment before any final decision is made. Up ahead, investors reap over 200% return on FMCG's bounce back. We'll bring you more details after this timeout.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? one distinct voice or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Nigeria's consumer goods stock have delivered investors' returns of over 200% in the first 9 months of 2025, making the sector one of the strongest performers on the Nigerian exchange. Champion breweries led the rally with a 320% gain, climbing from under 4 naira in January to 16 naira per share in September. Other top performers include Honeywell, Flour Mills, Vitafilm Nigeria, Cadbury, and Nascon Allied Industries, all posting gains above 200%. Analysts attribute the surge to resilient demand for food and household staples, better access to foreign exchange, and record sector profits. Champion Breweries, for instance, swung from a loss last year to a 2.3 billion naira profit in the first half of 2025. Still, risks remain. Some stocks have slipped in recent weeks, and future gains may depend on falling inflation and a stable currency. For now, though, consumer goods remain the standout performer on the Nigerian market, far outpacing the broader NGX index. Now, away from that story, the Jigawa state government has approved a 396 million naira for the payment for fertilizer supplied to the state under a federal government intervention scheme. The package, announced on Tuesday, is part of efforts to cushion rising fertilizer costs and boost food production. Commissioner of Information Sagir Musa confirmed the approval in Dutse after the weekly Executive Council meeting. He said the allocation covers 220 trucks of NPK fertilizer, about 12,000 bags, sold at a subsidized 33,000 naira per bag. Musa explained the distribution will support Jigawa's 2025-2026 dry season farming program, targeting smallholder farmers who are central to the state's agricultural output and food security. Officials say the move aligns with Governor Umar Namadi's agricultural agenda and President Tinubu's renewed hope vision, both of which prioritize productivity and food self-sufficiency nationwide. And also, a planned asset sale by Total Energies has collapsed after regulators withdrew their approval. The French energy giant is set to sell its 10% stake in Shell Petroleum Development Company to Mauritius-based Chapel Energies. But the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission announced on Tuesday that the deal was cancelled after both parties failed to meet key financial obligations despite repeated extensions. Reports suggest that Chapel Energies struggled to raise the $860 million required for the transaction. The collapse leaves Total Energies stuck with its shareholding in SPDC, a venture long plagued by oil spills, theft, and sabotage in the Niger Delta. The company had hoped to exit the troubled onshore business and refocus on more profitable operations. It also marks a setback for Total Energies' broader plan to cut debt and reduce exposure to high-cost carbon-intensive assets. Other international oil majors, including Shell, ExxonMobil, and Eni, have already sold down their Nigerian onshore stakes in the recent years. Moving on, a former legislative aide and banker, Goni Yilkan, has been sentenced to 8 years in prison for a 120 million naira employment scam. The judgment was delivered by Justice F.E. Messery of the Federal Capital Territory High Court in Jabi, Abuja. According to the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, Yilkan deceived job seekers between 2020 and 2021, claiming he could secure them positions in government agencies such as the Central Bank of Nigeria and the Federal Inland Revenue Service. Investigators revealed that more than 60 victims paid him over 120 million naira, funds he neither refunded or used to secure jobs. During the trial, the EFCC presented 6 witnesses and documentary evidence, while UCAN denied the charges. And in the ruling, Justice Messeri held that the prosecution had proved its case beyond reasonable doubt. UCAN was convicted and jailed, while his co-defendant, Mohamed Adamu, was acquitted. Still to come, South Africa's president says trade is being used as a weapon. These and more after this commercial break.
Okay now. Dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back to News Update. We now head to Africa. South African President Cyril Ramaphosa says his country is in talks with United States Trade Representative to reduce tariffs imposed by U.S. President Donald Trump. Speaking at the Council on Foreign Relations in New York, President Ramaphosa said the tariffs have hurt South Africa despite several failed attempts to secure a trade agreement. He emphasized the need for the continuation of the African Growth and Opportunity Act, a preferential trade deal granting duty-free and quota-free access to U.S. markets for thousands of products from 32 African nations. And earlier at the United Nations General Assembly, Ramaphosa likened trade to a weapon, warning that geopolitical shocks and rising trade tensions are destabilizing the global economy. South Africa, the continent's most industrialized economy, has been one of the largest beneficiaries of the AGOA. However, President Trump's return to the White House in January has raised doubts over the treaty extension. And now still in South Africa, and China have launched a fresh drive to boost Chinese investment in mining, energy, and infrastructure at their 9th annual Trade Promotion Conference. This comes as South Africa faces steep 30% tariffs on its exports to the United States under the Trump administration, a shift from its previous duty-free access through the Africa Growth and Opportunity Act. Pretoria is currently in talks with Washington to secure a better deal. At the conference, the South African China Economic and Trade Association announced that Gold One, owned by Chinese state-owned Bayan Nephorus Group, will invest 4 billion rand, around $230 million, in gold mining operations in Gauteng. The China-Africa Development Fund also pledged to bid for South Africa's energy transition projects, while major firms, including China State Construction, signal plans to increase local procurement. Deputy Trade Minister Zuko Godlimpi emphasized the importance of Chinese investment in manufacturing, services, energy, and infrastructure, describing the partnership as a chance to build a mutually beneficial future. Official data shows Chinese foreign direct investment in South Africa stood at $13.2 billion in 2024, while South African investment in China reached just over $8 billion. Minerals make up 93% of South Africa's exports to China, while manufactured goods dominate Chinese exports to South Africa. Both sides say they want to rebalance this trade. And still on Africa's scene, Morocco's central bank has kept its benchmark interest rate unchanged at 2.25%, citing persistent global and domestic uncertainties. The bank pointed to trade tensions, conflict in the Middle East and Ukraine, as well as water stress affecting crop production as key risks to the economic outlook. Inflation is expected to remain stable at 1% this year before rising to 1.9% in 2026. Growth is projected at 3.8% in 2024, strengthening to 4.6% in 2025 and 4.4% in 2026, supported by better harvest and stronger trade performance. The current account deficit is forecast to narrow to 2% of GDP in 2026, while foreign trade exchange reserves are projected to climb to 4.345 billion dirhams, enough to cover 5.5 months of the imports. The fiscal deficit is also expected to shrink to 3.4% of GDP by 2026, as rising tax revenues offset higher public investment spending. And now onto the foreign scene, where the Asian stocks fell on Wednesday, tracking overnight losses on Wall Street as comments by U.S. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell offered little clarity on the outlook for interest rates, while weak economic data raised concerns about slowing growth. MCI's broadest index of Asia Pacific shares outside Japan slipped 0.4% in mid-morning trade, after the S&P 500 in the U.S. closed down 0.6%, its steepest daily drop in 3 weeks. Australian shares led regional declines, falling 1%, while Japan's Nikkei was down 0.5% following weak manufacturing data. The U.S. dollar stabilized after 2 days of losses, with the dollar index up slightly at 97.3, while the yield on benchmark 10-year Treasury notes eased to 4.1%. Traders have increased bets on the Fed cutting rates in October, with futures pricing a 93% chance for a move. And despite Wednesday's pullback, Asian stocks remain on track for their best monthly performance in a year, boosted by a weaker dollar, strength in technology shares, and expectations of further policy easing by the Federal Reserve. Also, U.S. businesses' activity slowed for a second straight month in September, as companies grappled with higher costs from tariffs, both largely refrained from raising prices for goods and services. Analysts say this could ease concerns about runaway inflation. The latest S&P Global survey showed its composite PMI output index slipped to 53.6 to 4.6 in August, though still signaling expansion. Manufacturing activity eased slightly, while services growth also moderated. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell noted that tariffs are likely to cause only a temporary bump in prices spread over several quarters, but warned that near-term risks to inflation remain tilted to the upside. Economists observe that many firms are absorbing the tariffs rather than passing them on to consumers, reflecting weak demand and intense competition. This, they say, should reassure the Fed about the inflation outlook. Up next is sports news after this break.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
And out to sports, Liverpool are through to the fourth round of the Carabao Cup after a dramatic 2-1 win over Southampton at Anfield. Alexander Isak opened his account for Liverpool on the stroke of halftime, but Hugo Ekitike stole the headlines late on scoring the winner before being sent off for removing his shirt in celebration, forgetting he was already on a yellow card. The Frenchman will now miss Saturday's Premier League clash with Crystal Palace. Southampton had earlier equalized through sheer chaos after Wataru Endo's defensive error, but could not hold on as Liverpool once again found a decisive goal in the final 10 minutes. The victory means Liverpool maintained their perfect start to the season after 7 games, continuing their streak of late winners. And now to end the news, Arsenal manager Mikel Arteta has hit back at criticism from former Manchester United captain Roy Keane, who accused him of being too defensive and not enough of a risk-taker. Keane, speaking after Arsenal's 1-1 draw with Manchester City on Sunday, urged Arteta to take more chances, comparing him unfavorably with greats past like Sir Alex Ferguson and Brian Clough. But Arteta dismissed the claims, insisting his team was among the most attacking in the league. He highlighted his goalkeeper David Raya's adventurous style, his forward-thinking centre-backs and full-backs, as well as a midfield who includes a converted striker. When asked about taking risks with his goalkeeper, Arteta said, "I like to bet €1 to win €1 million, not €1 million to win €1." And that is the much we have for you right now at this hour, a news update. Remember to follow us across all social media platforms and on YouTube to get more updates from Business Day Television. I am Norma Obuna. Many thanks for watching.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing.
but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like savings again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Drug abuse in Lagos continues to spread like wildfire. As far back as 2019, authorities busted at least 10 major locations notorious for drug sales. These include Ikotun, African Shrine, Oshodi, Abattoir and Akerele Streets, Mushin inside Ojuwoye Market, Ajegunle, Ijora Under Bridge, Makoko Otu and Odumara, Akala Street and Pate Street. By 2022, the NDLEA described Lagos as the biggest hub for cocaine and cannabis use in Nigeria. More recently, a 50-year-old woman faked pregnancy to traffic 1.3 kilograms of cocaine, but was intercepted by the NDLEA. That is just one example among many. The trafficking of drugs in Nigeria is as old as the practice of medicine itself. It remains a closely knit yet highly accessible trade, especially for today's youths. Statistics reveal that 14.3 million Nigerians are affected by drug abuse. 1 in 4 high-risk users have been arrested for drug-related offenses ranging from possession at 73%, theft at 12%, sex work at 5%, burglary at 4%, and shoplifting at 2%.
There's a common saying that maybe it's from the Holy Scripture, which says that an idle man is a devil's workshop. I'm not here to judge on people's morals, but with the growing rate of unemployment that we currently have, this is can be related or is directly proportional to how frustrated people are, and this definitely will increase the intake of hard drugs, psychoactive substances, because people want to try as much as possible to avoid thinking. So they engage in psychoactive substances to build, to just feeling more or less as fillers. What factors are driving this current growing trend? Unemployment, frustration, not being able to meet up with what people want to meet up, or maybe with the current time that they have created for themselves in life. So this can be one of the reasons why this is a growing trend.
The use and sale of hard drugs is tearing at Nigeria's social fabric. It fuels crime, weakens mental health, undermines productivity, and destabilizes communities. Hard drugs are not just a personal problem, they are a societal menace. Did you know that the use of hard drugs can result in psychological instability, reduced productivity, and life-threatening health disorders? For instance, tramadol abuse is strongly linked with paranoia, hallucinations, depression, and even suicide. The connection between drug abuse and psychiatric admissions in Nigerian hospitals is alarming. Beyond the users, families also bear the weight, suffering financial drain, neglect, and broken homes. Dr. Usman Bugaji once said, "At the moment, hard drugs are the greatest threat to Nigeria's survival. For the country to survive and thrive, the menace of drug trafficking and consumption must be addressed squarely. It is a national emergency." Remember, hard drugs are not just a personal issue, they are a family and societal menace. This is Amanda Emasibue, reporting for Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
You are watching Business Day Television.
I am Norma Obodna.
My name is Yarabal Bahrani.
My name is Mark Kennedy.
My name is Bisi Shotunde.
To give us the welcome address today, I'd like to please make welcome the editor of Business Day, Mr. Tayo Fagbole, as he comes to give us the welcome address. Please, with a round of applause, please.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for your time. As Elizabeth said, I'm the editor of Business Day. My job is to just welcome you all and get out of the way so that the experts that are gathered in the room can begin to give us and share their experiences. From where I sit in Business Day, we see a lot of the things that you talk about, but we don't know because we don't really run those factories. Some of you have mentioned some of those problems today. I mean, energy, but I also like the energy also in the room about the resilience, about, okay, fine, being hopeful. But I'm going to share some things with you that might be disheartening. Please don't be disheartened. But I also share what we see in Business Day as also hope about the opportunities, which is why we're having this gathering, and that's why you are here. If there was no hope, there were no opportunities, you wouldn't be here. Manufacturing as a slice of the economy comes to about 34 billion naira, okay? 35 billion in annual output. That's 8.4% of the GDP as of the fourth quarter of 2024. Now, 35 billion in manufacturing output sounds very big, right? But someone mentioned energy here and said most factories really run their own energy. If you listen very carefully, you hear the generator in your background. Okay? In 2019, Nigerians off the grid generated or manufactured energy worth $20 billion. So compare that to 35 billion in manufacturing output. So imagine if all of that money that was spent in manufacturing energy was spent in expanding, innovation, productivity. You can imagine where it will go. So big elephant in the room is energy, obviously. Oh, by the way, you should subscribe to Business Day. Since Monday, we've been running a series called The Paradox of Power, running Nigeria on empty, and I think you'll find it very insightful. I think we have some stories already today in the copy, but to get to the whole gist, please subscribe to Business Day. Also, during the course of the week, I bumped into 2 articles. One was on manufacturing in China. 10 years ago, the president of China started this Made in China 2025. This is 2025, and they're looking at how it has been successful. There are pluses, okay, they're doing very well, and also there are also negatives. There's serious fiscal deficit because they were just throwing money, a lot of money, into improving in some certain sectors. They have achieved it, really. They become number one in some certain things. They have achieved some of the things they want to achieve, but it has come at a cost. Okay, that's when government gets into the driving seat of trying to push industrial policy. It comes at a cost. We're trying to borrow more money, and we're all screaming, are we going to ask government to borrow more money again and push industrial policy? I don't have the answers, but let us find out. But of course, there's an advantage to that. China finds itself at the cutting edge of some manufacturing sectors, which is good for it. Now, we are also complaining because they've generated so much, they have to start exporting, which makes competing here in Nigeria very difficult. Hence, you understand the tariff wars. China really was the goal by the US. The target was China, but again, they've come to the negotiation table and they have to reduce tariffs because the US has realized because it can't do without China, because China has found a way to make sure it relies less on imports to drive its manufacturing exports. So it has an exporting dominance in the world. These are factors we have to think about. What has it used? It's invested a lot heavily in robots and automation. Nigeria's population is large, but how many of them are ready to go into labor-intensive manufacturing, talk less of competing with automation? Do I have the answers? I do not have the answers. But we know what to look at. The experts are here, and they'll be discussing that. But what I think we are not looking at, and probably we will find out today, and this is a personal opinion, is that for the manufacturers that are thriving very well, in Nigeria at least, I've coined up something that I think they are doing. It's called shared infrastructure as service. So you find that the big manufacturers, in my opinion, are spreading the costs of operations across. They're sharing those services, whether it's energy, whether it's logistics. Those 2 big cost drivers, they're sharing them across their companies. How are we studying this? How can we replicate this at scale, given those opportunities? How can the power distributors and generators crash the cost of power so much that all the factories, all the hotels, the biggest buyers, users of energy can cross over to the grid and free that money that they spent in generating, manufacturing their own power into manufacturing. These are thoughts, these are challenges that I'm throwing at the experts today, and I hope they will address. And finally, this is the role of Business Day, to put together all of you who are the experts, have you talking, whether from the policy perspective, the business perspective, government policy, private sector demands, and hopefully fashion a way out that we can amplify through our platforms and put that right in front and center of those who make the decisions, whether in the private sector or public sector. So thank you all for your time. and I hope we'll have a wonderful and happy celebrations. Thank you all to our sponsors also for making this happen. We're very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that lovely welcome address. So I'd now be welcoming for the keynote address today. For our keynote address today, we have an esteemed professional who is renowned for his profound expertise in policy advocacy and formulation, his strategic thinking, and dynamic industry leadership. So he is armed with a master's degree in international relations from Obafemi Awolowo University and a Bachelor of Science in Political Science from Ahmadu Bello University. He stands as a distinguished alumnus of Nigeria's highest government think tank institution, the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, and he embarked on his illustrious career at the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He swiftly ascended the ranks, showcasing unparalleled expertise and leadership prowess. His exceptional performance as Executive Secretary for the Northwest and Southeast branches and the Ikeja branch of the Manufacturing Association of Nigeria earned him recognition, which led to his pivotal role as the Director of Man's Liaison Office in the Federal Capital Territory, where he served as linchpin between the association and the federal government. Please join me as I make welcome the Director General of the Manufacturing Association of Nigeria, Mr. Segun Ajayi Kadir, as he comes for the keynote address this morning. You can do better with the applause. Thank you so much. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm from the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, and I'm happy to be introduced as somebody who comes from the Manufacturing Association of Nigeria, because that's what we do. And there's no difference between the two, because I had some murmur at the back whether we have changed the name. No, they mean one and the same thing. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I do not have any protocol to stand on, and I'm very happy because Business Day is really business-like, and we shouldn't be here confronted with challenges and then try to hype each other. So I will just go directly to making my presentation. I have a prepared speech. I would like to start by conveying my deep appreciation to Business Day Media Limited for inviting me as keynote speaker at this esteemed 2005 Business Day Manufacturing Conference. This year's conference themed Unlocking Nigeria's Manufacturing Potentials, Strategies for Sustainable Growth Amid Economic Turbulence is apt and timely. This is because we operate in an era of economic uncertainty, global supply chain disruption, and rapid technological change. Therefore, unlocking the evident potentials of the Nigerian manufacturing sector is not just an economic imperative, it is a strategic necessity for sustainable national development. Permit me to state an African proverb which says, "Smooth seas do not make skillful sailors." Within the context of I interpret the proverb to mean that it is during times of socio-economic and geopolitical turbulence, such as we are in now, that good leaders are proved. Those that possess bold vision, decisive action, and innovation that build resilience. All of us must play the part. This is the central point of my address today at this conference. To this end, I would like to start by situating my presentation within a global perspective. The global industrial landscape has changed as governments around the world are reordering policies with uncertainties around investment, production and trade flows reaching new highs. The global economy in 2025 is navigating a turbulent terrain, marked by a slowdown from 3.5% growth in 2022 to 3.3% in 2024. In January this year, the IMF projected a modest growth of 3.3% by 2025, but recently a downgrade to 2.8%, the lowest in the last 5 years, buoyed by the Trump 2.0 spillover. The global economic landscape is undergoing seismic shifts characterized by geopolitical uncertainties, inflationary pressures, disrupted supply chains, protectionist policies, energy market volatility, and fragile financial markets. The manufacturing sector is not insulated from this phenomenon. As a matter of fact, it is only national economies that prioritize industrialization and build a viral manufacturing sector that are better placed to withstand the global shocks. China, the United States, India, South Korea, and Malaysia have all witnessed remarkable industrial developments, mostly due to their vibrant manufacturing sectors. These 6 industrial powerhouses collectively command 60% of global manufacturing output. In the last 2 decades, China manufacturing value added has skyrocketed from 625 billion to 4.6 trillion. In Africa, Egypt, Nigeria, and South Africa are the leading industrial giants with manufacturing value added of 59 billion only. 55.9 billion and 49 billion respectively. That is, Egypt has 59 billion, Nigeria 55 billion, and South Africa 49 billion. They collectively contribute 49.2% of the continent's manufacturing output. In Nigeria, the manufacturing sector is a vital engine of economic growth, contributing significantly to value-added GDP, employment, government revenue, foreign exchange inflows, and technological advancement. In 2024, the sector recorded a market value of 37.4 trillion, representing 13.9% of the country's market size and accounting for 8.6% of real GDP. The sector employs an estimate of 12.7 million people, contributing 12.5% to the total employment, generating significant tax revenue, with manufacturers paying over 578 billion naira and 626 billion naira in local, non-import VAT and CIT respectively in 2023. The sector's linkage with agriculture, construction, services are evident. Despite the hostile macroeconomic environment and the persistent depreciation in Naira, the sector still generated over $6.7 billion through manufactured exports in 2019, above 1.5 billion export earnings in 2024, and attracted 1.5 billion in foreign investment in 2023. This according to the NBS in 2024. International efforts at scaling these critical contributions to forex inflow are vital for the stability of the local currency, upscaling employment generation, and enhancing economic growth. In addition, the sector earned 2.2 billion from the export of medium and high-tech manufactured products in 2022, due to the low but steady process of adopting new technologies that support improved productivity. Undoubtedly, these contributions underscore the sector's critical role in driving currency stability, employment generation, and economic growth. Unfortunately, despite its importance, the full potential of the manufacturing sector remains untapped, operating below its capacity due to macroeconomic headwinds, deficient infrastructure, and inadequate supportive government policies and incentives. I'd like to briefly tell you about the status of the manufacturing sector. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is generally accepted that the manufacturing sector is the engine of Nigeria's industrialization. Yes, its current performance is suboptimal. Its performance has remained lackluster due to numerous familiar binding constraints like unstable exchange rate, inadequate power supply, high cost of energy, high inflation, insecurity, multiplicity of regulatory agencies at high regulation costs, high interest rate, and poor access to credit, deficient infrastructure, high logistics costs, unfavorable trade policies, and low patronage. Available data shows that manufacturing capacity utilization plummeted from 73% in 1981 to 57% in 2024. And contribution to the economy has shrunk from 29.9% to 8.6% over the same period. Real growth has decelerated from 14.7 in 2014 to 1.38 in 2024, while non-oil export contributions have nosedived from 82.3% in 2019 to 25.13 in 2024. As at 2023, 767 manufacturing companies have shut down operations and over 18,000 jobs were lost in 2024 alone due to the hostile business environment. This is evident in the country's ranking of 97th in the Global Competitiveness Industrial Performance Index, and uninspiring 44 places below South Africa. The sector is worst hit by the prevailing economic downturn. It is now facing the combined storm of forex losses, rising raw material costs, high energy prices, multiple taxation, escalated borrowing costs, infrastructural deficits, and policy uncertainties. Market access and integration remains limited due to inadequate trading, information, and infrastructure deficits. The poor transport system has escalated logistics costs, making Nigerian manufacturers less competitive. Insecurity has elevated business risk, increased costs, and made the investment environment uncertain. Agro-allied industrial activities have remained challenged by insurgent activities and farmer herders clashes. From the foregoing, it is evident that the business operating environment is constraining Nigeria's industrialization. Urgent action is therefore required to address these challenges and unlock the growth potentials of the manufacturing sector. The current administration's commendable efforts at improving production capacity and reform the operating environment need to be accelerated and effectively coordinated. Time will not permit me to expatiate on the challenges that I've listed below, and I'll make it available to the organizers. I really do not think it is necessary for me to do so because we are all aware of what they are. I will therefore race to the part that talks about the imperatives for a vital manufacturing sector that will guarantee sustainable development, which is actually the main objective of this gathering. I've titled it here, Manufacturing Sector Development as a Strategy for Sustainable Growth. To unlock manufacturing potentials and foster sustainable economic growth, individual stakeholders have a role to play. I will start with the media, as this is your event. You have a crucial role to play in redefining the manufacturing trajectory for improved economic performance in the country. The media must leverage its influence to promote the manufacturing sector, work with MAN and other business organizations to champion the reforms necessary for the sector's survival and sustainable growth. In particular, the media should amplify MAN's advocacy, because the media serves as a powerful tool to project these priorities and ensure manufacturers' concerns are put in the front burner of public and government discourse. The media should hold the government accountable in the implementation of its economic policies. The media should expose structural constraints that limit the performance of the sector. Media should actively participate in the annual conference on the National Council of Industry, Trade, and Investment. This engagement is strategic because it is a platform for critical shaping of the national industrial agenda and amplifying stakeholder perspectives and reinforcing accountability. Media should share our success stories to attract domestic and foreign investment in the manufacturing sector. It should support local content development and advocate for policies that prioritize local sourcing of inputs. This will help to reduce dependency on imports and strengthen Nigeria's manufacturing base. It should also facilitate stakeholders' dialogue, such as we are having today, and I commend BusinessDay for this initiative. And lastly, it should promote evidence-based policy engagement, because we have seen that in recent times, particularly NGOs that are sponsored by international organizations, trying to influence the direction of government without situating the context of their plea within what we are facing as a nation. I've also listed here what government should do. The Nigerian government holds the primary responsibility for creating an enabling environment to unlock the manufacturing sector's potentials, a task that requires strategic intervention across infrastructure, fiscal policy, and regional integration issues. In this regard, we should commend the federal government for the passage of the 4 tax reform bills aimed at restructuring, streamlining, and establishing unified tax processes. The government should equally be commended for pronouncement on the Nigerian First Initiative. The nation anxiously awaits the expedited consummation of these initiatives and effective implementation. Other must do for government include the following: effective engagement and inclusion in policy process. I will just run through because I see that I have 15 to 20 minutes if I'm lucky, but I believe most of the issues are fairly known. Government should gazette the Nigerian First policy and make it a binding imperative. And I say punitive measures should be put in place for violators. We have traveled this part before, Executive Order 003-005. Unfortunately, it has largely been observed in the breach. So there should be consequence. For instance, for any CEO of a government, ministry, department, or agency that fails to comply. And it's been mentioned earlier today by my colleague, it will be a delight to see the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria driving a vehicle that is assembled in Nigeria. 360 members of the House of Rep, 109 senators driving vehicles that are assembled in Nigeria. What should do is to institute mechanism for gathering and disseminating export market intelligence to enhance our market access. Provide a stable and predictable policy environment. We should go away from policy inconsistency and be transparent in our policy making and implementation. This will bring investors confidence and long-term planning and industrial growth. Government should urgently improve infrastructure and logistics network. They should invest heavily in critical transport infrastructure, particularly roads, ports, and industrial corridors to reduce logistics bottleneck. We appreciate the recent development in the sector, but with only about 37% of roads in good condition, manufacturers still face delayed access to markets and increased transportation costs, making local products uncompetitive both locally and internationally. Should fast-track Ajaokuta, Kaduna, and Kano gas pipeline. The project, which is targeted for completion in 2025, is poised to add 3.6 gigawatts to the national power supply. This boost will reduce the current reliance on diesel generators among manufacturers and improve capacity utilization. Protect local industries against unfair trade practices. Stronger enforcement against smuggling, dumping, and counterfeit goods will safeguard local manufacturers and level the playing field. One of the greatest challenges that any manufacturer can face is competing against smuggling and dumping. No matter how strategic you are planning, these guys will come in and drive you out of the domestic market. Should tackle insecurity to protect industrial zones and investors. By our last calculation, we had lost 60% of our members operating in the Northeast, majorly due to the activities of the insurgents, who have made it practically impossible for them to operate their industries. Should support local content and value chain development. And this should be done even across our borders, because the ETLS and the AFCFTA have created a good atmosphere for this kind of cross-cutting engagements. Should address the financial gaps and reduce borrowing costs. With the significant gap between loan application and fund allocation, coupled with average interest rate exceeding 30%, manufacturers are deprived of affordable long-term funding. I would like to pause here to briefly say those low-hanging fruits, because what I've said before have largely related to the broad environment in which we operate. But there are some specific things that governments can do immediately, because we all know that in politics, there's very short memory. It's not only happening in Nigeria, but most part of the world, and we look for immediate fixes. So we are making recommendations can be fixed immediately. So there will be a unity between our aspiration and what government can do. To demonstrate commitment to industrial growth and reduce the mounting cost pressures, the government should urgently consider the following low-hanging fruits. As a matter of fact, I think they are no longer low-hanging. They have literally fallen on the floor. It's now the issue of picking them up. A nation without a clear industrial policy is like a ship without a rudder. We must adopt a comprehensive policy framework that guides our industrial development, foster growth, and propel us towards a brighter economic future. Adopting the report of the 2024 Manufacturers Summit on rethinking the Nigerian manufacturing sector and MAN's Blueprint 2.0 as working documents will fast-track this process. As we speak, we do not have a holistic industrial policy that serves as a compass for determining our engagement, those domestically and internationally. I believe the time is ripe, and Nigeria should urgently do this. The CBN to prioritize forex sales to manufacturer, honor the unsettled 2.4 billion forex forward contracts, and restrain commercial banks from harassing manufacturers. I'm sure you'll have seen in the papers how some banks are freezing the accounts of manufacturers on account of a problem they didn't cause. It is important that we halt this situation before it degenerates into a bedlam. This will restore manufacturers' confidence in the market and peg the exchange rate for calculating customs duty on raw materials, spare parts, and machineries that are not available locally. The Nigerian force policy must quickly move from initiation to government policy, lest it suffers the same fate as the Executive Order 003 and 005. Nigeria must seize this moment to transform its manufacturing sector by prioritizing the patronage of local products. If we fail to nurture our own, we will forever be at the mercy of others. Government should cut the benchmark interest rate and actively deploy moral suasion and regulatory guidelines for commercial banks to prioritize lending to manufacturers at single-digit concessionary interest rates. Should leverage the country's partnership with the BRIC nations to further diversify its export markets and products and reduce dependence on the US market. should fast-track the deployment of the National Single Window Platform, strengthen interagency collaboration at this crucial period of tariff war in order to safeguard the economy against possible aggravated smuggling and dumping. Should inject life into the manufacturing sector by implementing the 1 trillion stabilization fund and facilitate the increase in the capital base of Bank of Industry to meet the credit demand of industries. Remove the 4% FOB levy permanently and address the concerns of importers who already paid the levy before the suspension. The 4% freight on board surcharge on exports is an avoidable burden that confronts government fiscal incentive and compromises the competitiveness of made-in-Nigerian products. Eliminating it will directly avert the looming price escalation of goods in the face of dwindling disposable income of the average Nigerian. It will enhance the viability of Nigerian exports and promote non-oil revenue generation for government. Manufacturers who already paid the levy should either be refunded or allow the use of the sum to settle future payments. We should halt the astronomical annual charge imposed by the Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria, as it imposes a heavy charge on non-listed entities. This imposition is unwarranted and should be withdrawn permanently. Stakeholders' engagement should be conducted with the aim of addressing the concerns of impacted companies and align the charge with the principles of the current tax reform agenda of government. Government should also immediately reverse the 15% increase in port charges by the Nigerian Port Authority. The recent 15% hike in port charges by NPAC is ill-timed and will lead to an escalation of the already high cost of imports. It is at variance with the prevailing situation around West Africa, and this is coming at a time that other ports are lowering costs to boost patronage and improve efficiency. We should address the 240% hike in electricity tariff. This massive increase in electricity tariff and the threat of further hikes are unsustainable for manufacturers. Government should work with NEC to ensure service-reflective and genuine cost-reflective tariffs. The DISCOs should be compelled to make the needed investment in infrastructure, meter availability, and commitment to evident improvement in power supply. There's also a role for the consumers, and I believe many of us, if not all of us, are consumers. Nigerians should patronize local products to strengthen domestic manufacturing. Consumers should prioritize and actively support locally made products, helping to stimulate demands for domestic manufacturing. By choosing Nigerian-made goods, consumers can contribute to the sector's resilience and growth, fostering economic development and job creation. Should also empower Nigerian brands through constructive feedbacks and reviews. Active consumer engagement through feedbacks, review, and constructive criticism can drive improvements in the manufacturing process. By sharing genuine experiences and expectations, consumers play a critical role in pushing manufacturers to meet local needs while enhancing product standards. I will not conclude without saying what responsibility the manufacturers themselves have. While advocacy and stakeholders' engagement are vital, our manufacturers themselves must take deliberate steps to position the sector for sustainable growth and current economic headwinds. We should be more proactive and flexible. In today's volatile environment, agility is a strategic advantage. Manufacturers must anticipate market shifts, adjust swiftly to policy changes, and adapt policy models to seize emerging opportunities. Prioritize production efficiency by investing in modern technologies and embrace lean manufacturing tools. Recommit to high-quality products, improve packaging, leverage cross-border value chain, invest in workforce development, adopt an export-oriented mindset, embrace ESG principles, strengthen research, innovation, and product development, deepen digital transformation, build consumer confidence and brand loyalty. Because of time, I didn't expatiate, but like I said, I will make the paper available, and I think to everyone who is gathered. I would like to conclude so that I don't bore you too much. Unlocking Nigeria's manufacturing potentials requires collaboration from all stakeholders: the government, the media, the consumer, and the manufacturers themselves. The destiny of a nation is shaped by the choices it makes. And for Nigeria, repositioning its manufacturing sector as Africa's industrial hub should be a manifest destiny. I thank you all for listening, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the Director General of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, Mr. Segun Ajayi Kadir. Thank you very much for highlighting some of the challenges. You had mentioned insecurity, high interest rates, and high logistic costs, as well as the energy crisis, amongst others. But you also did well to highlight some of the current administration's efforts to develop the manufacturing sector, as well as some of the low-hanging fruit present. And we'll be deep diving into these conversations during the panel sessions. But right now, please put your hands together for him once again, please. Right now, we'll be welcoming another very brilliant individual, because every single person here present is very brilliant, and she'll be coming to give us a presentation. She's an accomplished professional with expertise in external relations, corporate communications, and stakeholder management. She is the External Affairs Director at British American Tobacco West and Central Africa, where she leads communication strategy across the region. She has a legal background, and as a chartered secretary, she joined the British American Tobacco in 2006, where she progressed through various legal and external affairs roles. International assignments span Indonesia, the Americas, and Sub-Saharan Africa. She's a trailblazer for women in leadership, and she is one of 3 female leaders on BAT's regional board. I thought we would clap for that. She champions gender equality, mentorship, and women's empowerment, where she inspires others with leadership and advocacy. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in making welcome Odiri Erewa Megasin. She is the External Affairs Director at the British American Tobacco West and Central Africa. Please, another round of applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'll first like to thank Business Day for this opportunity to come and talk to you a little bit about what we as manufacturers are doing, using my company, British American Tobacco, as an example of how you can succeed in Nigeria. My presentation is up. Thank you. Thank you very much. So thank you so much. I also like to say thank you and good morning again to my brother, Mr. Ajayi Kadiri, who's Director of MAN. He's been very close to us, really championing the way for manufacturers in Nigeria, charting a course and making sure that there's a close divide between what government is doing and making sure that they address manufacturers' concerns to make sure that we take manufacturing to the next level. So we need more people like him championing the cause for us in Nigeria so that people can really appreciate and understand and help us to make Nigeria better. So let's give him a round of applause as well, please. Okay, so the theme for the session today is Unlocking Nigeria's Manufacturing Potential. strategies for sustainable growth and amid economic turbulence. So first of all, like I said, good morning, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. It's really an honor and a pleasure to be here today to speak about manufacturing and especially about what we're doing in BAT and how we can collectively unlock the potential. There's a lot of potential in Nigeria. People outside see it, investors see it when they come in, they don't want to leave, but a lot of manufacturers, like Mr. Ajayi Kadere explained in his presentation, have not been able to weather the storm and have closed and left. But there's a way to stay on, and it's important that companies like ours who have succeeded over time are able to share examples of how we have succeeded, how we are succeeding, as a best example and template for others to learn something from. So my presentation is going to talk briefly about what we are doing as BAT and what we think that we can take from this. It's not moving. Okay. All right. So the manufacturing sector is very important. And when I say why is it important, it's important for us because you need a vibrant manufacturing economy to be able to diversify, to be able to create jobs, to be able to make sure that we also grow exports. Like I say, when we import, we're exporting jobs, and when we export, we are creating jobs as well. And also, when we manufacture, it's important that the president now is saying, put Nigeria first, right? In terms of this Nigeria first policy, it's very important that we're all keen to that because nobody can do better than us in terms of if you don't own and promote your own, you can't expect people outside promoting your own for you. You have to, charity begins at home. When we look at the population that we have in Nigeria, we have so many, we're blessed with so much resources, vibrant young community as well. There's a growing demand, there's a huge demand for goods. We consume a lot, we're a consuming economy. So there's a role for Nigeria manufacturing sector to play here and be very significant in ensuring that not only do we untap this potential that we have, irrespective of the challenges that Mr. Kadiri has explained in his keynote address. We have a lot of materials, right? We have what it takes for transformation of the industry, promoting both the domestic and also providing for the future markets. However, we've seen that there has been a lot of infrastructure gaps. There have been regulatory inconsistencies. A lot of manufacturing companies, like he said, have left Nigeria, right? Manufacturing sector, from my research, shows that we contribute approximately 9% of Nigeria's GDP on an annual basis, and it holds a lot of potentials to drive employment. There's no reason why we should have a huge amount of employment that we have at the moment. There's no reason why we should be largely dependent on imports. And there's a great opportunity for us to boost exports. Now, this sector, irrespective of all the challenges, has shown resilience despite the huge economic winds. And then there's also, with the coming of AFTA, there's opportunity for the future for Nigeria to play a pivotal role as well. So we can leverage the relationships across border, the markets, to make sure that we are very competitive in pricing and in quality and having the right mix when we send our products across board. So it's important that for us to tap into this full potential that we have, we have a clear vision, we have a clear strategy tailored towards how we can have a long-term goal and long-term sustainability. So I'm going to walk us through in terms of what I mean by this. First of all, I would like to use BAT, like I said, as an example to show how we have been resilient and how we have continued to BAT. We've been in existence for over a century in Nigeria, but we've had this factory in Ibadan for over 2 decades. And out of this world-class factory, it's amazing. Anytime we bring people to the factory, they are blown away to see how we can have such a world-class factory in Nigeria. BAT is a multinational. We operate in over 150 countries globally. And irrespective of whatever country you go to, whether it's in the Americas, whether it's in Europe, whether it's in Asia, the standards are the same. The factories are the same. The only difference is the location itself. So we invested a lot. This factory cost us over $185 billion to date. $1 million to date, and we have been producing made in Nigeria cigarettes from this factory. We have now expanded our borders from beyond Nigeria. We export to 11 countries, and recently this year we started exporting to the United States of America as well. We also hedged a lot in terms of we plan a lot. We plan 5 years, 10 years ahead. We are able to, all through the time where we're having a lot of issues with Forex, you know, we are able to generate in excess of $110 million per annum in terms of Forex. So we are one of the few companies that doesn't rely on government for Forex. We generate our own Forex. And we're top 10 non-oil exporters in Nigeria, but consistently. We're very, we pay our taxes. We've paid over 450 billion in taxes and levies. We've put back over 2 billion naira in terms of CSR into the country. We are number one tobacco manufacturer with over 55 share of market in Nigeria. We've created over 350,000 jobs across the divide, both direct and indirect. So from this factory, we've been able to do a lot. We've been able to put made in Nigeria goods, not only top quality in Nigeria, but we've been able to put made in Nigeria goods on the map across West and Central Africa. So we're very aligned with Mr. President's put Nigeria first policy. In terms of the people, you know, we can't do anything without the people. So we're very big on the people. We realize that human capital is pivotal to the success of who we are and are the most valuable assets that we have. So we foster an inclusive environment whereby we retain and train top talents. BAT is a huge poaching ground for talents across Nigeria. We have Nigerian inclusion score. So we are basically moving from, company whereby, even though it's a multinational, whereby it's predominantly led by foreigners, to whereby it's Nigerians who are now running the multinational company in Nigeria and West and Central Africa, which is great. So to date, we have about 86% of Nigerians running the operations in this multinational. We have over 600 employees who are trained annually, and we send people across all the countries in which we operate. We have 67% of our senior leaders currently being Nigerians. We've increased the number of women who are in top positions to about 36%. And within the leadership, we're 38% women in the key leadership roles now. We also keep ensuring that we make sure our employees are future fit for the future, and we keep on training them. Now we're moving into the digital age. We need to make sure that we continue to remain relevant from a digital perspective. We're also transforming our business beyond tobacco to a multi-category business. So it's important that our employees are ready for the future as well. And technology is in the center of everything that we do in terms of our operations. Now, when we look at sustainability, Mr. Kadiri spoke about this. Sustainability is very important because for us to succeed and for us to be sustainable into the future, as a manufacturing entity, you have to take sustainability very serious. It can't just be a nice to have. It needs to be pivotal to everything you do. For us, it's in the center of everything that we do as BAT. It's not just a nice to have. 2 years ago, we were the catalyst that started driving what we called an ESG, that's Environmental, Social and Governance Forum, Pan-African in Nigeria here. And the whole idea was that we wanted to be the catalyst to say that how can we make sure that manufacturing, not just manufacturing entities, but private governments come together and we actually take ESG more serious, because we need to make sure that the planet from which we derive our livelihood from is future fit and preserved for the future, for future leaders, and for the sustainability of the country as a whole. So we actually came up with this, took sustainability as very important for us, and we realized that we needed to also showcase what are we doing, within BAT as sustainable in the ESG platform. What are other companies similar to us doing? How can we showcase that for other people to learn as best practices, and also pledge how we want to take ESG forward into the future? So I will just give you a little bit of a scorecard in terms of what it is that we have done in this regard. We've set some very stiff targets for ourselves. We said that by 2050 we want to be net zero, 50% reduction of CO2 from our factory. We've said that we want to be 100% in terms of waste to landfill. We have achieved that. We've said that we want to recycle the water that we use in the factory. We have done that to 30%, we've achieved that, and so much more. Just to give you a simple example of what we've done in the factory. Everyone knows that in Nigeria, you have to generate your own power, and that's a huge cost of production for manufacturers. We have installed a 1.4 mega solar plant in the factory. We've also transited from diesel to gas. So today we don't rely on diesel any longer. Diesel is now like a backup. We use gas as a main source of power, and solar panels as well. Just from a cost perspective, just to put it in for you to understand what it means. On a day, we generate about 4,500 kilowatts per hour of solar power in the factory. What does this mean from a cost perspective for us? You know what the cost of diesel is today? It's what, over 2,000, right, per liter, or close to, if not, yeah. The gas that we generate, it costs us per unit of electricity between 230 naira to 235 naira per kilowatt per hour. With solar, we're spending about 35 to 40 naira per kilowatt hour. That's saving us about 200 naira per unit. So you can see that from our factory alone, we have, and the cost of power for us is about 20% of our total cost of production. So you can see that from that, strategically reducing the reliance on diesel, how much is putting back, how much is helping us to plow back into our business, and helping us to be more efficient for the long run, and as well as protect the environment. We're no longer using diesel that is polluting the environment as we were before. Transportation, there's huge issues with transportation, because ideally, especially because we export to West and Central Africa, currently it takes us about 20 days for us to go through ports, clearance and all of that, which is a lot. It impacts our lead times. And we are aspiring to have this reduced to 1 week, right, for more better efficiencies. And then it's also important that there are eliminations of port congestions, eliminations of bureaucracy at the ports, the eliminations of change in regulations. For example, early this year, we heard that customs wanted to bring an additional 4% levy charge on imports. You can imagine what that would do to the manufacturers, and it was just announced without interaction with stakeholders. So what we're saying is that these regulatory changes, have a negative detrimental impact to operations. It's important that there's always a stakeholder dialogue. There's always a convergence of minds in terms of what government is trying to achieve and what is tenable. And why is this important? For us, we are the hub for West and Central Africa. So we compete against Kenya, we compete against South Africa. Cost of production here is already very high. So if by the time we get our goods to the end market, if the pricing is too expensive, there's no reason why the consumer will pick us versus products that can come in from Kenya or South Africa at a cheaper cost. So it's very important that the government looks at the current context in which Nigeria operates, and how we can make sure that our goods are competitive so that when we take it out, we can bring back the forex, we can create jobs in Nigeria. That's very important. When we talk about taxes, it's great to see that they've consolidated and they're harmonizing the taxes. But before you start listening to external advice on how you should come up with taxes, tax systems, excise, and all of that, you have to look at it in the context of your local economy to make sure that your goods are competitive for the consumers. The consumer doesn't now jump from picking a competitive product to an illicit product that does not pay the relevant tax to you. Now, apart from all this that we've set ourselves and the targets that we're achieving, leveraging on this ESG forum that we also spoke about, we've been able to bring a lot of public and private sector together. Last year, we continue to showcase best practices in terms of what it is that we're doing, what it is that our partners are doing, for others to embrace and to learn something from. And we've birthed a young professionals forum where we are currently mentoring young professionals in the way of sustainability, because we believe that we need to play this forward. And the whole idea is that at the end of it's a 6-month mentorship program. At the end of that 6-month period, we should be able to find them some form of internship within the partners that they can learn, and they can now play forward the sustainability practices that we have agreed on. Now, ESG Forum, like I said, it's a platform whereby we want to showcase best practices. It's a platform whereby we want to make sure that everyone that comes together is able to see what role can I play to protect the environment from which we derive our benefits from? What role can I play in terms of giving back to the society? And then how can I make sure that my practices are done with the right governance structures in place? The world is becoming so small now that governance is very important in terms of how your business operations are being conducted, the kind of higher standards that were held to account, not just locally, but also on a global platform as well. So we're bringing everybody together to see, what can we do to make sure that Nigeria is, up its games. Nigeria protects the environment. We can see that things are changing, the impacts that how it's fighting back, against environmental degradation. We can see all of that. We're not insulated from that. So what role can we all play in making sure that we protect Nigeria's environment is very important in this regard. Now, when we talk about sustainability growth and strategies amidst the turbulent situation and environment we find ourselves, what exactly are we talking about in this regard? For us, I think that my key message here is that sustainable growth demands a coordinated and long-term approach that is anchored on market-driven strategies. So we have to have a strategy. We have to think long-term. How do we want to drive this? And we think that to be able to achieve our ambition, we need to look at some strategic pillars, right? We need to see
how breaking barriers to growth, mitigating the impact of multi-layered taxation, infrastructural deficits, and reliable power supply. And on this panel, we have got Mr. Olushola Obadimu, FNSE, FCIOD, the Director General at the Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, Nasima. Please put your hands together for him as he comes up. Thank you very much for sustaining the applause. Also on this panel, we've got Mr. George Olutokpe Onafowokon, FNSE, the Managing Director and CEO of Coleman Technical Industries Limited. Thank you very much. Please sustain the applause till they get to their seats. Thank you. Also on this panel, we have Adetunji Aderito, the founder of Zetamind Consulting Limited. And last but certainly not least, we have Dr. Esther Williams, the Director and Procurement Officer at Williams Dabo Group Limited. Thank you very much. Please do better with the applause, please. Thank you. And moderating this panel is Dipo Oladende, the head of the Energy Desk at BusinessDay Media Limited. Please put your hands together for him. Also, we'd like to please implore you to share our streaming links with your community. So this event is being streamed on BusinessDay's TV channel. Just so you know, we have a BusinessDay television. And if you aren't subscribed, please do well to subscribe to our channel. Please just type on your phone right now. If you give me just give me 2 seconds to bring out your phone, please, and search for BusinessDay Television. BusinessDay Television, you would see us. It's on your screen. Thank you so much. So you can scan the QR code and then please do well to subscribe. So we have conversations like this every other day because we have shows that are very beneficial to you. And we'll also hope that when we call on you to be a guest on any of our shows, we hope that you would oblige us. So please subscribe to our channel. Thank you so much. And please do well to share the link, just as I mentioned earlier, with your community as well. Once again, please put your hands together for our panelists as they delve into this conversation. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, good morning, everyone, and good to be here once again. And it's been a very, very interesting conversation about Nigeria's manufacturing sector. And so my job here is basically to moderate a conversation about three major topics or three major issues. Now, these are not new issues. They are old, but then again, we discovered that a lot of people are mitigating or innovating around some of these challenges, and that's what we are here to talk about. So we'll talk about the solutions, we'll talk about how we are solving some of these challenges, and then we'll also talk about the way forward. So that's the main aim of this conversation. And of course, there'll be questions from the audience as well. So the three things we are talking about today is, the first one is about multi-layer taxation, which we all call multiple taxation. The second one is infrastructure deficits, and then the third one is issues around power. So again, so we won't focus on the problems, we'll focus on the solution. We'll talk about people who are innovating around it. We'll talk about things we could do better, and then we'll talk about what will be the expectation for the next 10 or 15 years. Now, to start the conversation today would be Mr. George. Sorry, can you please help? Okay, so it's two in one question, right? So the first question is, you were introduced as the CEO and Managing Director of Coleman Technical Industries, so which means you are more like a manufacturer in the cable and power business. Now, I would like to share with us how you've been able to navigate issues around multiple taxation, issues around infrastructure deficits in the course of doing your business, and what will be your main talking points or major takeaways as you've navigated these challenges?
Good morning, everyone. From a manufacturer's perspective, when you look at how do we navigate multiple taxation, the unfortunate part is that we're the worst hit by multiple taxation because we cannot take our machines or carry them anywhere. We're stuck in one place. And the unfortunate scenario is that multiple taxation is normally at your doorsteps, from local government to states to federal government, all having different agents. And the sad part is that there are multiple agents. So you don't even know who's the actual benefactor, who's the person taxing you, or who is directly or indirectly represented. So, but you're a manufacturer stuck in your area of production or in your area of location, which is really unmovable at the time. And you have to deal with each state's local government, multiple taxation. The unfortunate part is that those that are actually trying to tax you are the same people looking for jobs for people that are related to them in your business. That's irony on its own. It doesn't make sense. You want to actually benefit. It's like eating your cake and having it at the same time. But you are also the guy literally at the doorstep of every manufacturer trying to collect money for one funny thing or the other. I'm sure quite a few manufacturers transport their goods from left to right of their different locations. And you had things that are simple things, which I still don't understand in this country, like haulage charges. That tells you charges that for every vehicle that goes in and out of your location, I must collect a fee. I think Nigeria has lost the plot when I heard that one. At the end of the day, are you telling a manufacturer to improve business or to derail in business? So multiple taxation is an hindrance to business, is an hindrance to growth. But until we actually see that the location of a manufacturer is to the benefit of that community and the state and the country as a whole, I think we would have a better viewpoint on generating growth, wealth, and employment. Now, if you now take that multiple taxation and then add on the infrastructural deficit, I was in a conversation with a gentleman some time back who happens to say, was asking, we're in a discussion, and he said, how many local governments are in Nigeria? And the man said, I said 774. He said, no, every business, every individual is a local government. Why? We're all providing our own infrastructure. So we'll get back to us, who is the local government? So you have a business that you have to provide your own water, your own road, your own power. Then I ask, what am I paying the fees for? But these are infrastructural deficiencies or hindrances to businesses that it's literally on the face of every manufacturer. But take the inefficiencies, take the deficiencies of the infrastructure. The fortunate part is that Nigeria seems to be just resilient in the ability to take every shock and still survive. Now, what I mean by that is that as much as we have this deficiency, this poor infrastructure, you still see investment coming into Nigeria and you still see them making profit. And you beg to ask, why are they not all running away? And this is where I always try to encourage Nigerians, because we tend to look at things all on the negative rather than the opportunities over the negative. And the success of any business is to be optimistically positive over and above what you see that is negative. And what I mean by that is that it's a sad case. I'm a chairman, my dear DG, who's my friend and brother, I'm the chairman of Ogun State branch of MAN, also apart from what I do. And I look at this, it's as much as is, I've been there for 3 years, looking forward to my last year. You don't like telling me, saying that, but when you look at it, it begs to differ. Ogun State happens to be the state where the most manufacturers in Nigeria are coming into, because sincerely, location, cost to land, it's close to Lagos, it's an exit into the whole of the rest of Nigeria. So it has the largest amount of numbers of increase in new manufacturing development coming into the country. But you have to look at it that every time you're signing up a new member, and we have quite a bit, I still tell us we're number one in the country, but my brother will argue with me on one location, but irrespective, when you look at the number of people that one has to sign in as new members and do a comparative analysis of how many are indigenous Nigerians and how many are foreigners, you see the infrastructure problems. And you start to say that 7 out of every 10 is scaled to the foreigner. Wow. Only 30% is scaled towards the local guy. So when I make it a point of call because I have to sign the final approval before it goes to the HQ. And the first thing I'm looking for is what's the name of the proprietor or the founder. And I see one foreign name and I just say, you see. Now, if we say Nigeria is not good, and 7 out of 10 manufacturers sitting in this place or becoming new members are foreigners, then something is wrong somewhere. So the opportunity is instilled in the country. It's for us to now actually see beyond the infrastructural deficiency. Now, you take that, that's why I said, we have it. But we have to then take it away from where we are. So I was starting from the inefficient tax system, the deficiencies and the infrastructural problem, then tail it up to the opportunities. And that's the way I'll drive it. Now, tailing it up to the opportunities is really looking at everything in Nigeria on the long. If you shouldn't be manufacturing in Nigeria if you're thinking.
Okay. I think you can use.
Went dead. Sorry. You shouldn't come into Nigerian market if you're thinking like a trader. It's just not going to work for you. The position of being in manufacturing in Nigeria has to be on the long. Any short process of your vision, it's really, you're going to be hindered by the amount of policy flip-flops, inconsistencies in the direction of government, change in government, FX issues, as my brother has. One thing will kill you. If it doesn't kill you, you have survived a lot. And most manufacturers are either on the tail end of being killed as a business or surviving every scale of attack, basically, to be killed. So we have to look at it on the long. And what I mean by that is that no matter what, I inherited a business on a negative balance sheet of 20 million, more like 20 plus years ago. And at the time, everybody looked at it as a disaster of a business to inherit. Now, it took us, but we had to have a long-term view. It took us 2 years to actually just come out of that. Third year to actually see.
And so, I mean, everybody believe here that their potentials are there. So, and the best way for us to do is to look at technology, look at things you can automate to scale up your business. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, next.
I think for me, it's all about innovation. We need to innovate our businesses. Now, I'll take automation not from the digital perspective, but from the process of engineering. Now, what that basically means is that we need to automate our process of production. The more we automate that, we actually inbuild QA, QC into the process, where you take the human factor out of that process of production. The assumption that we have is that labor is cheap, get labor is cheap, you can start production easily. But believe me, because labor is cheap, labor thinks they're doing you a favor at that cheap level. Which means that every error that is created is greater than the loss of the total cost of paying that person for 1 year or even 5 years. So it's not recoverable, because at that cheap labor, the person is doing you a favor. So me, I always say, look, target in 8 hours of work. If you're a manufacturer and you cannot get your guy to sit down for at least 4 to 5 hours, it's a very costly labor for you, no matter how cheap that labor is, because the cost to error is higher than your profitability, and it's not recoverable from that labor in terms of payback. So if that person makes a mistake while in production, believe me, you can't take it from their salary. You deduct first month, that person will leave the next month, and there's nothing you can do about it. So the reality is, make labor as easy as possible by automating your processes. The capex at the beginning might be high, but it's better for you. Reinvest in powers of alternatives. Lady from BAT said it. We're totally off the grid for the last 5 years. I don't even know what diesel looks like. I'm not on the grid. I'm not. So, but we deliberately, in 2015, expended and took a fund to actually put into gas power. Today, we have over 25 megawatts of power that is embedded for ourselves only, both in gas and in solar. So you need to be deliberate about your alternative to power. That, if I'm still using diesel today, believe me, I will have been closed down by now. Because the number of trucks of diesel I'll use per month, it will just not be possible for me to be able to do business in Nigeria today. So innovate. As you innovate, think on the long term. And most importantly, in Nigeria, please take your view, if you're in manufacturing, on the long. Don't take a short position. And what I mean by that is retain as much as possible of your profit in that business in the first 10 years. If possible, 90 to 95%. It's delayed gratification that reinvest into expansion and capacity efficiency that guarantees you tomorrow an early retirement. So if you think about it in that way, you actually can survive a lot better in Nigeria by doing those few things. Thank you.
Thank you.
My last message will be to say chin up to all manufacturers. We appreciate them for their contribution to this economy, their capacity to create jobs, and that's why we are keen to see them grow, because if they grow, they will definitely employ more hands. And of course, the government also needs the money they are collecting from them as corporate taxes. So they're a critical element in this economy. So we encourage them, we thank them for the wonderful job they are doing, and we say, just chin up. There is a silver lining ahead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, my last word. As a nation, for us to make progress, we need a 180-degree turn, a reorientation, and I'm really happy with what you're doing. Yeah. So we need to have confidence in our products. So it simply means our hands must be on deck to ensure that the quality of products we put out there, they are up to standard. They are of quality that it can withstand the test of time. So with this, the orientation of made in Nigerian goods are not good begins to erode. It may take time, but it will fade gradually until it disappears. And we are back to accepting our goods. Like the fashion industry, they are doing so well. The average Nigerian woman puts on Ankara. We want to make our local clothes. On the international stage, our designers are doing so well. So you can see there's a turn in that area. So that can happen in every other aspect of the manufacturing sector, irrespective of the area that you are. And with time, Nigeria will be great again. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll take just one question, and before we wrap up, just one. Okay. Yeah. So just briefly, your question in 30 seconds. Please just be as brief as possible so we don't.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ibka Michael. I'm a book vendor and a radio presenter with Jordan FM. My question goes to Mr. George and the man sitting beside him. Sorry, I don't know your name. How do you fight the government? I heard when Mr. George said we need to fight SON, and I saw his body language. So the reason for that question is this.
The fight is not a physical.
I'm coming now. Let me land. The reason for that is last week I was privileged to be in a conference, Federal Ministry of Trade Investment, and for the first time I wanted to join the government because they fed us for like 4 days. We went to Dangote refinery. That's the first time I'll go on a convoy in my life. Last month, follow us, mobile, ambulance, security. I said, this is a very sweet experience. I've never been. So my question now is, I spoke with one of them. I tried to ask her questions. She won't answer. She said that public servants are seen. They are not heard. That's the first time I will hear. That's a director in government. I said, ma, I want to. She refused to give any answer. She said, public. So how do you now fight this government people? Because to me, they are enjoying.
Okay, okay, thanks.
So,
thank you for your question. Mr. George, will you take the question in 30? No, just.
It's a difficult ask. How do you fight government? We don't have, none of us have the resources to fight government. The reality is we have to go through advocacy of man, Nasima, as much. You have to be collective. You can't fight government on your own. You're very right.